My name is Felicia Orth, a hearing officer appointed by the Secretary of the Environment to conduct a hearing in the Drinking Water Bureau versus Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, documented by the hearing clerk as DWB 2413. I feel like this is too loud. Yes? Yeah, I'm getting feedback. Okay. Is that better? Okay, is that better? Yes, no? All right. We are on day 3 of the hearing. In the first 2 days, we had the department's witnesses, and as I understand it now, we move to the respondents' witnesses. Is there anything we need to discuss before we begin with the witnesses? Mr. Rayan?
No, Madam Hearing Officer, no preliminary matters from NMED.
Okay. Mr. Trujillo or Ms. Carey? No. All right. And I have your exhibit list showing that you have 2 exhibits already admitted. That's number 2 and number 24, along with, I believe, some rebuttal exhibits. But okay. All right. If you would then, please.
Good morning. We are calling our first witness, Eric Lopez.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lopez, good morning. If you would please spell your first and last name.
Eric, E-R-I-C, Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Good morning.
Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
Currently employed with Burdell, facility operation.
And are you the owner of Burdell?
Yes.
And what work does Burdell do, or Burdell facility operations, I believe is?
Correct. So what we do is we go to different utilities, municipalities, towns, and we will assist with compliance issues, whether it be water or wastewater. We also do a lot of documentation for them, reports on issues that they might have, so that we can give them guidance on what they might need. Burdell also has the ability, based on 37 years of history in the water and wastewater field, to be able to look at different vendors, representatives that they can provide special services for the utility that are necessary at a reasonable cost. And that's not based on Burdell's ability to get a reasonable cost, based on my history of knowing the different companies that they do. So that in short, we do consulting, water, wastewater operations, and we also do documentation such as permit renewals, sanitary survey assistance, and operations of facilities if they need assistance in operating.
Do you hold any certifications to do the work that you do?
Yes, I have a New Mexico water level 4 and a New Mexico wastewater level 4. And I also have some other certifications, and not necessarily for certifications, but certificates based on utility operations from Utah State University, that I went to 2 seminars and was able to get that on utility operation, advanced utility operation.
I'm going to ask you not to click.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And with the certifications that you hold, what type of work do you do, or are you permitted to do?
So New Mexico water level 4 and New Mexico wastewater level 4 allows us to work on any wastewater facility, that from the small facilities such as Red River to the biggest facilities such as City of Albuquerque, City of Las Cruces, and also anything in between based on water and wastewater. And it gives us the ability to not only operate the facilities, but use different chemicals such as ferric chloride, sulfuric acid, and caustic for arsenic treatment. It also allows us to use chlorine at wastewater facilities and water facilities. So it gives us a wide range of operation abilities based on our knowledge and our experience. And it's a difficult certification to have, based on the difficulty of the test. So there's limited certified operators in the state, and nowadays there's less and less operators based on retirement and not being able to come back into the field.
So to get your level of certification, what type of preliminary expertise?
So I decided that I was going to go into the water technology college at Doña Ana Community College, and it's a 2-year associate's degree. So based on my 2-year associate's degree, I had an internship at the city of Las Cruces for a year. That gave me the ability, with my education of my water technology associate's degree, and also my 1-year internship with the city of Las Cruces, I was able to test for my level 3 water and wastewater. Normally, if you don't have that ability, if you don't have that education, you can't test for your level 1s and 2s, which are the beginning certification based on experience and high school degree. So once I was able to test for my level 3s back in January of 1989, I had to wait a year based on gaining more experience in the field. And after a year, I was able to test for my level 4s, both water and wastewater.
And so if you had level 4 since about
Since 1990, correct.
do you conduct any training seminar?
I do conduct training seminars. I just returned from a training in Albuquerque for the Mexico Water and Wastewater Association, where I taught 3 courses in Española for Mexico Water and Wastewater. In May, I taught a total of 9 courses. So I do stuff in Mexico Water and Wastewater Association for the Native American and Flagstaff. I've taught there also. And then I'll do trainings for a variety of different places like CRRUA, Yes Independent School District, and whoever might need some training.
And maybe I missed something, but generally what subject do you?
So I teach ethics, communication, documentation. I teach all your water, all your wastewater, such as introduction to wastewater, introduction to activated sludge. I can teach an arsenic system. I can teach chlorination. If there's a class that needs to be taught based on an emergency, I have the ability to, and I have the lessons for it, the PowerPoints for it, that I can teach those classes for them, and they've been approved.
And have you attended any trainings?
I have. I've attended the sampling training that they've had. I've attended also the certification training. There's a lot of classes that I've attended over the 37 years that involved NMED. One of the ones that I used to attend regularly was Barbacoonie, which was NMED. One of the courses that I attended was NMED's with Barbacoonie, which was which was a MPDS permit requirement. And I've also attended the different sampling requirements that are taught by NMED over the 37 years of me going to the different schools.
Prior to forming Riddell, where did you work?
As I stated earlier, I started with the city of Las Cruces as an intern in 1988. In 1989, December 1988, I graduated from Water Technology Program with associate's degrees. Okay, sorry. In December 1988, I received my associate's degree in water technology. In January of 1989, I was able to pass my level 3, which allowed me to apply for a job with the city of Las Cruces wastewater facility. And I was lucky enough to have done well in the interview. And at that point, I worked for the city of Las Cruces for 25 years. Started as an intern, went in as an operator, became a foreman, then became an operations supervisor, then oversaw 3 wastewater facilities for the city of Las Cruces. And over the last 10 years, prior to my retirement, I did a lot of I covered a lot for the city of Las Cruces Water Resource Administrator, both on projects, engineering, and input, and also in overseeing the department whenever he was gone. So the last 3.5 years or 3 years, I was a water resources administrator for the city of Las Cruces, where I oversaw the wastewater facilities, the wastewater collection facilities. I oversaw the water distribution system. Oversaw the water production department, and I also oversaw some of the laboratory requirements that are required based on whether it be NMED, Drinking Water Bureau, or groundwater requirements.
And when did you reach the city? And
I retired from the city in November of 2013. Bredell was formed in 1998. And the reason it was formed then is there was a lot of small water systems outside the city limits that couldn't find operators. So what I did then is when I got the first system, one of the things that they asked that I had to do is I had to get a business license. So I had to get a name for it. So I started in 1998, but full time with Bredell has been since March of 2015 when I actually came on with CRRUA.
so you just said you came on with CRRUA in 15. Is that
Correct.
what did you? Why don't you explain how it passed that?
Okay. I'll be honest, I didn't even know what CRRUA was. I was contacted by the interim CRRUA director, and she asked that I'd be interested because they had a lot of issues with their wastewater facility. They had 2 inspections by NMED, EPA, Barbacuni, and EPA itself. And they had asked if I would look into the system and see if there was something I could do. And so I met with the interim director in February of 2015. At that time, I saw the system, I saw the problems, and they asked me to put a proposal together. I put the proposal together, and I started in March of 2015. And during that time, they had been in non-compliance, both in all parts of their discharge, wastewater discharge. And what I did at that point was I pretty much documented, created a bunch of reports of what they needed, how we needed to address the issues. This was in March of 2015. By May of 2015, this wastewater system was in compliance in all aspects of their effluent discharge. They were passing their biomonitoring, which is a special test that's done quarterly. But by that time, EPA was going to issue an administrative order. So in August of 2015, Region 6, Secretary of Region 6 and its 6 enforcement officers came to the facility and issued an administrative order, and they had approximately $12.8 million in funding taken from them for the new wastewater facility. During that time, I presented them with poster-sized pictures of the improvements that we had done. And at that time, EPA went back. They sent EPA industrial pretreatment enforcement to look at the industrial pretreatment system. And I was able to get that system in compliance for that year. And approximately by March of 2016, the money had been released again for them for their wastewater facility with additional funding based on the improvements we had made. So that was a success, but it was a lot of work and it required a lot of reporting so that we could keep them in compliance. And so that facility has been in compliance. There's some issues that they've had in the past based on old equipment and old wastewater facilities built in 1986. So I started with them, and I've been there now approximately 10 years, and I've taken a different role at the wastewater side. And the role is more of rebuilding what's there, repairing what's there, or re-equipping the equipment that's there with new equipment, state of the art, so that they can stay in compliance.
So for the period of time that you're talking about, is it fair to say that you were working on?
Correct. I was hired for the wastewater side of CRRUA.
And are you familiar with operation was arsenic?
Yes, I am. In December of 2015, I was asked by the director then if I could look at the status of the arsenic treatment facilities. At that time, I went and looked at at that point, they only had 2 arsenic treatment facilities, Summit Park and Industrial, and yes, an industrial. And when I looked at the facilities, they were not running. So what I went ahead and did is I talked to the director. I met with the design engineer for the facility, and I started beginning to get that system back in operation. By approximately, I met with NMED in January of 2016, and I started working with, again, it was then CDM Smith, Robert Valley, and his engineering staff. Got the system back in operation, got everything in compliance, and in 4 quarters, we were back in compliance, which would have put us probably January of 2017. For industrial, probably Sunset Park, we were in compliance probably by September of 2016. So that's my familiarity with the arsenic facilities at that point.
And can you generally describe arsenic treatment works, treat arsenic,
Okay,
what the general process?
definitely. So, for example, industrial arsenic facility, the aquifer for that facility that the wells pull out of, the arsenic levels at 35 parts per billion. So again, the requirement as of 2006 was that we be at 10 parts per billion. So the wells will pump into the arsenic treatment facility. At that point, the system will inject sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid will drop the pH of normal water on that aquifer from 7.5. The normal water pH at that aquifer is 7.5 to 7.8. We will then drop the pH down to between 6.8 and 7. I prefer 7, but we can go as low as 6.8. The reason for that we drop the pH in the water is it makes the ferric chloride more productive and effective in removing the arsenic. So based on that, once we bring the pH down to 6.8 to 7, then we go ahead and inject the ferric chloride. And the ferric chloride is a flocculant that will absorb the arsenic in the system, and then it'll be taken out through the filter. The key here is these 2 chemicals are effective, but too much chemical can lead to further issues, but we can get that later on. And then once we go through the 3, for instance, the industrial has 3 different filters. Once the water goes through those filters, then we get the clean water that is below 10 parts per billion. At that point, we go ahead and raise the pH back up to 7.8 to 8. And the reason that we're raising it up slightly higher than the normal pH is simply because it's another ability to disinfect, to make sure we take care of any bacteria that might be in the water, even though there shouldn't be. But we also chlorinate. So prior to the wells pumping the water into the arsenic system, I forgot this step. You would actually chlorinate to a residual of anywhere between 1 and 1.5. And at the end of the system, we want to have a chlorine residual of 0.5 to 1, and we usually keep it about 0.5 to 0.8. So that's the part of it. One of the things that we've got to make sure with the arsenic treatment facilities is we're going to be monitoring the pHs of the system. And the reason for that is because, one, we want to lower the pH to 6.8 to 7. So we have a pH probe that's constantly monitoring that. And that controls the sulfuric acid pumping to make sure that it stays within that range. The final pH probe is the finished water, and that one is controlling the caustic, which allows us to control the amount of caustics that's put into the system that'll keep the pH right around 7.8 to 8. During this whole process, we are monitoring the system. We do field testing, we do chlorine testing, and we also have to determine the differential pressure of the water coming into the water going out, because the increase in differential pressure within the system is going to tell us that we need to backwash those filters because we've got a lot of baric and arsenic in the system. So when it requires us to backwash, the system is set up to where we can backwash it on automatic, and it'll send all of this backwash water into a separate tank, and we're able to settle out the sludge, which is a ferric chloride in the arsenic, and we're able to pump some of that clean water back into the system for use, and the other part of the sludge that's in there will go into a waste or a drying bed.
Are you familiar with the incident occurred in was a 20 Industrial Park 8 regarding slimy?
Yes.
When did you become aware of this? Why don't you walk us a little bit how you became aware?
So it was Wednesday, the 29th, I think. I don't have a calendar in front of me, but Wednesday, the 29th, I started seeing, because again, I'm strictly doing wastewater. I started seeing emails going back and forth from the CRRUA board to the director stating that their constituents are complaining about slimy water. And then, so I saw that back and forth on Wednesday. I saw an email go back that it was probably oil from the oilers of the well. And I didn't believe that was true. But by Thursday, we had another complaint that there was one of the industries had measured a pH of 10.3 in their water coming in. But at that time, I did call the director and the operator, and I said, I'm not sure, but my gut feeling is that you guys are pumping chemical into the system from the arsenic facilities. I would recommend that you turn the chemical feed pumps off. And that started the process. So does that explain? Do you need me to go?
No, how you initially became aware of that. So when you first heard about it, started thinking about it, what initial steps did you personally regarding this?
So the only steps that I could take, now I'm one of those that I would like to go into the system and solve the problems, but the only steps that I could take is advise the director and the operator or the operation supervisor that there's a problem, and let them know that the first solution should be that you got to check your arsenic facilities based on whatever system's affecting that area to make sure that the chemical is off. And then just monitor the situation. And one of the things that I informed him is I truly didn't believe it was oil. It was something bigger.
So why didn't you go on site at that?
So I only had keys for the wastewater gates. I didn't have keys for the water gates because when I got the system in compliance in 2016, around May or June of 2017, I was told by the director then and the operations supervisor that they were taking the system back and that I wasn't going to be needed anymore for the arsonic. Which again, I was hired by them as a consultant in wastewater, and when they stated that, I said, okay, well that's fine. What else could I do? So that's why I couldn't go into the system, because I didn't have the ability to go into the areas that were locked in for those buildings.
So at some point in the course of this issue with slime water, did you actually go into the system or start consulting with operators?
So on Friday, I think it's December 1st, I get a call from the CRRUA board chairman, and she stated to me, she goes, Mr. Lopez, with your expertise, what do you think the problem is? And I said, based on the high pH, based on the slimy water, I think we've got caustic soda in the system. And she goes, and what are the dangers behind that? Currently at this level, I said, if the pH is where they're stating it is, and I was let me go back a bit. I was actually out of town. So I literally was on Zoom from, I'm not sure, from TRC all the way to Sleda, and my wife got down into Sleda because she was driving because I was in a meeting, and I continued that meeting. But she asked me, what would you recommend? And I said, based on the pH of the current pH that is in that area of the water system, I would no bathing in that, no doing dishes with it, and definitely not drinking. And she said, it's that serious? And I said, it can be. High caustic could be serious where, maybe for me it's not, but for a baby or a child it is, or maybe for an elderly or an individual with skin disease it might affect them. So at that point, they had an emergency board meeting. And again, they asked me that same question. They said, what do you recommend? And I said, I recommend that we stop the use of water based on those situations. And I also, and Mr. Crosby was on the phone, and so was Mr. Westmoreland. I said, and I hope that at some point NMED has been advised about this. So that's when Mr. Crosby took the lead on that, and he went ahead and started advising him, and he started working with NMED, myself, on addressing the issue and figuring out what we're going to do.
And so at what point did you, were you able to determine what the actual?
So we were able to determine one based on I had one employee on staff from Bradell that he was assisting with the situation because he had the background, because he had helped me in the past. We then determined that there was a faulty pH probe. So that faulty pH probe was reading negative 1.9. So again, we talked about that probe in my explanation of the arsenic treatment facilities. Those probes monitor the level of the pH in the system. So if the pH is negative 1.9 and a chemical feed pump for caustic is on, and that level never changes, that means that pump is going. Hold on. So that means that it never reached the 8. So that pump just continued pumping the chemical. I'm not sure when that pump was put online. And I'm not sure why it was put online, but what I can tell you is that pump just continued to run because that pH probe was faulty. It was reading negative 1.9. It never reached 8. So at that point, they had already turned it off. It wasn't an issue. So then my next assignment or an assignment I took on is, one, I contacted Mr. Antonio Romero and Martin Torres of NMED on Friday. I explained the situation. I let them know that this was due to a caustic pump failure and a pH probe failure. And I also informed them that the steps we're going to take was, one, no drinking, no showers, no doing dishes with it. And two, it had been recommended from someone else, not within CRRUA, but in another section, that we inject sulfuric acid to neutralize the caustic. And my decision, I told Mr. Torres and Mr. Romero, is that we were going to do it naturally by flushing the system through fire hydrants. But we were going to be constantly monitoring pH of the system so that we could start seeing the drop. And we were gonna also start draining some of the 2 million gallon tank into one of our ponds so that we could again start running wells and get the fresh water in there with no caustic in there. So that's what we did. Every 4 hours, I had staff getting pHs from Friday evening till about 11 o'clock, and then Saturday all day, Sunday all day. And by doing that, we were able to start releasing some of the different sections of the area so that they could go back to normal usage.
And how long did you do this month?
We actually we did monitoring till that Wednesday, which again I'm not sure on the day, but it was that Wednesday because everything was released by Monday down in the valley, which was our subdivisions, our residential. The only thing that I could not release for it was the industrial area, because for for whatever reason, we were staying at around a 9.2, 9.3 pH. So by Wednesday, I was able to release them. Mr. Romero spent Monday and Wednesday with me monitoring pH. Again, one of the things that NMED wanted to make sure of is that one, we're being held accountable. They were trusting us, but they wanted to verify. So they were, as we're getting pHs, they were going out there with us, and we were, getting the same pH and talking to the customer and assuring them that the direction we were going was the right direction.
When was Industrial Park ATP back online?
So it was back online by January 20th. It was at the correct dosage for ferric chloride by January 2023, January 23rd, 2024. And we sent samples of all four arsenic facilities the 24th for analysis as a operational control parameter sampling. And by that time we came back and I don't remember the exact reading that we got on that one, but it was, I think it was right at 10.
So on January
24th, 2024.
For the Park ATP
Right.
producing water.
Yeah.
Failure.
And again, the delay on that was equipment. One, when we first got in there in December, me and my staff, we physically took that probe out. We did a calibration of that probe, the one that was reading negative 1.9. And it was determined that that probe wouldn't calibrate with a 4 and 7 pH reagent. It wouldn't calibrate with any, so it was a faulty probe. It might have been you, I'm not sure. So what I did then is I asked CRRUA if they could give me another probe. We did the calibration, we did the installation, we installed it, and it responded the way it was supposed to. The problem was, and the reason we didn't get it online till January is because there was some human-machine interface issues with the communication between the valves and the pumps and everything else. And we need to bring INC solutions in to make sure that, again, I'm one of those that I make sure that the equipment is working as it should, and also to assure that the system is responding as it should. So one of the things that we did is I brought INC solutions on January 9th. We were able to wire the new pumps that they had installed at Industrial to where they operate in manual and auto. We wanted them to work on auto. And then we were able to address a couple of ghost alarms that were in the system for whatever reason. We were able to replace a couple of the valves that control the backwashing and transferring of tanks. And so that had to take place before I could put the system online. So that week of the 24th, when I got that sample, we had already had the system online for about a week and a half and functioning as it should.
So since the time you were brought in by CRRUA to deal with the pH, then have you been on a basis regarding their ATP?
Yes, I started working with a select team that me and Mr. Crosby talked about from CRRUA that have gained the experience in that system. You know, one of the difficult parts of an arsenic treatment facility, it can be automated as much as you want. But when the HMI isn't working as it should, then we have to go into a manual operation of backwashing. And that's not very difficult. It's just a lot of valve turning. We've got approximately 30 valves that we got to set and make sure they're set at the right. So that was part of the initial training, which to me was a very, it was an exceptional training in the sense that it allowed those operators to learn how to operate the system on manual. When push comes to shove and you lose electricity or something, or you lose a function, or you can actually do things on manual. So that was part of it. I worked with Mr. Willie, Tim Willie of NMED, and explained to him because he wanted SOPs right away. And my explanation to him is I can get you the SOPs right away. I prefer to get the systems running and get the staff training, getting it running. And I guarantee you, I'm going to have SOPs to you by no later than the end of the month of January. So he gave us that time to do that. So yes, I had CRRUA staff training with me, and they still continue to train with me. And all the SOPs that I've put together for him was from pH to manual backwashing to chemical adjustments to pH probe removal, pH post calibrations, the log form that they have to fill out daily. All those have SOPs, and all of those they were trained on with a PowerPoint presentation, and afterwards followed through with a test.
So you used two acronyms in your answer. Did you use an acronym?
Human machine interface. So that's the communication between the machine and the equipment out there. And it's telling us what's going on with the chemical, the feed rates. If there's a fault on one of the pumps, it'll tell us that the pump isn't functioning. So it gives us the ability to see something on the screen and then go out there and figure out what the problem might be.
And you use the term SOP.
SOP, standard operational procedure. So that's very common in any field, but I've found it very common in the water and wastewater fields, very effective, very efficient. That was something that I really took pride on when I was with the city of Las Cruces, and I've just brought that over to CRRUA and other municipalities that I've worked with over my time since I've retired. And those give us the ability to give the operator step by step of what they should do in any scenario based on that SOP. Like for instance, pH calibration. It'll explain to them removing the probe, rinsing, using for instance, your raw water coming in, we talked about that being between 6.8 and 7. So there I stayed on there specifically that they've got to use a reagent of 4 and 7. So they'll calibrate with the 4. The hawk readout will tell you, okay, calibration good. And then we'll go to the 7 and it'll give us the same thing, calibration good. If it gives us a calibration not effective, then we got to go back through the process again. If it doesn't calibrate, then we go ahead and remove it. And that's part of what's in the SOP also.
And approximately how many individual SOPs are in place at CRRUA for?
So there is 3 chemically fed arsenic systems. So there is a set of SOPs for each one of the items I discussed, from pH calibration to log forms. The key for the log forms that the operator, whether it be CRRUA or Burdell staff, fills out daily is they're color coded. And the reason that they're color coded, for instance, industrial arsenic treatment facility has 2 pH probes. The first pH probe that you'll see is after treatment, but it should tell us what the pH was based on the adjustment of the caustic, of the sulfuric acid. The final probe is when we add the caustic. So that's different from the Sunland Park facility. So the reason I have those forms color coded is they always know that if it's a different color, that it's in the wrong, and they have it at, for instance, if they have, and I don't remember the colors right off, but if they have the green form at industrial, that should be for Sunland Park. So that they right away see it says Sunland Park. So they'll say that's the right form. So they'll make sure they have the right form. But each one of them has a pH calibration, backwash calibration SOP. They all have the SOPs that are needed for the daily operation of the facility.
So during this administrative proceeding, have you heard testimony that the industrial park AT bypass?
Yes.
And what does it mean for an arsenic treatment bypass?
So in my 37 years of experience and going through the program and going through all the courses, to me, a bypass is when we isolate the arsenic treatment facility and we go around it and not treat the water. So when I hear that we bypassed it, that's what I imagine. Because during the time that this system was offline, the water was going through the arsenic treatment facility. There was just no chemicals being fed. So, you know, I'm not sure how else I can explain it. Is that to me, bypass is different, but because the water was still going through the treatment facility, it just wasn't being treated.
I'm going to ask you some about testing. So are you aware of the testing for arsenic was
Yes, I am. I've been doing it since 2013, and I did it during 2016 and 17. And not the testing, I would do the sampling. But one of the things that we did for the sampling part is we always get a New Mexico lab because they are NMED waters, drinking water bureau certified to do the sampling. Uh, so sampling and testing, I will do, and I'll send to your offense. The actual testing that we do on a daily basis, or actually 3 days out of the week, unless there's an issue that I see that I tell them, you know what, we got to sample every day. For instance, during the time that we were going back online, we were testing every day to see what our adjustments were. Uh, so that, we've used two different types of test kits. There's a hot test kit, which worked very well for a while, and then we had some major issues. And now we're using a quick two test kit that requires 3 reagents like every other test kit. And with those test kits, what we do is we grab a sample, and then we have a reagent that we add. We wait a certain amount of time, and then we're able to add the second reagent. Wait a certain amount of time, then we add the third reagent, which is a reaction reagent, and we put the strip so it'll give us the actual color of the arsenic in the water. So it's a reactive, and based on that, we're able to determine based on a little piece of paper that has a different colors and different levels of arsenic. It's able to give us what the arsenic level is, the estimated level of the arsenic is based on field testing that we do on site.
So let me go back a step. So you explained that there's stamp.
Right.
So so do both NMED and CRRUA take
Yes.
samples from the arsenic and send them
Yes.
for testing?
Yes.
So why don't you explain first?
Okay. Sorry.
So why don't you explain first what sampling is?
Okay. So NMED is required to sample every quarter, and that's in accordance to their regulation, accordance to Safe Drinking Water Act of EPA. And so they're required to test every quarter. So they'll send out their sampler, an NMED compliant sampler, and they'll sample at the 4 different arsenic facilities. Then they will submit those to SLD, which is a contract lab that they use. And then their results will be submitted to the New Mexico Water Watch, and they'll receive a copy. And I'm sure CRRUA will receive a copy, but it's simply they go in with a nitric acid bottle is the preservative for the bottle. They are able to get the sample from the actual compliant sampling point that we've actually gone in there and labeled now. And based on that, they're able to send the sample off, and then anywhere between a week and 3 weeks, they'll get the results, and they'll be put into Mexico Drinking Water Watch. So that's their end of the compliance. That's their way of sampling. What we do is it's a to me it's an operational control sample, and the reason I labeled it operation control sample is simply we are looking at the process and how it's effectively treating. So we send out. Initially, we were sending them twice a month. I think it was from February till June of 2024. After that, we went to once a month, and what we do is I go in there and I do all the proper labeling. I get the chain of custody. I get the proper bottles that are with nitric acid as a preservative. I'm able to do the samples from each compliance site, and then I send those off to Eurofins Albuquerque for analysis. And after that is completed, then they will send me the results. Any results that I get, I will share them not only with CRRUA, the City of Sunland Park board, the CRRUA board, but also with NMED local Las Cruces office. Is that better?
So you have testified that you occasionally use a hot test kit, or you test on a more regular basis. Is that correct?
So for instance, during the event that happened in April of this year, I required staff to sample every day because we were trying to figure out what was changing within the arsenic treatment facility and the water coming in. So based on that, we were testing daily so we could get a feel of what's going on so we can make the adjustments necessary. So there will be times, for instance, if let's say I get a 9 parts per billion on my field test, what would trigger that for me is I got a 9, something has changed, so we're going to do testing. If it's on a Friday, we do testing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, till we can see that there's a trend of it going up, or just it was a value that was, for whatever reason, was a slightly higher value than normal.
And this daily testing, that's when you use the test strips, is
The
that
test
correct?
strips, correct.
So could you find CRRUA Exhibit 20?
Yes,
And are you familiar with this document?
yes,
Did you prepare this document?
yes.
Can you explain what it is, please?
So this is the AWOP document that in I think in October of last year, Mr. Antonio Romero, before that, he had contacted Mr. Crosby and said, look, we got this AWOP program through EPA. And this is a great program for you to be able to, for us to keep, for NMED and EPA to keep a pulse on what the arsenic system is doing. And if for whatever reason you stray higher than normal, EPA and NMED can come in and quickly assist with the matter or address the issue, whatever it might be. So when we met Mr. Romero, he basically showed us what this program was, explained to us what the program was, the importance of it. It was a volunteer program. He goes, but Mr. Crosby is more than willing to volunteer. So I would need for you guys to continue to generate the data. So what I do is every time that there's a compliance sample done by NMED, I will keep an eye on New Mexico Water Watch. And whenever the results come in for all 4 facilities, I enter all the data into the spreadsheet. And that spreadsheet will then generate a graph that'll show you that what the numbers are. For instance, industrial, you can tell that on 1/9/2024, we were at 36 parts per billion. Okay. By 4/3/24, we were at 7 parts per billion. So we're making a trend down. But those 2 numbers still didn't put us in compliance with rolling annual average. But it's an ability to give EPA and NMED a visual of what the system is doing, not only over a year's time, but over 2, 3, 4, 5 years, however long we volunteer for this. And I foresee through doing the AWOP program with NMED and EPA many more years, if not till the system is till EPA is comfortable, NMED is, or they might just say, you know what, based on your effectiveness of what you're doing, we're going to continue to do this, so we can use this as proof as something that was a failure, and now you guys are moving forward and making it a great success.
So just, is it correct that the data that you enter in is from NMED's website based on publicly available documents?
Yes,
And is this exhibit a true and correct copy of the graph that you?
correct. It is true.
I'd like to move to admit.
Objections?
No objection.
Exhibit 20, it's admitted.
So I'm looking at exhibit 28, does it, well, let me back up, I'm sorry. So when you look at the chart on the top and the graph on the bottom, how those 2 visuals correlate?
Yes, they do.
And were you able to take the information graph on the top or the chart on the top and graph?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So it can be hit and miss. It's with the Excel. Excel program, Microsoft Excel, and it takes a lot of attempts to get the graph that I want. One of the things is that Mr. Romero did have a graph, but it didn't have the Y and X axis the way I felt it was good for visuals and to give us the ability. For instance, that red line that you got across is a red line that I've put in there. And I'm sure there's a way to do it in Excel, but it's just my way of doing it and showing what the limit is. But other than that, it can be very easy. Some days I can put numbers together, put them in a graph, and it's ready to go. And some days it's a challenge, but that's something that I take pride on, is making sure that we have great visuals for any report that I have. I'm able to give them a visual of where the numbers are at and the importance of it.
And in looking at this exhibit, which ATP tends to have the highest expedance?
It's an industrial arsenic facility, and the reason for that is this facility, as you can tell there, it's always going to be between 36 and 38 parts per billion coming out of the well. So if there is no treatment, you're going to get a 36, 38. Or if we do an arsenic test of the water coming in, on a field test, we will get 36, 38. So that one's always going to be the highest one. Sunland Park is the next highest, which is 17 parts per billion without treatment. And then we've got Santa Teresa, which borders around 11 and 12 without treatment. And then, of course, the border storage, which is right on the border of Mexico and New Mexico, that is 12.
Were you present for the testimony?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear his testimony that the scale of 10 parts per billion was that CRRUA seemed?
Yes, I did.
How would you respond?
Well, initially, in a system, whether it be water, wastewater, whatever system it is, you got to be careful how you use your chemical. And the reason for that is, for instance, ferric chloride is what we use as a flocculant for our arsenic. But ferric chloride is an iron salt. So if we overdose on ferric chloride, then we're going to have a tendency of having discolored water, because that's going to give us the iron. That could be a problem in the distribution system. So I can say that there has been times that we've been on the edge of 9 and 10, but our goal has always been to be between 7 and 8. And based on what has occurred over the last couple of months, our new target is between 4 and 5. So he might be correct that we have been in the past on the border, but that has never been the intentions of either Bredell or CRRUA to be on that border. It's just a matter of us being cautious of how we use chemical. Because at the end of the day, my goal has always been to give people the best quality water possible when they open their tap.
And of all the arsenic treatment, which one is the hardest below 10?
Industrial is the most difficult one to keep. And the reason for that is, one, we got high demands of water demands based on construction. Two, that does have as you can see here, 36 parts per billion. So we could be using a well at 680 gallons per minute, and based on demand, we could go up to 1480 within 6 hours. So that's where, as a consultant, as an operator, as a level 4 water operator, I gotta try to work with both the chemical feed, the dosage, based on the dosage, and also the water demands that we're getting, because at the end of the day, those are all demands that will create a higher arsenic if we don't quickly address it. But that addressing a high arsenic doesn't happen overnight, and the reason for that is because, anybody that's been certified through the state of New Mexico and is certified throughout the United States, you don't do drastic increases in chemicals. You do between 10 and 15% increase and gradually monitor. You don't change it daily. because then you're going to be chasing your tails and say, well, what adjustment did I make yesterday that worked or it didn't work? So the thing is that even though it bothers me, but I have to be patient with it. But we have to be patient with it to assure ourselves that we're giving the best quality water to the community and not overdosing on it.
So if you had an issue and, oh, no, let me back up. Just generally, how would the chemical affect the water if you aren't effectively being able to address the arsenic? Let me draw that question.
Okay.
Because how does the use of chemicals affect the water quality?
So the effect of, for instance, sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid it will drop the pH. It could drop it to 6, it could drop it to 5, it could drop it to 4. A low pH will then start attacking the copper, start attacking different metals within your distribution, within the residence or the industrial areas. So we got to make sure that that chemical is where it needs to be and not any less. Okay, so sulfuric and caustic have the same effect. Sulfuric will lower the pH to the point that it'll start pulling copper out of the lines and other metals that might be in there. It'll start pulling them into the system, which could be a danger to the community, right? Same thing with caustic. And that's why the additional lead and copper was done based on NMED's requirements, because they said, you know what, you had such a high pH, we're gonna have to make sure that the high pH over that period of time didn't affect the lead and copper. So they addressed that issue by having us do some additional sampling. The ferric chloride is a very aggressive chemical in the sense that if you overdose that chemical, it will start attacking metal and start rusting metal. So the important thing of ferric chloride is that we make sure that the dosage is as accurate as can be, because at the end of the day, for instance, those tanks that we have for the arsenic treatment facility are all metal tanks, and they have been epoxy coated to make sure that they don't get rusted out. But if for whatever reason there's a little pit in that epoxy coating and you're overdosing that ferric chloride to a high level, you could very well corrode that tank to the point that that tank is ineffective. But more importantly, if you're using an enormous amount of ferric because you're trying to stay at 2 or less than 5, there could be consequences. That's why we're constantly monitoring that, because at the end of the day, we could affect the integrity of the arsenic treatment facility tanks, and we could also affect the distribution system based on the ferric chloride being a high iron content, so it'd be a lot of discolored water, iron and manganese in the system. We try to address that by being very careful with the chemical feeds.
Is there a balance between arsenic treatment, overuse of?
Yes, and that balance, like I stated, is the sulfuric and caustic. We can balance that very easily with our pros. Okay, so we have a tight setting where the sulfuric acid is feeding just enough to keep our pH at 6.8 to 7. And at this current time, it will sit right at 6.8. So it feeds the right amount. Ferric chloride, again, we're doing that based on field testing. It's an effective way of doing things, but it can be difficult. And that's why we do the operation control sampling that we do with Eurofins Albuquerque, to make sure that what we're getting on that field test is actually what we're getting on the results. So that's the way we can control the ferric. And we're keeping that arsenic level right around 3 and 4 over the last couple of months. The caustic, again, is the same way. We were able to monitor with a pH, so the caustic will kick on at a certain level, and it'll raise the pH from 7.6 to 8 and back down, and it'll keep at that level. So it's constant, and that's why the importance of that form that they fill out daily, and then that form gets transferred into a spreadsheet that we have for each month that tells us everything that form has is on that spreadsheet.
So why don't you tell me a little bit more about daily form?
So that daily form has the date, the time that they were there, the pH of the different probes. It'll also ask you what the setting of the chemical feed pump for the sulfuric acid is, what the actual feed rate of the pump that is out at the by the chemicals. And then it also asks, and that's for all three chemicals. It also asks how much gallons of chemical you have and how many feet of chemical you have in the tank left. The importance of that is we want to make sure that if we reach close to empty on, for instance, totes that we have for sulfuric acid, and we still have a full tote, that triggers a call to our contractor that brings the chemical, so we never run low on chemical. But for the big tanks, if we reach 50%, that is our trigger that says, you know what, we're at a 50%, we got to order chemical, and they order the chemical, they deliver. Something else that I've implemented also, and it's credit to DICAM and their staff, is they'll come out once a month and they'll check the chemical feed systems to make the chemical storage facilities to make sure that we have the right amount of chemicals. And if they have to schedule delivery quicker than they had expected. So that gives us the ability to do that. Because if you think about it, industrial arsenic, we go from 680 to 1480 gallons per minute. There definitely is a higher demand for chemical usage. So that might have changed based on that change. So they're able to track that. And then the next thing that we have, of course, is for all three pumps, for all three chemicals. And then the next thing we have, we get the actual arsenic field test. And they enter that number there after they do their 15-minute test. And they'll give us the number, let's say it's 4. Okay, so they'll enter the number. And then they got to do a chlorine residual. Chlorine residual we do every day from the water from the well, with the water going on to the distribution system. And that gives us the ability that if for whatever reason the residual drops lower than 4, we operations staff will go ahead and increase the chlorine dosage to bring that level up. So we're always meeting that 4 to 6 parts per million residual. And then we have a differential pressure that we got to monitor. The differential pressure, I think I mentioned it earlier, is the pressure of the water coming in, the back pressure of the tank. If the back pressure reaches 5 PSI, it tells me that we need to backwash that system within 12 hours. So once we get 5, we go in there and we do a backwash. And the backwash allows for the treatment to continue, but we're backwashing individual tanks and not affecting the process. And then we have another part of that form that we have is any work orders that we have, check it off. Did they find something wrong with the caustic? They can check off the caustic, right? This is what happened. This is what contact. And there's a place for comments that they can put either backwash completed, the tank level at this level, or maybe DICAM was here evaluating the level of the chemical feed tanks, whatever it might be, and then their name. All that goes into a spreadsheet that we fill out daily, that I either myself or some of my staff will put in daily, that we can trend what's going on. And for instance, if EPA called today and said, you know what, based on what you're telling about this data, can I get February of 2024? I can basically get the data, send it to them, and they got all the information that I have. If NMED, for instance, when we met Mr. Romero, and I think it was in October, November of last year, he said, you know what, I'd like to see that data. So I was able to send him the data for whatever month he chose. And it allows us to go back and track things to see where they're at, see what's been going on, see how much chemical we've used. It gives us a lot of tools that makes it very effective for myself and also for CRRUA and also for NMED and EPA.
And do you personally review the form every day?
I review it every day. Mr. Crosby and Mr. Filiberto Aguirre will review it. And there has been times, and they, of course, they can't tell me what the discipline was, but based on incomplete forms, whether it be that they didn't enter the date or they didn't enter something, they will talk to their staff and address the issue immediately.
And you, well, does NMED know about this form?
Yes,
How often?
other than Antonio, they're aware of the form because when ERG came in, when NMED issued that audit, that independent audit, ERG was there, Miss Janet Perry and her assistant, Mr. Torres, Mr. Romero, Ms. Littleton, and Mr. Willie were there. And actually, that was the first time I showed them the data of what we were doing and how we were doing.
Are you aware of home testing kits for?
Yes.
And do you believe that could be?
No, and that's
Objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant to the enforcement action before us today.
Ms. Carey?
You know, I believe it goes under this line of questioning, arsenic. Frankly, that allegation has been raised, public comment. CRRUA, and
All right, I'm not sure how much it will weigh ultimately, but go ahead.
so just like when staff does the testing, the 3 reagents have a chemical, that if you get it on your fingers, it could be a carcinogenic, maybe not. I'm not a doctor. But what I can tell you is the strip that detects the color does have mercury bromide, and mercury bromide is a carcinogenic. So with that stated, just like when I do the training for my staff, I'm very specific of the importance of wearing gloves and being very careful with those chemicals because there could be a side effect, outside effect. I'm like I say, I'm not a doctor, but the reality of it is my concern with these home test kits is, first of all, there's probably good intention behind it, but the problem is that all this chemicals, the reagents in the bottles, the strips that are in there is hazardous chemicals. And if you don't dispose of them properly and they get into the wrong hands, it could be dangerous for people, the community, whoever it might be. This reactions that I get in those bottles, we dispose of them properly in the drying bed because that doesn't go into the drain, doesn't go into the ground. That will eventually get tested and sent off to the landfill that's lined. So that's the reason that I have not been in support of that, simply because the control part of it, there's limited control on what can happen based on it being at a home test. Secondly, this home test, if you were to test at your spigot outside, it kind of relates to the point of entry point into the distribution system. But as has happened in the past, if you test inside with this test kits, there could be a false positive. And the reason I say a false positive, because if you were to run 2 tests simultaneously, one at the spigot and one at the shower head, you might get a number here, but you're not going to get a number here. That means that there was some storage of the arsenic in that water heater that you're getting as a result of it being there, because most people, including myself, doesn't flush their water heater every year as expected. So you get buildup of different types of iron and manganese and maybe a little bit of arsenic, whatever it might be. So that's the importance is not only being able to give this test out, but the dangers behind it, the safety behind it. I've always felt that, in my career, my main focal point in my job, whatever I did, was safety was the first thing. And so that's the reason for that is my concern with the mercury bromide of the strip. If you just leave it laying there and somebody gets it and says it's a cute color and does this, I don't know how dangerous it would be within 24 hours or 48 hours or however long, but there is mercury bromide in there.
so I'd like you to turn to NMED's 2023 section.
Okay.
And this has already been admitted, but are you familiar with the inspection report in this?
Yes.
And please turn to page survey, the pages that show significant issues.
Okay, right here. This page here, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and you see that there are eleven.
11.
Actually, you know, I'm just one moment, sorry.
Madam Hearing Officer, by Ms. Carrie finds her page, I just want to clarify that exhibit number 10 is the investigative report from the pH investigation, not the sanitary survey.
But isn't the sanitary surveys attached?
That's incorrect.
It's what?
That's incorrect. The investigative report is what is exhibit 10. The sanitary survey is a different exhibit.
Well,
What exhibit is the sanitary survey?
9.
Exhibit number 9 is the 2019 sanitary survey. And exhibit number 14 is, no, I'm sorry.
That's for number 6 to the exhibit that we sent for the survey report. Standalone exhibit.
I don't believe it's a standalone exhibit. I think it's all.
The sanitary survey report from Ms. Littleton dated December 12th, 2023 is exhibit number 15.
Okay, but it's also an exhibit to exhibit 10. The pages aren't marked exactly, but
Okay, I was
But-
just trying to clarify. the
yeah,
record.
no, that's fine. I appreciate the clarification. Has exhibit 15 been submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, alrighty. So,
So it's 12 or
Number 15 was admitted, 12 was withdrawn.
so if you could go to exhibit 10, and if you could go to the chart that's about 10 pages in, that it's a chart that says CRRUA required corrective page chart. I think that's what you were showing me.
Okay. Yes.
And do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen the chart before?
Yes.
And I'm going to walk through this. So if you can look at the first significant deficiency, which is described as operations staff unfamiliar or lax or process control. Did you assist CRRUA in addressing?
Yes, beginning December of 2023.
And can you explain how you assisted CRRUA in addressing this?
The first thing we did is we did a complete walkthrough through the system to identify the different problems that we saw, and not only that we saw, but that NMED saw. And then I began identifying what the problems were with the system as far as chemical feed pumps, as far as other equipment, noting those down. Another thing that I put together, well, along with the CRRUA staff and my staff, is we were able to get with INC Solutions, which is our HMI SCADA specialist for CRRUA, and we give them a long detail of what alarms were in place and that needed to be addressed. We also noted different things that needed to do, like we had fiber optics that were not effective. They were not working properly. So we did a lot of that with INC, which is our SCADA. We did a lot of that, a lot of things that we needed to do. I developed SOPs, I developed training. The SOPs were developed and we were going through them on a daily basis. And I normally had, it was 2 or 3 from CRRUA with me and my operator, that we were constantly going over the system and finding issues and addressing them. And then CRRUA ensure that operators are tasked with any, yes. So again, they became very familiar with every aspect of the operation, from how to backwash manually, how to if there was an issue with a chemical feed pump, how to troubleshoot that, how to do a manual adjustment to see how the pH probe reacts. The important thing is just like anything else, if you see a pH probe that is sitting right at 6.8, a lot of times what I like to do is go ahead and go into the HMI, put it on hand and increase it slightly to see what it does, see the reaction. So all those things are part of what was developed in the SOPs and part of the training that occurred, so that they can familiarize themselves with the understanding of the treatment process, the importance of it.
And would that explanation also relate to the next eruption?
Yes.
Is there anything you'd like to do how you was addressing that?
Madam Hearing Officer, I would object to this line of questioning. Just in the interest of time, there has been a stipulated partial final order regarding CRRUA's technical compliance with the citations asserted in the amended and second amended administrative compliance order. We're only here today to talk about the penalty assessment, and going through this recitation of compliance is not efficient or in the best interest of time at this point.
Right. I do have the stipulated final order in front of me. Is this productive?
I believe it is, because it's based on that date, and I thought.
And Madam Hearing Officer, I would just point out that NMED's case, as brought out in the testimony that we heard last week, relates to the bad faith related to occurrences of incidents in 2025. And now we are talking again strictly about measures to bring CRRUA into compliance as required by the administrative compliance order, which already has been stipulated to.
Well, and things that occurred in addressing to CRRUA.
All right. Go ahead.
So water system must provide percentage treatment, provide document acceptable to drinking water. Well,
So yeah, so let's go. So let me just rephrase the question. If you look at the second major significant eruptions and treatment process, you testified response to the first deficiency, some of the things you did to assist CRRUA in understanding why there was an interruption in that process. Is there any other information you'd like to add?
So what I'd like to add to that is in August of 2024, we could have had an interruption of treatment based on Mr. Crosby's decision to change out the media of those tanks. So part of the change that has occurred with Mr. Crosby and under my leadership on the water side is that any possibility that there might be an interruption, NMED local office gets notified. For instance, when we're changing the media, there could have been a possibility that something went wrong and we couldn't use the other 2 tanks that we were treating with. So we notified them of that. Was the problem? Did the problem ever occur? It didn't. But one of the things that Mr. Crosby has taken upon himself is anything that might affect it, he will let Mr. Jim Willie, who is his enforcement officer, let him know about the situation via a call or an email, however he decides. So we're already addressing those things because, again, we want to make sure that future we've got a great system in place and communication.
The next item on this is process record. Now you testified about the use of the daily. Are there other actions on CRRUA's behalf to address adequate process control monitoring?
Yes, as I stated earlier, I've got the spreadsheet that data goes into it on a daily basis to make sure that the data is being entered and that we have treatment process control in place. Something else that we actually did with the SOP for the form is they actually have a step-by-step of the form with numbers, and below it is exactly, for instance, number one, got to enter the date for the day. Number two, and again, the date and time are not a problem. It's the other stuff that's important. So if we have a new operator that comes in, of course, we will do training, but if he eventually gets released to do some other work on his own, he has that backup as an ability to be able to fill out that form correctly. And he always has the ability to call myself, Mr. Crosby, Mr. Dosal, or even Mr. Rangel.
The next item on this list is chemical dosage records are insufficient for proper operation. Again, I think you addressed this issue in your previous testimony. Is there any other that you can testify to as to how you helped CRRUA address this of chemical dosage records and are insufficient for proper operation?
Again, that form allows the operator must enter what the dosages are, and based on our spreadsheet, we can. I mean, I can go back and look at the different forms that are at the site, but I can just open my computer, go into our spreadsheet that I share with all of CRRUA, and they can look at because they can't edit, but they can view, and they can look at every feed rate. So if I see a feed rate that's out of whack from the previous day or something, there's definitely something we can look at and address. But it's something that we have the ability to monitor on a daily basis. And again, operators are well aware that for whatever reason the chemical feed rates are different from the previous day, they must contact myself or Mr. Filiberto Aguirre to look into it.
So going on to the next page, there was a significant fee basically about material storage and chemical storage.
Right.
How did you assist CRRUA, or did you assist CRRUA in addressing deficiency?
Yes, we brought in a contractor, NC Services, and they went ahead and replaced the valve. So the valve, it was a ball valve that was not closing properly, probably based on years of it being there. So they were able to change that out and address it.
So with regards to the significant deficiency regarding the emergency response plan, are you aware of CRRUA's 26 emergency?
Yes, part of when I took over the arsenic treatment facility and part of when Ms. Brandy Garcia, now Littleton, took over, there was a lot of documents that needed to be done, and the enforcement response plan was, the emergency response plan was one of them. And I worked directly with Brian, I don't remember what his last name was, who was under Brandy then, and Brandy to get that document completed and approved by NMED.
And that it was approved?
Yes.
Was it approved in 20?
It was approved, I think it was around September, October of 2016.
So do you know why you cited the deficient?
This is my assumption is that there was changes in the requirements of the emergency response plan based on EPA and NMED. So the current plan that we had from 2016 did not meet that. But that's when Mr. Crosby went ahead and contracted Jacobs Robert Fowley to complete the emergency response plan in accordance to EPA and NMED requirements.
That updated emergency response.
I'm just going to reiterate the objection. Again, this is talking about their compliance, which has already been stipulated to and has nothing to do with the penalty assessment and bad faith enhancement that we were here for today.
Same reason.
No, I understand. The objection is overruled just because it, excuse me, could go to their burden to show what steps they took on the way to 2025 in order to prevent the exceedances. Go ahead. We do, Ms. Carey, need a break sometime soon.
Yeah, I just have a few more questions on this before I switch.
All right.
The next significant efficiency goes to an operation. To address this, we have CRRUA.
Insufficient operation and maintenance plan?
Yes,
Yes.
and how so?
And again, it was based on the standard operation procedures that I developed and implemented. And then also, when that facility was built, there was operational maintenance manuals there that are currently in place that staff is aware of, that if there's any issues or any questions, they can go and review those.
And then with the second from the last significant, the inadequate replacement equipment, critical processes. Did you assist CRRUA in addressing that
Yes.
deficiency, and how so?
One of the first things we did is we did complete inventory of the pH probes for all the systems. The one we're talking about is industrial, and we have backups for it. The interesting part about these probes is you can't just get them off the shelf from Texas anywhere else. It's a 6 to 12 weeks, so that's why we keep inventory of them, to assure ourselves that if we were to lose a probe at any point, we have a replacement in place. And if we use one, we go ahead and order another one.
And then the last item, in the administration is unfamiliar with the drinking water regulations. To assist CRRUA in addressing that significant.
I did not assist with this. I think this was something that Mr. Crosby with Mr. Romero and NMED local office were looking at addressing.
This is a good time. Ready for you.
Thank you very much. Let's take 15 minutes, come back at 10:45. All right, it's 10:45. Ms. Carey, please.
Right. Okay, thank you. Were you present for the testimony? Roderick and Littleton. Yeah.
Yes.
And what is the SCADA?
The SCADA system is supervisor control and data acquisition. And basically what the SCADA system allows for the operator to do, or the utility to do, is monitor for instance, the industrial arsenic treatment facility, what the chemical pumps are doing, what the system is doing, what wells are running, It has the ability to monitor the pH based on that going into the SCADA input output boards. So it does allow you to do those type of things, and it will allow you to do if you have a chlorine system in place to monitor the chlorine residual at that time.
And as NMED noted that CRRUA does not yet have.
Yes, they have.
Do you know why it is?
So during the 2023-2024 fiscal year, there was a lot of money that was put into the operation and maintenance of those of those arsenic treatment facilities. And based on what was going on, the expenditures, I mean, they went into the reserves to get those things done. Like for instance, all three arsenic treatment facility, arsenic tanks at industrial were rebuilt, new media put in, and there was a lot of electrical and contractual work that was done in those systems to get them where they need to be a consistent, always running operation. One of the things that Mr. Crosby also did is he brought in Tonka as the individuals to work on those systems because industrial arsenic was built by Tonka. The Sun and Park arsenic system was a Lin arsenic system, and that Lin representative is no longer available. So that system was converted to a Tonka. So at this current time, the new fiscal year, that's when Tonka is going to be coming in and putting in the new controller for Sun and Park arsenic in the SCADA system for the whole entire arsenic treatment facility. And that's going to give according to Mr. Crosby's directive, is that's going to give CRRUA and Bredell the ability to monitor that via an iPad 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Any alarms that come up will come to our phone, and then we can look at that iPad and identify what the alarm is, and then we can contact the person on standby to address the issue, or one of the double floors or myself will go out there and address the issue. But my understanding is it's more financial based on the amount of money that was spent getting things back into where they needed to be to get the systems running by January.
But it's your
Yes, in fact, we had a meeting approximately 2 weeks ago, finalizing some of the details on what's being done. In fact, they've already, and I'm not very good, but they've already installed, or they're installing the modems at the different systems in preparation for that.
And during the test, Roderick and Littleton tried how.
Yes, for the exception of one item that Ms. Littleton brought up, is that SCADA systems allow you to monitor for arsenic levels, and that there's a testing equipment for that. At this current time, and my ability to do a little bit of research and also to talk to one of the vendors that does a lot of this online systems for SCADA, at this current time, there is nothing that is out there in the market for arsenic testing. And, my opinion on it is the reason for that is because of the 3 reagents that it requires to do. For instance, chlorine requires 1 reagent. pH requires just, calibration periodically, and then the pH probe does its work. With arsenic field testing or arsenic testing online, you would have to have 3 different types of reagents within a holding period so it'll actually monitor that. So at this current time, with and I can't remember the gentleman's name, I have his card, but there's nothing for testing arsenic or SCADA systems.
So I would like you to turn to NMED. And are you familiar?
Yes. So this document is from Eurofins Albuquerque, and it's for samples that I sampled for as part of our operational control parameters. And it shows that we sampled on 423. They received them on 424, and I think that the one in question is the industrial on 423, where we got a 12 parts per billion, which is above the 10 parts per billion.
So you just specified that the sample was,
Yes,
and when did you receive the report?
I received the report the 30th or the 1st. They generated on the 30th, so I'm not sure if it was the 30th or the 1st.
Did you provide this report to?
As I do for any report that I receive, I will report it. I will send them to CRRUA, their board, their chair and vice chair, and then NMED local office.
Do you recall the date you sent these staff?
I would say if I got this the 30th or the 1st, I probably sent it the 2nd or the 3rd.
And, if you can go to the page of the report that shows the test,
Yes,
what did
it shows 12. It shows 0.012 milligrams per liter, but in EPA standards, as far as how they want the numbers represented, is 12 parts per billion.
it was? Sorry,
It's 12 parts per billion.
12 parts per
Right.
and putting aside the issue of the running average is 0.12 parts per billion.
It is an exceedance of the MCL, but this is not a compliance sample. This is an operational control. Yes,
And so CRRUA ordered this.
yes,
Did NMED require you to?
no,
So it was just a voluntary.
correct. And that's,
Why did CRRUA?
and again, one of the things that we want to try to do is add transparency to what we're doing, whether it be a 12 parts per billion or 3 parts per billion, but it's more of us being able to monitor the system and its functionality with chemical dosage and what's going on with increase of flows or decrease of water flows. So it's monitoring the pulse of the system to assure that we are meeting the requirements.
So from an operational perspective, what do you believe?
So in April, we started getting a lot more construction. We had the wall going up. We had solar farms going up. So we went from 680 gallons per minute going into the system to about 1,480 gallons per minute from one day to the next. And again, me being a cautious operator, wanting to provide the quality of water, I had the ferric chemicals extremely tight as far as the highs and lows. So when it went to from 680 to 1,480, the adjustment was good, but it wasn't to the level it should have been. So based on our operational control, having this test result gives us the ability to look at things, because in all honesty, if you look at the test result on our spreadsheet and on the log sheet, we did get a 4 parts per billion on the field test, but when we actually tested, it was 12. So we did have an issue with the hot test kits, and we've since changed, as I mentioned earlier. But that's our way of monitoring the system and assuring that whatever is going on, we can address to assure that we continue to stay in compliance when the compliance sample comes in, or even after we make an adjustment, and assure that the requirements are met and we're staying below the 10 parts per billion MCL.
So, and you just testified that you took a field test, 4 parts per billion.
Correct.
When was that field test?
That was taken that day. So
The same day.
the same day. So I was surprised, but again, I was surprised, and after I'm reviewing the data, I'm thinking, okay, well, we got a 680 gallons per minute the day before. And Sunday we went up to 1,486 gallons per minute. And so I started making adjustments after that test result, which, you know, of course, 423, I got the results on 430. So I started making adjustments after I got the results. But again, as I stated earlier, I am not going to over adjust things for the sake of trying to get, I gradually make the changes so that we continue to provide safe drinking water.
Are you familiar with the term average?
Yes.
What does that?
So one running annual average, they take 4 quarters of compliance testing. So for instance, if I were to look at this data here, if I were to use the 1/9/2024 and 10/22/2024, that 36 will, even if I have good numbers on the other 3 quarters, that 36 will still keep us above the MCL. So until I can meet the requirements of being below 10 parts per billion, even if I get a 14 or 15 on 1 quarter, but everything else is low, it will keep me below the 10 parts per billion. So it allows the operators in the system a little bit room for error based on a hiccup in the system, what I could consider, or, you know, a little event like what happened here with an increase in flow, so that you stay in compliance, even though you might have a higher number above the MCL, but based on your 4 quarters, you're still in compliance to the running annual average. You're still in compliance with EPA and NMED drinking water.
And even though this test that was taken on April 23rd was not operational, that result was of the average.
No, because that is not a compliance sample by NMED. It is simply a operational control sample.
But what if it were
It would have put us at approximately 8.6 parts per billion in that area.
So when you're looking at arsenic test, does the term acute or chronic, is it ever used to describe it?
Yes. So acute can be dangerous to a human being if we're dealing with 100 parts per billion. It's an instant. You could have vomiting and other side effects based on that. So, and it's short term. Chronic, if you're the 12 and 14s, there could be side effect, but it's long term. And what we have here with a running average.
I'm going to object to this testimony, Madam Hearing Officer. He is going into the health effects, and I don't believe he's been qualified as a public health expert. And it was the same objections that were raised regarding NMEDs.
I do remember that discussion, Ms. Carey.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to explain his understanding of acute or chronic.
I don't believe that foundation has been laid. He has been testifying about his understanding of the public health effects, and he is not qualified as a public health expert.
So I do remember a part of the discussion when we were here earlier in September as to what the regulators understood from the EPA guidance. If we were to lay that foundation, perhaps.
If his testimony is based on his understanding of the EPA guidance, I think that's a different question than what he's been asked and what the testimony that has been offered is.
All right. Do you understand the line I'm trying to draw?
Yeah. So are you familiar with any EPA guidance?
I'm familiar with the EPA guidance of arsenic testing of water and wastewater.
So through your review of a guidance, have you across the term acute or chronic?
Yes.
And then in what kind?
So in reviewing the document, when we're looking at acute states, that when you're looking at 100 parts per billion, again, I will tell you that I have no experience in medical or anything, but just based on documents and what I understand is acute is anything over 100 parts per billion could cause instant issues with an individual.
And that opinion based on what you've learned from EPA
And
guidance,
EPA guidance.
but you're not testifying the public health effects.
No, I'm not, because I have no background in that. And I guess the point that I wanted to make up with the chronic is the chronic, for instance, this 36 that we had on this AWOM, that could be an issue for an individual, but it would have to be long-term. So basically with the chronic.
I'm going to
states on
object
EPA
again. He's going beyond the scope of the EPA guidance and offering this type of testimony.
Okay, so again, this goes to what you understand from EPA guidance.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm simply stating is what EPA has stated on their document is that chronic is a long period of time. So at 36 and 15 and 6 and 8 are not going to create based on EPA statement, they will not create an acute issue that's instantaneous, but a chronic that'll be over a long period of time.
And I believe you touched on this, but from an operational view, was the main way you would attempted to address this issue, was it through trying to adjust the?
Correct. And again, I want to emphasize that most operators in the field, including myself, is not going to drastically increase chemical feed to achieve the goal of a low arsenic, because things can change over a 24-hour period. For instance, from 680 to 1480, if I were to have over adjusted the chemical for the 1480 and the next day the flow demand drops, they go back to 680. It's one of those things that I could create an issue within the system based on increased in ferric. So I've always done operations where we increase chemical by 10-15%, and we monitor it for a day and possibly 2 days, and then slowly make that adjustment to make sure we meet the requirements.
And how did you determine that 10?
So basically, I remember correctly, the chemical feed pump was, let's say it was about 268 mils per minute. So I went ahead and increased it to 168 to 282. So a gradual increase to see how it would respond.
So can you turn to NMED exhibit 20? And are you familiar?
Yes.
And can you explain?
So this document was based on a report generated on 5/12/2025. And again, I did our operation compliance samples for the 3 chemical lead arsenic systems. And I think the number you want to look at was that we still remained at 12 parts per billion. It was below the 14 parts per billion that NMED had reported on whatever day, maybe in the 7th. So it was still at 12 parts per billion. And again, this is above the MCL of 10, but adjustments were being made.
And so when you received this test result, what operational you take best?
we continue with the increase of chemical and to assure ourselves that we're getting below the level, and we're still producing a lot of, or treating a lot of water going through the system to meet the demands of the construction and, of course, the community.
And were you surprised that there was still an exceedance with salt from the third or the sampling next? Were you surprised that there was still an exceedance?
I was surprised and disappointed because we had made several adjustments during that time from the time we got the initial report of on 4:30, we had made several adjustments, but again, that was 6 days of adjustments every other day. So it's not surprising, but it was disappointing.
And do you recall the day you received?
It was Friday the 12th, and I probably sent it to everyone. It all depends on when I receive it. If I get it at 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I'm not in the office, I'll send it the following day, but I would probably send it the 13th.
So is it your pattern and practice to distribute their test results the day following?
Whether good or bad. That's my intention.
Did you order this test on?
I did, and this was part of the May sampling for the month. And again, I was hoping that the numbers would come below.
Did NMED require?
No,
And why did CRRUA conduct this voluntary test when you were already sitting on it?
because that result was for the month of April. And just based on the result that we received in April, I wasn't gonna sample later on to try to get a lower result. You know, again, I'm being transparent with what I do, and I'll be honest, it does bother me to send these samples when they're above the limit, but that's the ethical thing to do to make sure that whether we're low or high, we send them out and you know, like I told people, I follow the sword and move on and make the adjustments needed to address the issue.
And so this was your regularly scheduled
Yes.
test operational
Yes.
testing.
And
You should answer it. You should wait until I finish the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this was part of your regular operational.
yes, and at no time do I have a date that I could have sent them out the middle of May. But I felt it was important based on the results that I got in April that I send it off as soon as possible based on adjustments that we had made.
Did this result in a violation?
No, because it wasn't a compliance sample.
So if the track to the are you familiar?
Yes.
Can you explain what this?
So this comes out of their New Mexico Drinking Water Bureau, their New Mexico Water Watch. So what you got to do is you've got to enter your water system ID number, and then you can go into the Water Watch and you can look at the different chemicals based on name. And what they're looking for here was the arsenic, and this is for the industrial facility. And the number that they got was a 15 milligram, 0.015 milligrams per liter, or 15 parts per billion for their test result that I think they took on May 7th.
But this document,
It doesn't. It was short on the previous page. It was short date.
is it your recollection?
I'm almost positive, but
And so is this a screenshot?
I think it is.
You just testified those, and
Correct.
did this result in violation?
No, because we did
I'm
not.
going to object to this. It's been well established through multiple witnesses and cross-examinations and direct examinations that the test results before Mr. Lopez today did not establish a violation of the drinking water regulations, nor of the running annual average. This testimony is repetitive and should be limited for that reason.
Okay, so I understand other witnesses have addressed it, but I think Ms. Carey can address it with Mr. Lopez. Go ahead.
No further questions. So after the 2 voluntary tests initiated by CRRUA and the orderly, after those tests, at some point did the MCL for arsenic industrial park drop below 10?
I'm going to object to this testimony as being irrelevant. Again, this has nothing to do with the penalty that was assessed and described in the second amended administrative compliance order, which we are here for today.
This testimony clearly goes to what occurred after the results in action.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
There's subsequent remedial measures and not relevant to the penalty that was assessed that we are here to discuss.
I think it's relevant to the issue of bad faith.
Yeah.
That there was plenty of testimony on it.
Okay, so thank you. The objection is overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Carey.
Do you understand the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So there were the 2 voluntary testing
Right.
by CRRUA, the clients,
Right.
quarterly test. So after that test, did the MCL for arsenic industrial park drop below?
The MCL remained below 10 parts per billion at that point because we had already reduced it to 10 parts per billion in February, I think. So even with that 15, we remained at 8.9.
But I'm just talking about just the sample.
Oh, yes.
The sample
Yes.
itself. You know when you first saw test result that below 10?
First one that we saw was January 24th, 2024. We were at 10 parts per billion.
I'm not talking about the
Okay.
running. I'm talking about after the 2 voluntary tests.
Yes.
After NMED's test, when was the next test taken, initiated by?
My apologies on that. Yes, it was taken approximately May 21st, and the result of that test was 7.9 parts per billion.
And who conducted that test?
I conducted the sampling and Eurofins Albuquerque conducted the analysis.
Would you use the term special test to describe it?
Actually, that was a special test for industrial arsenic facility, yes.
And why did you have a special?
The reason I had a special test taken is because we had already done our monthlies for the month, but more importantly, because we had 2 high numbers and a third with the compliance sampling, that this was a special sample that I wanted to make sure that it was noted as that as a special operational control to assure ourselves that we were below the 10 parts per billion based on chemical adjustment.
So when you had this test taken, you were hopeful that it would be below 10, but you didn't know until you got the results. And so, can you, based on the voluntary test, the compliance test, and then the results of the special test, what was the time frame under which industrial showed an exceedance?
I would say, I'm not sure on the calendar, I think 23rd is when we sample the first one. 7 days plus, I don't know, 29, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at a calendar too.
but approximately
Yes,
days less than a month.
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as CRRUA. And CRRUA exhibit. Are you familiar with the document?
Yes.
Can you explain the document?
This document is the sampling that I completed on 6/10/2025.
And is this a true and correct copy of the document you just described?
Yes, it is.
Like to
Objections?
Yes, NMED objects to the introduction of CRRUA's exhibit number 25 because, again, it is a subsequent remedial measure and not relevant to the penalty calculation before this tribunal today.
All right, so Ms. Carey, I'll accept it as part of an offer of proof and figure out how to weigh it later. I understand what you're trying to do.
Thank you. So can you go to the portion of what does this exhibit show test industrial?
Correct.
Can you show what the test for arson?
The test results for arsenic was 7 parts per billion.
What day was it?
The sample was taken on 6/10/2025 at 10:55, and they received it on 6/11/2025.
What day?
The report, I would have probably received it on, see, this is one where probably received it on 6/16, but I might have not gotten it out to everybody until 6/17 based on when they generated the report, but I'm not sure.
And did you, is it your recollection that you followed your normal practice to CRRUA board?
And NMED compliance office in Las Cruces.
And do you send these reports to you?
I do. We have, ever since our inspection that took place in, I'm not sure what date that was, what month it was, but ever since then, they've asked me to include them in the reports that we send out.
So I'd like you to look at our CRRUA exhibit, please. Are you familiar with
Yes. So this is the document of samples that I collected on 7/1/2025 at industrial at 7:08 in the morning. And they received the samples on 7/2/25 and 9:40. And the result on that one was a 3.6 parts per billion of arsenic in the system.
And is this a true and correct copy of the document?
Yes, it is.
Described? I'd like to.
Same objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, this is several months actually at this point after the penalty assessment and irrelevant to the penalty assessment in this matter.
All right, I understand. The objection is handled by me accepting it as part of an offer of proof.
And again, can you tell us what the result was for industrial park? I think you may have.
Okay, the test results for industrial on that day of the sampling was 3.6 parts per billion.
And I'd like to look at CRRUA exhibit, please.
Okay.
Are you with this?
Yes, I am. So this is the document of the sampling that I did on 8/11/2025. On my chain of custody, I put the wrong month.
Oh, and
We were 8/11/2025, and that's why you can see that the date received was 8/12/2025. Okay, And the result for that facility, for the industrial arsenic facility, was at 2.9 parts per billion.
And is this a true and correct copy of
Yes.
collective?
Same objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This report is now approximately 3 months after the penalty assessment in this case and irrelevant to this matter.
All right, thank you. I'll accept it as part of an offer of proof.
And Mr. Lopez, have any additional been taken at CRRUA's arsenic treatment plants since the August 14th?
Madam Hearing Officer, I would raise the same objection again. This is irrelevant.
Your objection is noted. Go ahead, Ms. Carey.
Can you answer that?
Yes, I brought in a sample on the 2nd of September, and the analysis were received, I think, last week, and the analysis for industrial was 3 parts per billion.
Do you recall was a report generated?
The report was generated and it was sent out to everyone, including NMED, local office, and EPA.
And are you aware of whether NMED conducted a quarterly sample?
Yes,
Same objections, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Your objection is noted. Go ahead.
Do you recall what that?
it was 3 parts per billion.
And how and find that result on Water Watch, or how do you know that result?
I searched it on Water Watch, and as soon as it came out on Water Watch, I check it twice a day, every day once they take it. And as soon as they do that, I complete the AWOP report, and I will submit that to NMED, CRRUA board, vice chair and vice chair, and EPA.
And you know the total number of arsenic collected?
I think the number I heard was like 102.
Does that sound correct to you?
That sounds correct. I mean, we've done a lot of self-sampling and analysis on things. Just again, we want to build this transparency with the utility and also to assure us that we're doing the right thing for our CRRUA and Burdell.
And how many of these tests showed in uh,
6.
resulted in?
0.
Did you hear testimony in this proceeding about NMEDs conducting arsenic or what?
Yes, I did.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. We've already established that that test wasn't for compliance purposes. It was not used in the penalty calculation and is therefore irrelevant to the assessment of civil penalties at issue here today.
So what's your objective?
I'm just trying to establish Mr. Lopez's opinion, the appropriate.
And again, that's irrelevant because it doesn't go to the penalty calculation.
All right. Overruled. Go ahead.
So did you hear the,
Yes.
and how did you learn personally?
I was at home watching the news, and Fox News came on and said that NMED had reported that we had exceeded 1 sample out of, I don't know, 15 at Love's, and that we were again non-compliance with the arsenic system at industrial. Well, on our system, it didn't even say industrial.
So NMED did not before.
No.
You were trying to assess water quality for a public waters. Would you test it a power of a stuff?
No, as I stated earlier, one of my concerns is that a water heater boiler, a shower head that can build up.
I'm just going to object again for the record that because this test was not used for compliance purposes. And I think the question mischaracterizes that, and he's answering that question.
All right, so just keep that in mind if you would.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, no, I would personally not do something like that as a level 4 certified operator for the basic reason that there are unknown possible contaminants in a water heater, boiler, shower head. Just like you don't do an E. coli sample in a inside of a home of a sink or a shower head because it can be a false positive. Same thing with arsenic. If you do that inside, there could be a false positive. If NMED would have wanted to get a better idea, which I did the following week, I went and sampled on a hose bib outside of Love Struck stop, and it came out at, I think it was 0.6 or 6 parts per billion.
So were you present for both the testimony? I believe you've already, but let me. Were you present for the testimony?
Yes.
For all of their testimony?
Yes.
And did you hear their testimony that they believe that CRRUA has a bias? Well, it's not.
Yes. Do I believe it, or did I hear them say?
Did you hear them?
Yes.
Testimony.
To object that mischaracterizes the testimony from Mr. Roderick and Ms. Littleton.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Ms. Carey?
Those quotes are based on notes we took during, we don't have a transcript.
Okay,
We actually attempted to get.
I do remember that was the sense of it. Let me put it that way, and just understand that we don't have exact quotations from them.
And did you hear their testimony that only when the CRRUA gets caught that it takes action?
Yes, that's what they stated.
Do you agree with these?
That might have been the sort of the past, but I can honestly tell you, Mr. Crosby here, and in the direction he's taken and the changes that he's made within the system, along with what Burdell has done with SOPs and everything else, I think it's very unlikely that they would return back to non-compliance.
And you testified about SOPs, WAP program. Are there any other operational practices that CRRUA you haven't already testified?
You know, I can honestly state that we've got everybody from compliance, local office in Las Cruces, from Mr. Willie to Mr. Antonio, Mr. Randy Lotan, and Mr. That they're, if we have any questions, they're willing to assist with it. We have EPA Region 6 that have been very positive in assisting us with any questions that we might have. We have a new director that does not settle for mediocrity, and that's based on what I've seen. There's been a lot of positives that's taken place based on his actions and also based on what he expects.
And do you think CRRUA staff what type of job do you think CRRUA staff generally is doing now?
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation and again is irrelevant to the penalty assessment.
I understand. Mr. Lopez, if you would base any response you have on your personal observation.
I'm extremely confident because one of the things that I do is I review data on a regular basis. And if there's any issues that with the data based on the logs, I can talk to the staff and they realize that they've got there was something that they missed and they'll correct it. They're responsive. One of the things that I feel very confident about, if there is an issue that comes up when they're out there in operations, Saturday, Sunday, whenever it is, they're quick to make a call to me. Mr. Aguirre was the operations manager, and to address the issue. And if it's something that we can address over the phone, we do it. If it's something else, then the appropriate step will be taken to get somebody out there. But they're very responsive, very responsible. And that's my personal opinion of what I've seen.
I have no further question.
Okay.
Ask the witness. But
All right, thank you. One thing, Mr. Lopez, you were using the acronym AWAP, AWAP.
Yes.
Would you please tell me what that stands for? I missed it.
And I knew you were going to ask for that. That is, I have a problem with acronyms except for SOP and some others. It is,
I could ask you
Okay,
if that, if I told you that acronym area-wide optimization
Yeah.
program with area-wide
Yeah.
optimization program, would you agree?
yes.
thank you very much. Ms. Nixon, do you have questions of Mr. Lopez?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning,
Good.
Mr.
Happy
Lopez.
birthday again.
Thank you very much. You are currently a consultant for CRRUA. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you have filled the role as a consultant off and on for CRRUA for the past 10 years. Did I understand that correctly?
I have been a consultant for CRRUA past 10 years.
Specifically in their water distribution system.
I've been in that, yes.
And so it's my understanding that you, over those 10 to 15 years that you've been consulting for CRRUA, you have consulted both for the water distribution system as well as the wastewater treatment system.
Yes.
And I believe I heard your testimony this morning that you began consulting for the public water distribution system in 2016. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And the purpose of that consulting in 2016 was to assist CRRUA into come into compliance with an administrative compliance order that had been issued. Is that correct?
On the wastewater side, that's correct.
In 2016, you also consulted for the water distribution system. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of the consulting for the water distribution system in 2016 was to help CRRUA attain compliance. I believe that was his testimony this morning.
I thought so too. Would you clarify that, please?
But Ms. Nixon is specific.
I did not ask about the compliance order in that question.
All right, just repeat your question.
Mr. Lopez, would you mind clarifying for us the purpose of your consulting with the water distribution system for CRRUA in 2016 was to assist CRRUA to come into compliance, I believe were your words.
Yes, in 2016, I was asked by the director if I could look into the system.
And that was early 2016, is
That
that
was
right?
early 2016, yes.
Mr. Lopez, are you aware that in June or July 2016, CRRUA was issued a administrative compliance order for arsenic exceedances and failure to notify the public in relation to its public water distribution system?
And overruled, go ahead.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that when Brandy Lipton came into that office.
And so that was after you started consulting for CRRUA, is that correct?
That was, yes,
Thank you. And in your role as a consultant for the public water system, you provide technical guidance and assistance for their arsenic treatment systems, treatment plants. Is that correct?
at this current time I do, yes.
And in 2016, was that the same thing you were doing?
In 2016, I started doing that also.
And you testified that you currently have a water supply level 4 for water distribution system certification.
That's correct.
And you've held that certification since 1990?
Yes,
That's the highest level of certification that one can attain in New Mexico for water distribution systems, correct?
that's correct.
And in 2016, you did not recommend that CRRUA implement standard operating procedures, did you?
In 2016, I was asked to get the system operational.
But you did not recommend standard operating procedures, did you?
In 2016, I put together a log form that they were to use for the operation of the system.
You did not put together standard operating procedures at that time, did you?
No, but that was not a requirement by NMED.
And testified that through your experience in working for the city of Las Cruces, standard operating procedures are, for lack of better words, standard across many industries.
Yes,
And are you familiar with the comprehensive performance evaluation results performed by ERG in 2024?
most definitely.
And according to those results, the log sheet that you prepared was not prepared until just before that CPE, correct?
That log sheet was put together in January of 2025.
So that log sheet was not prepared by you in 2016 when you consulted.
Yes, but then it was a different log sheet based on, there was two systems and they were different, but it was not in the detail that this one is now based on me wanting to be more detailed in what they're doing out there so that we can address any issue that's out there.
So the standard operating procedures that you've discussed with us, those were not prepared until approximately February 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
So those were not prepared during your consultation in 2016. They also were not prepared after the 2019 sanitary survey, correct?
No, but it wasn't part of the water distribution system.
But they weren't prepared at that time.
I'm assuming not.
Okay. And they weren't prepared before the notices of violation that are described in the administrative compliance order we're here for today were issued, were they?
For which compliance?
Objection.
I can clarify that question. Mr. Lopez, are you aware that NMED issued a number of notices of violation related to the pH issue that you've described for us, the arsenic levels, and the public notice failures by CRRUA between December 23 and January 24?
I'm familiar with them, yes.
And at the time that those NOVs were issued, CRRUA did not have standard operating procedures, correct?
No, but at that point, my focus was that I needed to get the system running and meeting compliance rather than having a piece of paper to direct people because I've taken full operation control of the system.
And going back to the log sheets, those were not revised and updated to provide the meaningful information that you've now included until 2024 or 5?
Actually, those log sheets were completed and being used by January 2024.
When did you develop those log sheets?
Those were developed in 2016. It just required major modification.
When did you modify those log sheets?
What's that?
When did you modify those log sheets?
Objection. Let him finish.
I believe he had answered my question.
He was trying to give you the rest of his answer. Go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
So in 2016, I did put a general log for them together, but in working with NMED during the inspection, and we realized that we needed to incorporate more information. So we incorporated more information again so that we had a more effective and sustainable log sheet for better operation of the facility. So it was revamped towards the end of December 2023 and finalized in 2024, early 2024 January.
Do you recall Miss Littleton's testimony that you trained operators for CRRUA after the 2024 administrative compliance order was issued?
Yes.
Should those operators have been trained to operate the arsenic treatment plants before 2024?
I'm assuming they should have been, but I had no control over that. I did what I could in 2016.
And shouldn't those operators have been trained after the sanitary surveys identified significant deficiencies?
What date, what year?
The 2019 and 2023 specifically.
They should have been, but I'm not sure why it wasn't done.
We just know they were not until after the administrative compliance order.
I'm not sure.
You didn't train them until after the administrative compliance order, 2024 administrative compliance order was issued.
I did my training in January 24 on the SOPs that I developed in 2024.
You testified earlier this morning that the arsenic treatment plants were back online and operating by January 20th, 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the arsenic level at the industrial park treatment plant in January 2024?
10 parts per billion.
I'm going to direct your attention to CRRUA's exhibit number 28 in front of you.
Which one?
28.
G8. Oh,
You were reviewing it with Miss Carey earlier this morning.
oh, this one here, yes. Sorry about that.
And looking at the table at the top, I see there's a sample date that says January 9th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And if I go 3 columns over to the industrial park treatment plant, what was the parts per billion at the industrial park treatment plant according to this table?
The compliance sample that NMED took on that day was a 36 parts per billion.
That's
Yeah.
much greater than 10 parts per billion, isn't it?
Yeah, by a difference of 26.
Okay, so in January 2024, when before the industrial park treatment plant came back online, their arsenic levels were 36 parts per billion, not 10 parts per billion.
This is a compliance sample. You asked me what I had when the system went back online on January 24th, 2024. When I sent that sample, the result that I got on our operational control sample was 10 parts per billion.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that I have the dates clear. On January 9th, it was 36 parts per billion.
Correct.
And your testimony is by January 20th, it was at less than 10 parts.
January 24th.
January 24th.
Correct.
So in a matter of 15 days, you reduced the arsenic at the industrial park treatment plant by about 26 parts per billion.
That's correct, because that's when the system went online. Again, I stated that the system went online fully for operational treatment a week and a half before the 24th, because we had some issues with, as I stated earlier, the HMI and some equipment that we had to bring in ISC solutions and get them under procurement to get those addressed.
And so you brought the arsenic levels down to that compliance level to 10 parts per billion in less than a week and a half.
That might be correct.
And you testified that you've done work with CRRUA since 2024 to bring their arsenic treatment plants to have them be automated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And monitoring of certain contaminant levels can also be automated, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
And it's my understanding that monitoring or alert systems for certain levels of contaminants can be automated, correct?
Yes, some can.
You explained that you learned from CRRUA that the water that was going through treatment plants was not being treated, correct? In 2023.
That's correct.
And what was your reaction to learning that information?
Disappointing because, again, I had worked really hard from 2016 to 2017 get them compliance, but I had control over it. So,
do you have any reason to disagree with the testimony by the NMED witnesses that they were told those treatment plants had been offline and not treating water for over a year.
Not being involved in that side of it, if that's what was stated by CRRUA, then that's correct.
And based on the results, the compliance sample results in January 2024, those were all above 10 parts per billion at all 4 plants, correct?
That's correct.
And does that lead you to believe that they had been offline for a significant period of time?
That simply leads me to believe that when those samples were taken, that the system was not in operation. But I can't tell you if it was a week, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months, or a year. It just tells me that at that current time when they sampled, that those results were not, that the arsenic was not being treated on those systems.
You testified that it was possible to sample for arsenic levels every day if necessary. And in fact, that CRRUA used more sampling from January until June 2024, correct?
We did additional sampling that we sent to NMED, but we also did field testing based on whatever was occurring. Now, NMED has part of the review of the standard operation procedure for the arsenic testing. They have stated that they are fully satisfied with getting it tested Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's from Mr. Tim Whitley. Our chlorine is tested.
I just asked a little bit of a different question.
Okay.
When you started working with CRRUA in 2024,
Mhm.
you testified that CRRUA was more frequently performing those voluntary test results for arsenic. Is that correct?
Yes.
And starting in June 2024, you decreased the number of samples being taken for arsenic, correct?
We decreased the amount of sampling that I submitted to Eurofins for analysis.
So you decreased the amount of sampling.
Yes, because this sampling is not required from NMED or anybody else. It's just a matter of.
That's fine, Mr. Lopez. I'm just trying to.
Please let the witness answer.
Yeah, let him finish.
It was a yes or no question. Please finish your answer.
This is not a requirement by NMED, EPA. It's just a matter of us being able to keep a pulse on the compliance on our operation of the system.
Why did CRRUA decrease the number of samples that it was taking in June 2024?
Because we had a better control of what the system was doing, and we had automated the system enough that we were confident.
Is it fair to say that CRRUA believed it had achieved compliance by June 2024?
No,
Is it fair to say that CRRUA believed it was on the road to compliance by June 2024?
I believed in January 24th, 2024, that we were on the road to compliance.
And so you decreased sampling in June 2024 because CRRUA was confident that it would maintain that compliance.
Objection, mischaracterizing. Basically putting.
All right, so just rephrase if you would, please.
Mr. Lopez, am I understanding correctly from your testimony that in January 2024, you believed CRRUA was achieving compliance?
By January 24th, 2024, I knew we were achieving compliance.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
going to take several quarters to meet an industrial, but the others were. But my decision in June was not because we're achieving compliance, because we had CRRUA staff and Burdell staff had a better understanding of the system. And we were able to do field testing that was adequate for what we needed.
And you were confident in that?
Objection, putting words into the witness.
That was his testimony.
I don't recall that.
I don't remember that he used the word confident. If you would just ask him, were you confident in that?
Were you confident in the efforts that CRRUA was making to maintain compliance in June 2024?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention back to CRRUA's exhibit number 28, which I believe you have in front of you.
Yes.
And looking at the chart, actually, let me backtrack. When did you first create this graph?
This was created by EPA, or a version of this was created by EPA as part of their AWOP program. Mr. Antonio Romero, which is NMED compliance for Las Cruces office, when we met with him, asked that if I could continue filling this graph out, modifying it however I wanted, and then submitting it to him every time they did a compliance sample.
And when was that?
I would say it's October 2024.
Okay. And why was this not created and used by CRRUA before October 2024?
Because it was not an option that was presented to CRRUA by NMED or EPA during that time.
How long has EPA had the AWOP tool?
I'm not sure.
Longer than October 2024? That was not asked to me.
I'm not sure.
Have you been maintaining this graph, for lack of a better word, since October 2024?
Every quarter, I get the data from Mexico Water Watch, and I enter the data and I submit it to CRRUA, CRRUA board, NMED, Antonio Romero specifically, because that's his, and EPA.
And this graph, when I look at it as a layperson, seems to show me some trending lines about arsenic levels and where they've been and where they're headed.
So you can tell that the first, when Mr. Crosby and Antonio talked about this, that they're going to volunteer into the program, the first data point they had was a 36, 17, 12, and 11, which was above the value of arsenic of 10. And since then, they've been below, for the exception of the sample in May that was 50.
And if I follow the green line, which represents the industrial park arsenic treatment plant, correct?
That is correct.
And if I follow that green line, starting in about January 2025, that line is starting to slant upwards again. Is that correct?
No, this, based on the data points that you have, you just have data points. So all it's going to show is those points. For instance, 1.9 shows you that point. And we didn't trend down drastically on 4/1/2024, because you remember the number that I had was 10. And what it's showing here on industrial is showing a 7. So it's just data points. So it wasn't trending up from February to March. That's where the data point is at. That's where it marks it.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, I'd like to direct your attention to the data set right above where you're looking under the industrial park treatment plant.
Yes.
I see the test result for compliance testing taken on July 30th, 2024 was 4 parts per billion at the industrial park treatment plant, correct?
Right.
And the subsequent test for compliance purposes on December 22nd, 2024 was 6 parts per, October 22nd, 2024 was 6 parts per billion, correct?
That's correct.
So it's gone up from 4 to 6 in those 3 months.
Yes.
And on January 28th, 2025, the compliance testing demonstrated that the arsenic levels at the industrial park treatment plant was 8 parts per billion, correct?
That's correct.
So again, it has increased another 2 parts per billion.
But still under the MCL of 10.
That's correct, but it's increasing. It's increased in that 3-month period again. Is that correct?
Yes, but again, that's a test result in the system. Yes, it is.
And then we get to May 7th, 2025, where we have 15 parts per billion.
That's
Correct.
correct.
So from July 30th, 2024 until May 7th, 2025, the arsenic levels at the industrial park treatment plant were increasing based on this data.
The numbers were slightly higher, yes, but still under the MCL of 10 parts per billion.
But it was increasing, is that correct?
Yes.
And in May of 2025, you did not institute or start taking daily tests of the arsenic at the industrial park treatment plant, did you?
On May 2025, did I start asking for daily tests?
Correct.
I'm not sure. Most of the time I do ask, but I understand. I can't tell you yes or no.
And you could have if you wanted to, was my understanding of your testimony.
I might have, but again, the results that we were seeing, as I stated earlier, were based on the hot test kit were 4 parts per billion. So I didn't see the necessity until we got those two numbers.
But there were 3 tests that exceeded 10 parts per billion.
Correct. But the first 2 were concerned. The third, we had made adjustments. So, and I was still getting 4 parts per billion on the field test.
So it was a concern.
But can you please let him finish?
He's already answered my yes or no question.
He was still talking.
But it's a yes or no question.
It may not be a yes or no.
Okay,
Sorry.
we're gonna stop with this business. Please do give him time to finish his questions. I understand the yes, no, then we have to follow up and redirect. I'd rather just hear his complete answer. Please re-ask your question, and sometime in the next 5 minutes, we should break for lunch.
I don't remember my question.
I don't either, I'm sorry. But
From the report.
so
Brain is going slow.
okay.
Let me just testify.
I think I got it. Thank you. Mr. Lopez, my understanding of your testimony was that you could ask CRRUA to complete daily tests when necessary. Did I understand that correctly? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And in May 2025, after the April 23rd results showed 10 parts, higher than 10 parts per billion.
Okay.
After the May 6th result showed more than 10 parts per billion. And after the May 7th compliance test showed greater than 10 parts per billion, did you start daily testing at CRRUA?
I'm not sure.
Is there a reason why you did not?
Good.
Is there a reason why you would not have started?
The reason would have been that although we had those high numbers, the chemical adjustments that we had made were continuously showing me that we were on the field testing, that we were at 4 parts per billion.
And it's my understanding that the field test you took on April 23rd was also 4 parts per billion,
Yes,
which is substantially lower than the Eurofins testing.
correct.
But you continue to rely on the field test results.
We were in a transition from the hot test kit to another one that, yes, we were relying on the test, but we also relying on doing additional tests that day. But yes,
I think that would be a good time to break. A nice transition.
Great. It's 1 minute to noon. Let's break until 1. Thank you. Let's see. Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Orth. We are back after a lunch break in the CRRUA matter. Is there anyone on the platform who is here to offer public comment? I see no hands. I don't see anyone in the room here to offer it. So we will proceed with Ms. Nixon's cross-examination of Mr. Lopez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon again, Mr. Lopez. During your direct examination this morning, you were asked about Mr. Roderick's testimony regarding the 10 parts per billion. Do you recall that question?
yes,
And Mr. Roderick actually testified that 10 parts per billion was the floor, not the ceiling, correct?
He said that that was a ceiling, that we were operating the ceiling of the 10 parts per billion.
And if 10 parts per billion is the maximum contaminant level, the goal is to be below 10 parts per billion.
The goal is to be at 10 parts per billion or lower, correct?
During your testimony this morning, you also discussed that sometimes the demands on the water system and water that was used through the industrial park treatment plant was higher than some of the other treatment plants. Is that correct?
Yes, what I stated was that we had normally 680 and it went to 1480, and that increases chemical and also decreases the detention time through the treatment process.
And that information about usage of water through the industrial park arsenic treatment plant is not new information. Is that correct?
It can be new information based on the amount of construction that's going on. We've got 3 big construction companies that are building walls, and we have 2 big solar farms that they're using anywhere between 350 and 250 gallons per minute, which is it's unusual for that system.
And those fluctuations in usage through the industrial park treatment plant, is that something that CRRUA could plan for in terms of the amount of chemicals that it's using to treat its water?
Yes, but again, it will change based on the fluctuation, and the plan is that on any given day, construction might stop for whatever the reason, so there's less usage.
And why does CRRUA not plan for that type of usage when there's construction projects in town?
There's no way of planning those based on the simple reason that the contractor will use or not use water on a certain day and not notify us. That's very common in any construction, whether it be in CRRUA or Las Cruces, Albuquerque, anywhere else.
Is it fair to say that the chemicals used, the usage of chemicals to treat water for arsenic should address those fluctuations in usage?
Yes, they may.
And should they, in order to keep the water below that maximum contaminant level?
Yes, they do. But again, it's not a matter of just setting a chemical feed pump at a certain setting. It's a matter of checking, and that's why we do 3 days a week, we do the arsenic field testing.
And again, that test and those monitor reports can be completed on a daily basis.
Yes, they may.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, I understand that the chemical levels to treat arsenic at a treatment plant cannot be adjusted to make the necessary corrections to those contaminant levels within 24 hours, I believe you testified. Is that correct?
You can make the adjustments to the chemicals within 24 hours, but the result that you're going to see is not going to happen within 24 hours. It could be 24 hours, it could be 36 hours based on concentration, based on detention times, based on flow through the system. So it's not as easy as making one adjustment and work where we need to be.
And you testified that you did make the adjustment to reduce the arsenic contaminant at the industrial park treatment plant by 26 parts per billion in about a week and a half. Is that correct in 2024?
So what I testified was that when the 36 parts per billion was, when they sampled for that, the system wasn't in operation. And then what I stated that several weeks later, we were able to put the system back online, and that's what dropped the system to 10 parts per billion. But again, that was under the normal flow of 680 gallons per minute, so it's not that difficult.
And so that occurred in a period of less than 2 weeks.
Yes.
If there was automatic alarm systems that were set at a lower level than the maximum contaminant level, let's say 8 parts per billion, wouldn't CRRUA be able to address the concerns about the necessity for adjustments to the chemicals for treatment ahead of time before it reaches 10 parts per billion?
And that's a difficult statement to approve or not approve based on an operation system is a system that is continuously changing. Any operational system, whether it be an arsenic or a chlorination of a well system, dynamics change. So it's not as easy as, oh, you got an 8, so we're going to adjust because they might turn to a 10. Tomorrow we might go back and do a field test and we're sitting at 6 with no adjustment. And that's just the way a water system and a wastewater system operate.
And you've testified that your field test returned much lower results, at least on April 23rd, than the lab tests.
Yes, they have.
And so you're still relying on those field tests to keep the arsenic low rather than the automatic alarm system that NMED has recommended.
No, I'm not relying on those field tests anymore because that was, again, if you remember, it was a hog arsenic test kit, and now we're using the Quick 2 arsenic test kit. And what NMED, what Ms. Brandy Littleton stated was that there was an arsenic field testing that would give you results instantaneously onto a SCADA system, which, as I stated earlier, that is not the case at this current time.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez, I'm going to jump around and jump back just a few questions. Going back to the test result at the Industrial Park Arsenic Treatment Plant on January 9th, 2024.
Correct.
When it was 36 parts per billion. Is it safe to assume that the system was at that much of an exceedance at 36 parts per billion the entire time that that treatment plant was offline?
I would assume so because that's what the wells deliver on a daily basis, but I'm not sure. If you look at New Mexico Water Watch, they probably did additional analysis that would show that maybe it was or maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure.
And it's true that there is high natural arsenic occurring in the region that CRRUA operates. Is that correct?
There is, yes.
And is it fair to say that CRRUA knows that there are high arsenic levels in the water where it distributes?
Yes, it's been known since the wells were put online.
And that was back before CRRUA was even formed in 2009, correct?
Correct.
So CRRUA has known since at least before 2009 that there's high arsenic levels in the water that naturally occur.
Correct.
So the entire time, if I understand your testimony, the entire time that the treatment systems were offline, CRRUA's consumers were being served water that exceeded the maximum contaminant level of arsenic.
I would assume based on the findings that yes.
And you don't know how long those treatment plants were offline?
No.
But you have heard testimony that NMED learned from CRRUA they were offline for over a year, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you've heard testimony that those systems, this was not the first time that those systems were taken offline by CRRUA, correct?
Yes.
And it's not the first time that CRRUA has received enforcement action from NMED for those systems being offline, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you had some knowledge of the 2016 Administrative Compliance Order, correct?
Yes, because they asked me to, I worked with NMED in getting the system back into compliance, but that's what I did.
And do you recall the testimony from NMED's witnesses last week, or I guess it was 2 weeks ago now, that they did not come fully into compliance with that ACO until 2023?
I was not made aware of that because, like I stated earlier, in 2016, the director and their operation manager asked that they take back over the systems, and I was then consulting back in the wastewater side of it.
If consumers have been served water from CRRUA that exceeded the arsenic treatment plant's being turned offline for 7 or 8 years since 2016. Is that chronic exposure to arsenic under the EPA guidelines based on your understanding?
Right. Ms. Nixon, I don't think you have a basis in the record for that.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. If consumers were served water from CRRUA's distribution system that has exceeded the maximum contaminant levels for over a year while the arsenic treatment plants were taken offline, does that constitute chronic exposure under the EPA guidelines?
Again, the document that I reviewed doesn't give you years or months or days. All it says is that it's got to be a long period of time for chronic at that level, but it didn't give a specific how many years it needed to be and what the number was. The only thing it did is in the acute, it was 100 parts per billion over a short period of time. But as far as the document stating how many years or how many months, I don't recall seeing that.
If CRRUA was doing constant monitoring, as you testified, of its arsenic levels, how did the arsenic level get to above 10 parts per billion at the industrial park treatment plant in April and May of 2025?
Ms. Nixon?
I don't believe that question has been answered. I believe that he has explained that constant monitoring was taking place and focused on what CRRUA is doing now. And what I am asking is what happened to lead to those high levels in 2025?
Yeah, I'd like to, if I did hear that, I'd like to hear that again because I'm not remembering. Go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. If constant monitoring was occurring of the arsenic levels at CRRUA's treatment plants between 2024 and 2025, how did the arsenic level get so high in April 2025 and May 2025?
If it's above the MCL, it's above the MCL.
Yeah,
well,
well, say about
Okay, so you'll remember Mr. Lopez, who said that the tests showed, I think, twice that it was 12 ppb.
Correct. So if we were constantly monitoring, we do constantly monitor. And again, this system's, you know, unless you're an operator with a level 4 that's worked in this type of systems, it's not a matter of turning on a piece of equipment and pump and your operation is now it's been taken care of. It's constantly monitoring. Why did it go from the previous month from 7 or 8, whatever we had then, to 12 and 15? I can tell you based on what I've identified that I stated earlier was that there was an increase in demand going through that system. When there's an increase in water going through the system, the detention time for treatment is shorter. Therefore, not only are you trying to raise the chemical to the accurate level, but you're also having to deal with the detention time and how much chemical you're going to need for that shorter period of treatment. That's my answer.
And do you recall, Mr. Lopez, the testimony? Actually, I'm just going to direct your attention to NMED's exhibit number 26 or 25. I'm sorry.
27?
25. NMED exhibit 25.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And again, just for the record, can you confirm that this is the news release that was released by CRRUA on May 9th, 2025?
Yes, it was as part of our transparency with the community and transparency with NMED, that anything that we report, even though it's not a compliance test, we're going to let the community know about it.
And Again, this news released in exhibit number 25 is about the April 23rd, 2025 voluntary test result. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified earlier this morning that you received the results from that April 23rd test on April 30th, maybe May 1st, depending on the time it was emailed to you.
Yes.
And this news release was not released for 9 days, 8 to 9 days.
And what I can say to this is that not something that I control. This is something that is controlled by the public information officer and
Employed by CRRUA?
by CRRUA. And again, this is, if it was a compliance test and we were out of compliance based on return and the annual average, then I think it would be more of a quicker release than this. This is just a operational control that we're just simply letting know that we're continuing to test and we're at 12 parts per billion at that time.
And you have testified a lot today about your belief in transparency to the compliance office for NMED as well as to the CRRUA board, correct?
Correct.
Do you believe that, or let me back up, I'm sorry. Am I recalling correctly that you notified the CRRUA board and the NMED compliance office on April 30th or May 1st of those results?
Yes. And what I can tell you based on that is that if it would have been an issue, I can guarantee the NMED local office would have been contacting CRRUA and stating that there's got to be a solution to this problem.
And you contacted the local compliance office and the CRRUA board based on your belief that the system should be transparent about this test result, correct?
Based on the need to be transparent, yes.
Did you encourage CRRUA or the CRRUA board to notify the public and their consumers in that same interest? My question was if you notified the CRRUA board or CRRUA personnel.
I notified him via email.
Did you encourage, in your capacity as the consultant, the CRRUA board or CRRUA executive director to notify consumers in that same interest of transparency?
My objective is to operate the system and meet compliance. As far as directing directives to the CRRUA board, the board, or NMED is not in my place. And this is, again, not a compliance sample. This is an operational control sample. So
Mr. Lopez, it's a yes or no question.
So no, I didn't direct him because that is not my place as a consultant. It's simply to, if there is an issue similar to the sample taken by NMED of CRRUA in May 7th, then if once I release that report and there is a non-compliance of our return annual average, then I would direct them. But based on the return annual average not being out of compliance, then there is nothing to report other than being transparent with what this result was.
Mr. Lopez, you have had a long relationship with CRRUA. Is that fair to say?
I've had a long relationship. I've had a long relationship with the utility, yes.
And in that relationship, as a consultant, you have made recommendations over the years to CRRUA about the operation of both their wastewater treatment system as well as their water distribution system, correct?
That is correct.
And you did not make a recommendation to CRRUA to make the April 23rd, 2025 voluntary test results public on the day you received those results. Is that correct?
He's already answered.
You testified at length with on the direct examination upon questions from Ms. Carey that while you were taking steps with CRRUA to address the significant deficiencies identified in the 2023 inspection report that you became very familiar with the CRRUA water distribution system, correct?
I was familiar with it, but I became more familiar with the sanitary survey direction or the report that they had given. As far as the distribution system, I'm fairly familiar with it, but I'm not an expert at it. No, not that system.
Would you agree that you became more familiar with that distribution system through your efforts to assist CRRUA in correcting the significant deficiencies identified in the 2023 inspection report?
Yes, but again, it's a simple matter of they have several staff that are very familiar. So just like anything else, we use the knowledge that's there to assist with whatever we might have questions on.
So despite the increasing familiarity that you had and the staff's familiarity with the system, those exceedances of the maximum contaminant level still occurred in 2025, correct?
I guess the question is what exceedance?
And on April 23rd, May 6th, and May 7th, 2025.
So if there would have been exceedances of the system, NMED would have reported them as an exceedance. And they were not exceedances because again, the rolling annual average was still below the 10 parts per billion.
Mr. Lopez, are you familiar with the second amended administrative compliance order in this matter?
I'm not.
I'm going to direct your attention to what I believe is CRRUA's proposal exhibit. Number 3. Do you have that in front of you?
So, Ms. Nixon, where are you going with this?
To establish the requirements for compliance included maintaining compliance with the maximum contaminant level, not just the running annual average per this order.
Okay, but since he doesn't know about this second amended ACO.
It's written in the second amended administrative compliance order that that's a requirement for compliance. If I can direct his attention to that in the exhibit and ask him those questions about how he interprets the meaning of that, since he is characterizing those test results as not being exceedances.
Because he's making the distinction between a single test result and the rolling annual average.
He's making the distinction that the overages of the maximum contaminant level are not an exceedance based on the running annual average. But the second amended administrative compliance order suggests otherwise. There's 2 components for compliance in that order.
Again, same objection.
NMED's witnesses were asked to do that.
Okay, so again, I'm sorry, Ms. Nixon, I'm trying to understand what the point of drawing that from Mr. Lopez at this point is.
It's to establish that those test results in and of themselves, which exceeded the maximum contaminant level of 10 parts per billion, violated the terms of the second amended administrative compliance order.
Okay, and it might be meaningful that he is the consultant, didn't know that or may not have known that. I take
I'll
it.
ask those questions to Claire.
Okay, so we're going to go down this path a little bit. Go ahead.
I'm not going to rely on the exhibit. I'll just ask him the questions about his knowledge.
It's CRRUA rebuttal 3.
And I'm sorry, it's not actually CRRUA's exhibit 3. It's just a document that's in the record, so I won't rely on the exhibit. No, no. Mr. Lopez, if there is a test result that is greater than 10 parts per billion of the arsenic contaminant, is that an exceedance of the maximum contaminant level? Yes or no?
So the 15 that the compliance sample result was sampled by NMED compliance office.
Madam Hearing Officer, it's a yes or no question.
Okay, so Mr. Lopez, are you about to draw a distinction between a single result and the rolling annual average?
What I'm stating is if the MCL was above the 10, which it was at 15 on May 7 from NMED's compliance, then it would have been an issue if the other 4 quarters were above 10. But based on it being a 15 and the rolling average being below that, then it's not a violation of NMED, and I'm not sure what the administrative order is, but it's not a violation for NMED or EPA Drinking Water Bureau.
Okay, so
I'm not asking if it's a violation, Mr. Lopez. I'm asking if there is a test result that is greater than 10 parts per billion, you would agree with me, yes or no, that that exceeds the maximum contaminant level provided by the Safe Drinking Water Act regulations.
It is above the MCL.
So it's an exceedance.
It's above the MCL, so you could see it as an exceedance for that test result.
It was my understanding from your testimony that you assisted CRRUA in the development of its emergency response plan in 2016. Why did you not create or assist CRRUA with standard operating procedures or the more detailed log sheets that you have since created when that emergency response plan was developed?
As stated earlier in your cross-examination, I didn't assist with the SOPs then because that was not something that NMED issued or told me to do. The emergency response plan there was a couple of documents that had to be done based on violations that Ms. Littleton issued then, and those are the ones that I assisted with and got approved and worked with Brandy Littleton and Mr. Brian Billick or something like that. But I was never asked to develop SOPs.
And do you recall the testimony this morning about your efforts to develop an O&M plan, operation and maintenance plan?
What I stated then was that I have SOPs in place and there are O&Ms in place that have been in place based on the design of the facility and the operation.
And that O&M plan was developed in 2024 after the 2023 inspection report, correct?
No, those were developed when the systems were put in line. I'm assuming.
I'll direct your attention back to CRRUA's exhibit number 10. You have that in front of you?
I think so. Would they be in here?
It is the inspection report that you reviewed with Ms. Carey this morning.
So it would be in 27?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's NMED's exhibit number 10. You're right. Thank you.
Which one is it?
Number 10. And on page 11, so I think it's one more page that you need to flip in that exhibit. It's the second page of the chart.
Yes.
The fourth item from the bottom of the chart says insufficient operations and maintenance plan. And you testified this morning that you assisted CRRUA in updating and drafting that O&M plan, correct?
No.
Did you assist them in updating and correcting that O&M plan?
I assisted in developing the SOPs to run the facilities, every bit of the SOPs. And I stated then that the O&M, there was O&Ms there in place. And that's what I remember stating.
So is it your testimony then that you did not help CRRUA address that significant deficiency in 2024?
Sorry, objection, that's not what he
I
testified.
thought he just said that, though.
No,
And I'm asking for clarification. Is it your testimony, Mr. Lopez, that if you did not update the O&M plans because you relied on the ones that existed when you drafted the SOPs, you did not help CRRUA address this significant deficiency?
CRRUA addressed those deficiencies by having CDM Smith provide additional electronic copies of it. That's all I can tell you. Did I help with it? I didn't.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez. And I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to flip some more pages back to NMED's number exhibit 25.
Okay.
And just for the record, this is the press release we just talked about a few moments ago.
Okay.
And Mr. Lopez, I would like to direct your attention to this third paragraph on page 1 of exhibit number 25.
Okay.
And it states, quoting, "When we received the test results for the Santa Teresa Industrial ATF, we immediately implemented protocols and standard operating procedures. We initiated in partnership with NMED an adjusted treatment that lowered the arsenic level to below the MCL." Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And those test results were received on April 30th or May 1st.
Right.
But the voluntary test results by CRRUA on May 6th, 2025 showed the arsenic level had not been reduced to below the MCL, correct?
Correct.
And again, the compliance test on May 7th once again showed that the arsenic level still had not been reduced to below the MCL by May 7th.
That's correct.
So this statement in this press release that the adjustments had been made to lower the arsenic below the MCL was incorrect.
It's incorrect in the sense that this was released in 5/9, but we had made adjustments. Now, based on what we were seeing on the field testing, it was lower. So we could have, I mean, the situation we have here now is if you want me to, if you would expect me to go ahead and wait till the samples are in so I can issue a press release, and it's going to be maybe 14, 15 days. So that is a statement that's there. And is it incorrect? It is in the sense that we hadn't dropped below it, but we had, all we had was based on what we had done with the treatment of the increase of the chemical of ferric chloride.
So after you learned that your field test result on April 23rd was incorrect based on the Eurofriends test, was much lower than the Eurofriends test, you continued to rely on those field test results to believe or come to the conclusion that the arsenic levels were below the MCL.
No, we continue to test 3 times a week. And again, if I would have strictly relied on that, I would have sent out a sample when I did after the May 7th result. So it's not a matter of I can just send out a sample every day. It's a matter of making the adjustments and waiting for the adjustment to take place.
So despite those efforts you've described for us, that CRRUA was taking after the April 23rd, 2025 test, we still had an exceedance of the maximum contaminant level.
Based on the test results, yes, you do.
In fact, we had 2.
You had 1. You had a total of 3, but again, the only one that is for compliance is NMEDs. But yes, 3 that were above the 10 MCL.
And do you know why CRRUA did not immediately issue public notice when it received the voluntary test results from Eurofins?
As I stated earlier, I'm not sure.
And you testified that it was the ethical thing, the right thing to do to report those test results immediately to NMED, correct?
I have to object. I believe that we are going over the same line of testimony on this issue.
I'll be fine.
It does feel that way.
I'm trying to flip through a bunch of papers. Mr. Lopez, do you recall the testimony by Mr. Martinez that the New Mexico regulations allowed NMED to conduct monitoring testing?
Yes,
You also heard testimony that the sampling in March 2024 at various locations did not weigh on the penalty assessment in this matter, correct?
I heard that, yes.
And you also heard testimony that the sampling in March 2024 for monitoring purposes did not result in any sort of enforcement action against CRRUA by NMED, correct?
Yes, I heard that. I'm not familiar with those terms, but yeah, I did.
And you offered some testimony about your belief in Mr. Crosby as the director of CRRUA. You recall that testimony?
Yes,
And at the time of the 2023 pH crisis and the time that you discovered the arsenic treatment plants had been taken offline, Mr. Crosby was the deputy executive director or assistant executive director, correct?
you are correct in that statement.
And in his role as the assistant executive director, to your knowledge, did Mr. Crosby report those issues to NMED before he reported them to you?
Mr. Crosby never reported those issues to me. As I stated in my questioning earlier, I saw it through the emails. What I can tell you from Mr. Crosby being involved in that area during that time is I know that Mr. Crosby was not involved in the operation of both water and wastewater. He was doing financing grants and meter reviews, but from my understanding, based on my conversations I had with the director, it was him or Ernie that had to deal with any utility, any water and wastewater issues, and Mr. Crosby should not get in that area of
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I have no further questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nixon. Any redirect, Ms. Karen?
Just a little bit. Thank you. Mr. Lopez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So could you just, we've heard testimony about the times that you were working with CRRUA on the arsenic treatment plant. Can you testify to the two specific time periods in which you worked with CRRUA on the arsenic treatment?
So the 2016 to approximately June 2017, I was asked to get the systems up and what they had was actually they had I don't even know what you call those black books with notes with paper in them. But anyway, they had that for their notes. So what I did is I developed a simple log for them to enter data that was essential to the operation. So that's what I was able to do, get their chemicals in place. I hired a contractor to do some plumbing because of issues with chemicals and pressurized systems. But that's simply all that I was asked to do, get the system in compliance, meet the MCLs over a period of time. And as I stated earlier, once we met him in June of 2017, then I went back to my wastewater.
So you were taken off the AT, the water treatment side of the, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, let's not.
Yeah, sorry.
You were asked a number of questions about testing in May of 25. Can you explain the difference between the compliance and operational tests that NMED and CRRUA conduct and the field test? What are the difference between those two different types?
So field test are operational control, so you can identify what the arsenic treatment, how effective the arsenic treatment is on that day that you're doing the testing. The sampling that we do for operational control is actually a sample that we send off to a qualified lab that can do safe drinking. They can do the drinking water sampling or analysis for that. So those are two different things. Now, what I have done in the past is I will order more field testing just for the verification, and not necessarily in one day, but over a 5, 6, 7 day period. But it's all specific to what we're seeing in the system, maybe some issues in it. But as far as the three tests that they discussed, there was two that we did that were, there was one that was compliance, the other ones were just operational control, and that was it.
And so basically the two different types of testing, is it fair to say one is lab testing and one is field testing?
That's correct.
And the field testing is where you use some kind of test strip, is that correct?
That is correct. And so again, as I stated earlier, the field testing requires reagent 1 to go into the bottom, reaction time of 15 seconds, then you add reagent 2, reaction time of 2 minutes, and then you add the reagent 3, which is a reaction of 10 minutes, and that'll give you a ballpark of where the results are. Now, what I can tell you based on the current test kit that we have is that it's very accurate to what we're actually seeing on the lab reports now.
So in essence, you get a result in a very short period of
Yes.
time, as opposed to waiting for a lab result for
Which,
so many days.
for instance, if I were to send a sample today, it wouldn't get there till tomorrow, depending on how busy the lab is. It could be 2 days, it could be 7 days, it could be 10 days. So that will delay the data for me, possibly 7 days to 2 weeks. And if I'm simply relying on that, then I've got other problems that maybe I'm not seeing within the system.
So in May of 2025, were you conducting field tests for arsenic?
I was conducting field tests, and as I stated earlier, I'm almost positive it might have been daily, but I'm not sure. So and we were doing at least 3 times a day, 3 times a week.
So at least 3 times a week.
Yes.
So in May, if there are 4 weeks in May, there are at least 12 field taken.
Right, and that is in accordance to what NMED, Mr. Tim Willie, and NMED local office had recommended that we do.
Did they recommend 3 times a week or another frequency?
They recommended 3 times a week, with the chlorine residual being 7 days a week.
So I want to go back to Ms. Nixon asked some questions about the significant deficiency regarding the operation and maintenance manual. So just generally speaking, in the area of operation and maintenance, did you make any recommendations to CRRUA regarding the replacement of media in the ATPs?
Yes,
I believe that he's already answered this question extensively. He testified that he did not make any changes to the O&M plan.
And I'm not asking about the O&M plan. I'm just asking about operation and maintenance generally. And I believe that, yeah, that's what I'm asking about.
I remember he said there was going to be a change of media in the
Okay,
summer, and there might have been an upset at that point, but they were paying attention.
okay, all right. So, yeah, is there anything else you want to add to that?
so as far as the operation and maintenance manual, like I stated, I didn't dive into it, didn't make any changes. It was something that CDM Smith worked with Mr. Crosby and CRRUA, but I did recommend, based on the industrial plant in Sunland Park plant being greater than 10 years old, that we change out the media because again, the system was not bypassed. It didn't go around the arsenic treatment plant. The water went all through that system. So I felt that in order for us to get the best treatment, that as soon as we could, we needed to replace that media to assure ourselves that we're going to have good treatment from here on out and have another 10, 15 years of new life on that, and those arsenic systems based on having new media and having a good SOP for backwashing and treatment of the system.
So is it fair to say that some of the SOPs you developed had an operation and maintenance component to it?
Yes.
And which ones specifically?
So it would be one, the log, the chemical treatment, the backwash, steps of backwash, the importance of if you reach a certain PSI and differential pressure, you must backwash because a lot of times what could happen, and that's the key of O&M is if you only do operations, but you don't do maintenance in the system, then the operation is only going to be good as good as the maintenance. So what you want to do is make sure that those are hand in hand, that you're doing operation and maintenance at the same high quality to assure that the best treatment is possible based on the system.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any reason not to excuse Mr. Lopez?
No,
All right, thank you. Thank you
That's
very much, Mr. Lopez.
thank you. I have 5 minutes to get kind of
Certainly,
reorganized.
we can come back. How about 1:55?
Thank you.
After a short break.
Madam
Sir,
Officer,
yes,
can we address that issue now that everybody's back in the room? Ms. Perry already stated that this direct examination, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I whispered something.
That this examination is going to take at least as long as Mr. Lopez's, which means we're already going to go past our 5 o'clock. I assume our deadline is 5 o'clock today, like, or 4:30. Like it was.
that's correct.
Well, let me preface it. I think my direct will take an hour. But I can't guarantee it. I mean, I can't. But
So it's possible we'll finish today by 5 if Ms. Carey takes an hour and a half and your team takes an hour and a half.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir, would you please spell your names for us?
My name is Juan Carlos Crosby, K-U-A-N, and my middle name Carlos, C-R-O-S, last name Carlos, P-C-O-S-B-Y.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
good afternoon, Mr. B.
Yeah.
Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
I'm employed with Camino Real Regional Utility Authority, known as CRRUA,
And when did you start working at?
around September of 2022.
And what is your current position? CRRUA?
Currently, I'm serving as the Executive Director for CRRUA.
And when did you become Executive Director?
I became Executive Director sometime around May of 2024, and I was the interim Executive Director in sometime around January 2020.
Would it sound correct if I told you you became Interim Director December 8th?
Yes,
So you were Interim Director in December and then became Permanent Director in May of 2024. Is that correct?
yes.
And prior to being named Executive Director, what was your previous position at CRRUA?
My previous position at CRRUA was the interim executive director. I'm sorry, previous to that, I was the assistant executive director.
And as Assistant Executive Director, what were your specific job duties?
My specific job duties when I got hired and going through my interview process, I reached out to, during my interview process, I spoke to Mr. Westmoreland, who was the director at that time. And I asked him, what are the pain points of the organization? Clearly was identified to me the granting portion. They did not have somebody overseeing the grants. At that time, there was grants that were coming in, and they had no grant staff person available. So that was the number one pain point that was spoken to me. The second area that I was covering was taking care of planning and development, partly because prior to serving at CRRUA, I was at the city of Sunland Park, serving as planning and zoning, and also doing grants on the side for the city of Sunland Park. The second area that we were looking at was oversight of the front office. We're short in terms of personnel, in terms of the front office, and also in understanding of the utility software, in which case monitors the meters. Meters were a huge, crucial point to the utility for Mr. Westmoreland. And so those were my those are my primary objective duties.
And at the time you were assistant executive director, were you working on the water treatment operations side of CRRUA?
No, I was not working on the water operation side of CRRUA, specifically being because there was only around 6 people in the administrative office, and to be able to manage grants, which is a large, heavy responsibility, to be able to not just the grant administration portion, which is one role in itself, but the second portion is also applying for grants and staying on top of it. So it is a heavy lift. On top of that, we're also overseeing, like I said, planning and zoning. As you know, New Mexico, in terms of Santa Teresa and Sunland Park, it is one of the fastest growing regions. So a lot of my emphasis was in those areas, including the meters, which are basically equivalent to the cash register. I arrived there approximately after my review of the software, approximately around 1,500 meters were providing estimated reads. So that is an off read out of total of approximately 7,500 meters, which were on there. So there was a huge loss of funding being lost at that time. And it's one of those things that it's a fund that it makes it difficult to recover when you're receiving estimated reads off of a meter. So heavy emphasis and heavy lift was in those areas.
And so now, as executive director, generally speaking, how would you describe your job duties today?
Heavy. No, kidding aside. Right now, as executive director, I am now in charge of the administrative oversight of all operational duties, including the financial stability of the system in terms of both water, wastewater, and industrial pretreatment. Also responsible for the duties of the front staff that we are currently growing, and also overseeing contractors coming in and out and approving contractors, and also negotiating infrastructure parts and upgrades from our consultants.
And do you have staff at CRRUA?
We do have staff at CRRUA. Yes, we have an operational staff who oversees water and wastewater. That staff is currently evolving as EPA standard is anything above 20,000 population being served is now moved over to the category of a medium-sized water utility. And we do have staff. However, upon arriving upon staff, there was a shortage of staff. And it was a big part into I would call it the systemic failures of the utility system after evaluation of my evaluation of the system and of the operational staff, of having a shortage of staff. We were operating basically as a small utility. We were operating with the staff of a small utility versus we should have been equipped for a medium-sized facility. But that goes on to further areas in regards to how we pick that up.
And besides operational staff, do you have other staff?
Yes, we do have other staff that we do oversee. We also oversee our administrative staff. There's a total of now 8 of us inside of the office, and we also oversee fiscal services, which at that time it was in Doñana County, now being transferred over to the city of Sunland Park.
And does CRRUA utilize contractors to assist with all operations?
We do utilize contractors for the operations and also for consulting.
What are the main that CRRUA relies on?
The main contractors that we utilize in terms of operations will be 829, which does a lot of the, we call it horizontal infrastructure repairs. When we're looking at mechanical, we use INC services. We're looking at SCADA, we both use ESS services and also another name, not to be confused, other INC services, but for SCADA. We also utilize Brydell Facility Ops for consulting and operation. Use J&K services for electrical upgrades to the utility.
And do you have any engineering consultants?
Yes, we have a total of 2 engineering consultants, one for water, who specializes in Jacobs Engineering, and we also have one in Houston who help assist with wastewater operations.
And you were here this afternoon for Mr. Lopez's testimony, correct?
Yes,
Did you hear his testimony concerning the pH incident that occurred in November?
yes,
And did you generally agree with him how he described how that situation unfolded?
yes.
And I'm just going to ask you a few specific questions about. When did you first personally learn of the issue regarding slimy water?
I first heard about the issue was, as I said, I managed the administrative office in the front, and there was calls that were coming in. I believe there were multiple calls that came in regarding the complaints of water coming in. I think the time frame was sometime around the end time of November of 2023. And what I immediately did is I called the operator, in this case, Mr. Carranza, and notified him of the complaints that were coming in. I was first notified that the issue was being caused due to the startup of the well that took place where they were using food-based grade oil. As we know later on to know that that was not a true statement. And then I notified our executive director at that time, Mr. Brent Westmoreland, over the complaints that were coming in.
So your immediate information that you received internally was from Ernie, is that correct? Ernie Franza.
In regards to the reason why slimy water was being reported in terms of the cause of it. Yes, Mr. Carranza.
And was addressing a water treatment issue or a water quality issue within your duties as executive assistant executive?
No, as I stated earlier, it is a heavy lift when you're looking at grants. At that time, we exceed millions of dollars when you're doing the grant administration and also carrying the role of writing grants. On top of that, being responsible for the software that comes in for the building of the meters. There's a total of three softwares actually that we utilize, and not having a staff that was fully aware of how the communication takes place between the billing software and the meter software. So heavy emphasis was put in that area. When it came to operations, Moreland was responsible for the operational control and aspects of administration of operational procedures that were taking place.
So once these complaints were received and CRRUA was attempting to determine the cause of the complaint, did anyone within CRRUA become the point person for addressing this issue with NMED?
After hearing from the emergency meeting that took place, I can't remember the date, it was probably sometime late November, early December, there was an emergency meeting held, and this is where Mr. Lopez was in attendance, as well as the board who was in attendance on there. And that's the first time that I heard about the actual pH incident that was actually taking place, and finding that that was in fact the reason. And I remember Mr. Lopez notifying the board the issue that do not drink, do not bathe, do not cook. That he immediately went out afterwards, and that's when I began to start taking control in terms of the communication for the utility system. That was the first reach out to NMED. I still didn't have contact since I was still relatively new into the operational aspect of compliance and regulation. I started reaching out to who I could from NMED to notify them. I believe that Mr. Martin told us testify he received an email from me And so that was what ended up taking place, notifying NMED regarding the situation.
And did you ever contact Joe Romero during this period?
I cannot recall. I do know I notified members of the local compliance office from NMED, but I do know that I met Antonio Romero during his visit when he came over for the evaluation. And that's how I first became introduced to Mr. Romero.
And when you talk about NMED came for an evaluation, was that the investigation that they did early December 1st or 2nd?
I can't remember the exact time frame because there were several visits that happened during that short period. I do know for sure that I did see Mr. Tim Willie. I did see Miss Brandy Littleton, and I also saw another member from NMED called Joe Savage. And then there was, of course, Antonio Romero, but I can't remember the sequence in which they came. But yes, around that time in December.
So is it correct that they, NMED staff came to CRRUA for the pH investigation, but also to do their regularly scheduled sanitary survey?
When they came to do their pH investigation, it happened to be at the same time, but they were actually doing their 2023 sanitary survey when they actually came in.
So it was just somewhat coincidental that those two events happened at the same time.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that a do not drink order was issued. Can you explain the mechanism for CRRUA issuing that do not drink order?
Great question. There was no mechanism that was in place at the time. However, I do understand. I've been through procedures regarding, in terms of my administrative capacity. I was able to reach out to Doña Ana County Emergency Services, and I began to reach out to ask to see what response, because CRRUA did not have a response mechanism. And so Doña Ana County Community Services has the capability to do geofencing in terms of emergency items, which is considered an emergency with a pH incident. And so what they created was we utilize our public information officer. At that time, we did not have a public information officer. And so we reached out to Miss Anita Skipper at Doña Ana County, who was assisting CRRUA at that time, to make sure that she put out the notification. So that was the first line to through social media and through the county website. The second item that we utilized, as I mentioned, was to Doña Ana County Emergency Services. At that time, it was serving as Mr. Stephen Lopez, who was overseeing it. And that's where we began to be in constant coordination with Stephen Lopez during the emergency pH crisis. And a geofence was put around the Sunland Park Santa Teresa area. Anybody who had a cellular phone who entered into that geofence area was quickly notified through almost like an Amber Alert, similar to an Amber Alert, to put out that notification. We further went into the actual emergency services and say residents could not drink. At that time, there was the emergency response plan was not updated or in effect or being utilized to be in effect. So as part of my previous job history, I did work in logistics when I was working as a branch sales manager for a distribution company. So some of the training kicked in the sense of who can I contact, who can I reach out, because we had maximized the amount of water that we could reach at the local area, which in this case was in Sam's. We had maxed out as much water as we can get. So we were scrambling around for water. And at that time, Mr. Stephen Lopez with Emergency Services did have some available, but it quickly depleted in order to provide it to the residents. So what we ended up doing is I reached out to the local L&F distributors, which is a distribution company in the area. And we quickly made an emergency order to order a truckload of water for the residents. We'll see what these are the things that immediately happened during that 2-week time frame, because the objective at that time was to immediately get water out to the residents so they can have water to drink.
And do you recall the date that the do not drink order was issued?
I don't recall the date. I know that it was late November. Late November was probably issued, maybe early December.
Have you read the investigation report that NMED drafted in this matter, the pH incident?
Yes, I have.
And would you say that the dates that they list in that report are accurate as far as when the do not drink order was issued?
Yes, the dates that the NMED evaluation resulted in, or the results of the NMED evaluation are accurate in terms of dates and timelines.
So besides issuing the do not drink order and making water available to members of the public, from an operational point of view, did CRRUA take any other action to try to address the pH levels in the water?
Can you repeat that question?
What I'm asking is, what other steps did CRRUA take to try to alleviate the high pH in the water?
Are you talking about the immediate steps that we took after we notified the public of the pH?
Yes, the immediate steps.
Okay, the first immediate steps were first to stabilize the situation in terms of health, safety, and welfare. So the first immediate step was to secure water resources for the public, and then secondly was to begin to identify where the high pH incident was at that time. At that time, there was no discussion regarding the arsenic levels. It was where is the pH being impacted, because that's the immediate threat is the elevated pH. So the immediate thing that we began to do is isolate the residents in terms of who was able to get water, since there was also a shortage of water. So the immediate steps is to making sure that we were training the emergency personnel staff that were available. In this case, it was members of Doñana County staff, as well as the City of Summerlin Park staff. And so briefings were provided to notify them that if there was residents coming from the south side of Summerlin Park where there was no elevated pH and no danger, we were beginning to basically communicate and coordinate the rationing of the water for the affected people. The second step that came into place was, at that time, we were having the 2023 sanitary survey. As you know, during the 2023 sanitary survey, there was approximately 58 deficiencies that were found. So from the time from beginning of November all the way throughout that first month, we began to coordinate with Mr. Lopez with Rydell Facility Ops, and also our on-call engineering staff in terms of how we're going to begin to execute the immediate items out of the sanitary survey. And of course, the immediate items were to begin addressing the arsenic systems and to get them up running as soon as possible.
So when, at some point, did you become aware that the industrial park ATP was not treating water for arsenic?
Will you repeat the question?
At some point, did you become personally aware that the industrial park ATP was not treating water for arsenic?
I became personally aware prior to, during the public hearings. I recall Mr. Westmoreland testifying to the board of CRRUA regarding the updates of why the arsenic systems were down and not treating. And the information that I heard during those hearings was that they were waiting on parts and there was delays on parts. And he had mentioned, COVID being a reason in terms of why they were waiting for parts. And that is what I can recall. I probably recall maybe four or five hearings that they were in the process of getting the arsenic treatment system up and running.
Were these hearings or board meetings?
These were board meetings at CRRUA with the CRRUA board, which we have once a month.
And were you present for the testimony several weeks ago of Brandy Littleton?
Yes, I was.
And did you hear her testimony that you had lied to her?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say that you had lied to her about?
She had mentioned to her that I had lied to her regarding how long the arsenic treatment facilities were offline. And she had mentioned that there were over a year and a half that were being off and that I had lied. But given the time that she came there in early December, I gave her the best information that I had at hand. However, I do agree with the NMED evaluation that did come out afterwards, that it was over a year and a half after reviewing and after the evaluation that was taking place. I do come to agreement, but at the time, that was the information that I had at hand. I'm deeply offended that that's the way, and I'm deeply sorry that's the way that Ms. Brandy Littleton feels, because I have taken extreme efforts into communicating with NMED and the local compliance office, all the way to the point to now sometimes when I do reach out to the local compliance office, is been notified. In this case, we're talking with Mr. Martin Todes, which we've gotten to know very regularly. It was mentioned to me that it's not every situation that you have to call. And I says, I understand it's not every situation that I actually have to call you, but I do want to call because if I feel that there is a situation that could be a potential for a violation, I quickly want to go ahead and notify you.
The conversation with Ms. Littleton, where it was her recollection that you had lied to her, when did that actual conversation take place? Or can you recall when that conversation took place?
Yes, I do remember. I recall that took place during the time when they came to do the NMED evaluation, and she was there, I believe, maybe for the first day during the evaluation, and she was giving me questions regarding the utility system, which I did not have all the information, but I tried to answer to the best information that I had. Being there, I'd been less than a week or what was the date, December, something that I got put in as interim director to be thrust into that area. However, when the call comes, and like I said, I wasn't going to back down from a challenge that was taking place, especially when it was in public need.
And so this conversation with Ms. Littleton took place on the first day of the sanitary survey, I believe was December 2nd.
Yes.
And did you intend to convey accurate information to Ms. Littleton?
No, I did not intend to give wrong information to Ms. Littleton, but that was the best information that I had at the time from my staff in terms of how long the system was turned off.
Do you believe the statements made to Ms. Littleton at that time be true at the time?
Yes, I believe them to be true. In fact, they were true at the time. However, given the relationship that I do have in terms of communicating with Ms. Littleton and the local compliance office, if there was any confusion, I would feel comfortable to say that she should at least call to ask if there was any clarification that was needed. If she felt I was in that position, I would.
And would you say this time period of the first week of December culminated with you becoming interim director? Is that a hectic time for you?
During December, that was a very hectic time. Being considered, we were working with the outbreak and facilitating enough water for the region. B, we had a shortage of staff. We actually had to utilize at that time the emergency services from the fire department to assist with the flushing of hydrants to bring down the elevated levels of pH at that time. And it was a very tough time.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to ask you just a few questions on the 2019 sanitary survey. Are you familiar with the sanitary survey issued to CRRUA by NMED in October?
I became familiar with the 2019 survey when it got brought to my attention that certain items from the 2019 survey had not yet been completed. And therefore, we did have to issue a violation because the time frame had passed for the notice of violation for 2019. And I believe it was for inspections of maybe one or two water tanks that had not been inspected, which is required to be inspected every 5 years.
And so when did you become familiar with that survey, or under what circumstances did you become?
Are you asking when did I become familiar with the circumstances of the 2019 survey?
Mm-hmm.
I became familiar during the process of the 2023 sanitary survey. I became familiar, got brought to my attention by Mr. Willie that those items in the CRRUA was still in violation, and we had to issue a notice of violation to the public. And we went ahead and provided the response, which is required from the utility, to make sure that we put in there a response of when the time frame is going to be when the time frame is expected for the repairs to be done.
And I believe you testified that the deficiencies related to tank inspections, but can you tell me specifically what deficiencies you learned about from the 2019 survey?
The deficiency that I learned about from the 2019
Yes, the 2019.
was that the inspections of the ground water tanks were not inspected, and we immediately went into motion to make sure that we hired Tank Industries, or TIC Industries. It's an engineering firm that oversees, specializes in tank inspections. So we immediately moved forward to start beginning the procurement process to get the tanks inspected. However, being that we don't have a fully integrated loop system, timing is of the essence for those tank inspections. So we did have to wait. There was a delay, A, to procurement, and also B, the tank inspections, some of them were going to be doing dive inspections, did require us to do it during the winter time when there was minimal water consumption that is utilized, because in this case, we found out that during the time that I was there, it got brought to my attention that inspections can be done, but that doesn't mean that you still solve the problem. The issue that I came to find about is that there was sediment inside the tanks, somewhere near words up to 3 to 5 feet of sediment that was in the tanks, which is one of the primary reasons for discolored water that takes place when it gets induced into the system. And so we began to take the measures to start addressing the tank inspection.
And how many tanks needed to be inspected pursuant to the 20 survey?
I want to say it was probably 1 or 2. However, we did a total of 5 because there was some in the 2023 sanitary survey that were also due for inspections. So I believe we got the total of 5. There was 2 other previous ones that had already gotten inspected that were within the 5-year time frame. So those were not required.
So you had to conduct 5 tank inspections.
Yes, approximately.
And do you have an estimate of what it costs to conduct these tanks?
If it's going to be an inspection that's done by a rover or electronic, I guess best way I can explain it is kind of a electronic remote control camera that goes into the system. It can range from $4,500. Now we're going to be doing a dive inspection. The inspection can go up from $6,000 to $8,000 regarding the dive inspection. We did initially move forward with the dive inspection because we wanted to go ahead and remove the sediment. However, after discussing with the engineers, dive inspections would not be possible without having difficulties to provide water. As I mentioned, that there is a loop system that controls there's 3 tanks. So we turn 1 tank off, we would lose water to the other 2 tanks. So we're still working that out, and we've already opened up a scope of work to begin that process through the city of Sunland Park, who has been notified of the issue and has assisted to be able to do those requirements of the tank rehabilitation that's going to be required after we found out the needed items in the tanks.
So you found out through the process of doing the inspections that additional work needed to be done on the tanks.
Yes, we quickly, after speaking with TIC Industries, have getting field comments that there had never been the removal of sediment in those tanks since the conception of those tanks being built.
Madam Hearing Officer, real quickly, Mr. Crosby appears to have a lot of notes in front of him. I'd like to know what those notes say. He's not entitled to have any direction on how to testify in front of him. I'd like to see those notes, please.
Mr. Crosby, are you testifying from notes?
I'm testifying from notes. When there's a question that I'm answered, I'll go ahead and put it down.
What's on the other side of the page?
These are field notes that I put in.
Yeah.
But I'm not reading from them.
You seem to be looking down, so I'd like to see them. Madam Hearing Officer, I'm entitled to see them. I'm entitled to see what you're in front of them.
One at a time.
I'm looking directly down and I'm not reading them.
I don't have the impression, I have this vantage point. I don't have the impression that he's reading.
Madam Officer, he just described them as crib notes. I'd like to see what's on that piece of paper. I'm entitled to see them.
Ms. Carey?
I would object to, Mr. Crosby has explained what's in front of him, what he is using his notepad for. So I would object to.
Crib notes, Your Honor. That's basically, I'm cheating off these notes. I'm looking at what to say off. What else are crib notes? What's your definition of a crib note?
Madam Officer.
Yeah.
I do have notes in front of me, but what I'm testifying and what I've testified from the start, that is strictly off my mind. I'm not using these notes. If you want me to put this paper away, if it bothers council, I can put them away.
Yeah, please put them away.
After I see them, Madam Mayor Officer, correct?
Well,
I object to showing him those notes.
yeah, again, I did not
If
get
this
the
were a
impression.
position, I'd be entitled to see anything he brought with him, anything in front of him, correct? And if he has something in front of him, I'm entitled to see what that says and to see whether or not he's being guided in his testimony before you here today. It had complete relevance to what his testimony is. And very simply, do an in-camera review of that piece of paper. And if it has any relevance to what he's testified, then you should notify us.
All right, so Mr. Crosby, if you would show me those notes.
I would love to show them to you out here, officer, and you clearly see that what's on this note is not to what the council is stating, but I'm clearly stating was on my mind. These were notes that I had on the side.
Okay,
It goes to his credibility.
these are, they're almost a sketch. It's not, if you will, testimony. It is words, for example, the first one, COS development fees, something fees, grants, bond. That's the whole sentence. It's not,
He testified about grants, bonds already, so can you keep going?
yeah, financial situation, infrastructure, design standards, IPP, human resource, compensation, education. Sys org development needs update, ignored, no plan. I mean, again, it's, these don't seem like any kind of narrative testimony. It's more maybe prompt words. But again, I did not see him reading while he was testifying.
Sounds like a roadmap to me, but whatever you think, Madam Mayor, so your rule.
Yeah, I'm inclined to just return them to Mr. Crosby and have him turn them over. All right. All right, Ms. Karen.
Mr. Hearing Officer, I do take notes from time to time when I'm being asked questions because sometimes I have to recollect certain items of the questions being answered. Am I able to take down notes as they're being?
Yes, yes. Go ahead, Ms. Karen.
Do you have my last question? So you've testified regarding addressing the deficiencies from the 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are any of these deficiencies remaining?
No, ma'am.
And when was the 2019 survey deficiencies complied with?
I would say the last inspections was probably done in maybe 2025 for the tank inspections. I can't recall, but I do know that it was checked off the list. Part of the process that we take at CRRUA is once an item is completed, we quickly notify NMED and we provide pictures and backups. We also provide invoices showing them the work that was completed. for the sanitary survey. And during the process, as you can understand, 58 is a lot of deficiencies to work with.
I'm just talking about the 2019
Oh,
survey.
2019, probably around 2025 is when early 2025 is maybe, or either that or late 2024 is when we got it in. I can't recall at the top of my head, but I do know that we did get them cleared off the list for the 2019.
And does NMED have to sign off on the completion for the, can I finish the question? Does NMED have to sign off on the completion of the deficiencies?
There is no official document that is signed off other than a correspondence of an email indicating that they have received the backup documentation for the sanitary survey deficiency.
And they haven't asked you to do any more work under the for the deficiencies remaining from the 2019 survey. Is that correct?
That is correct. For the 2019 deficiencies, they have not asked us to do any more items.
So I'm going to turn to the 2023 sanitary survey.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's, if you need to refer to the survey, it's exhibit 15 in the notebook. NMED's exhibit 15, if you need to refer to that.
Is it exhibit 15? Because I'm looking at 15.
Yeah, it's, let's see.
Okay,
So just when I ask questions, if you need to refer to that, and I may ask you to go to parts of that. So, but are you familiar with the 2023 sanitary survey?
yes, ma'am.
And did NMED indicate that there were significant deficiencies that CRRUA needed to correct?
Yes, they did indicate the deficiencies that would need to be corrected. And if a deficiency wasn't corrected with the time that was allotted, and this I'm talking about initially, if it was not corrected during the time that was allotted, that as long as we could prove that we were in the process to getting those items resolved, that they can extend that item. Now, that has been initially been the protocol to my understanding, that if there is a deficiency, it does not become a violation until you pass the date, but a date may be extended upon review of NMED. However, shortly after the NMED's 2023 sanitary survey discussions with the local compliance office, it was then brought to our attention that they would no longer be permitting the extensions due to the situation that was at hand. And so the date that was on there was a date that was set. After that date that came by, then an immediate violation would be handed down.
So just to back up a little bit, so NMED issued the sanitary survey, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the results of the sanitary survey, and it listed a number of deficiencies, correct? And how many individuals deficiencies were there?
58 deficiencies.
And each of those deficiencies had a deadline in which you had to comply with the deficiency. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some of the major ones, for example, getting an operator to run the arsenic treatment plant, that had a very short time frame for compliance. Is that correct?
It did have a very short time for compliance, in my opinion.
But there are other deficiencies that had a longer time frame for compliance, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you just testified that in the past, if you had a deficiency that had a deadline and you needed to extend that deadline, you could work with NMED to get that extension. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, when they brought it to our attention, given the situation that CRRUA has been in the past, they said that no extensions would be granted. It wasn't until the end of the 2023 sanitary survey that NMED began to allow extensions to take place towards the tail end of the 2023 sanitary survey. Maybe the last remaining deficiencies is when they began to allow for extensions to take place. And part of that reason, I believe, has just been part of the communication. I don't know the exact reason, but I can only assume that part of the reason that they were doing that is because they began to see a history of compliance in terms of what we were submitting over to them. And I also notified them that every single time that we submit a notice of violation to the public, in terms of that tier level that requires notification to each resident. It's can be approximately around $10,000 to my recollection every single time a notice of violation is put out, which is a heavy expense. I don't remember the total number of violations, but it's $10,000 to notify every single one of our residents. And that's particularly in the approach that we took, an aggressive approach in the sense that there's only around at that time between 7,200 and 7,800 meter connections. However, when you're looking at the way the meters work is that if you have a residential multifamily complex, most multifamily complexes will only have one master meter. So what about the rest of the public that is living inside of the apartments? They are not aware. So we took the extra effort and took the extra expense to also that we got our an official copy from the United States Postal Service to have every single address that we had. Remember, not every single address will have a master meter because some people live in apartments, but we made sure that every single resident got notification. And the heavy majority of our population is primarily Spanish speaking. So we have to do it also in both. We do it in Spanish and English, and to every single person who has a U.S. Postal address in the city of Sunland Park and Santa Teresa.
So there were situations where you had a notice or a deficiency, you had a deadline, you were not able to meet the deadline, and so an NOV was issued. Is that correct?
Yes, and the deficiency turns into a violation if it is not completed in the time frame. Granted that there is no extension. If there is an extension, it doesn't turn into a violation. But in this case, no extensions were granted for the majority of the 2023 sanitary survey, so it became an immediate violation.
So do you recall how many NOVs were issued for the for failing to meet a deadline under the sanitary?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but I would say over 10.
And each time one of these was issued, you needed to mail the NOV to the residents of, or the ratepayers of CRRUA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you testified that each of those mailings cost around $10,000.
That is correct.
And did you have a running list of the outstanding deficiencies that you posted on the CRRUA website?
Yes, we kept the public. That's one of the items that early on, as I took on the interim executive director position, I knew that our credibility was shot. And there was no way or no words that we were going to say that we're going to bring back that credibility to the public. With that being said, the only option that we have is to speak with facts, and that is results. Results coming from the 2023 sanitary survey of keeping the public informed of when, how, and where the repairs were going to be made. And then secondly is regarding the arsenic situation. That's why we have gone and taken extreme measures to notify the public and post on our website regarding what the status is, so that we can begin to start the process of speaking with actual facts that are taking place. The second item that we took into effect was our communication. We teamed up with the city of Sunland Park, and they have purchased a software so that the public can immediately become aware through a Connect app that the city uses. Working diligently with the city of Sunland Park, they allowed CRRUA to be able to utilize push notifications for the public. So number one, we're utilizing snail mail. Number two, we began to utilize the social media, Facebook and our website. And then number three, we began to use applications. We try to use every measure that we can to reach out to the public. And then lastly is also going to be at the public meetings, and where necessary to utilize the news media to the news media so that we can inform the public of immediate situations that are taking place.
And just to go back to the Connect app for a moment. So what kind of notifications are pushed out through the Connect?
The push notifications are, we will put on there if there's outages, or in some cases, typical that if the fire department is out flushing hydrants, due to the high volume of water that is running through our distribution system, it is not uncommon to get calls of discolored water. So with the push notification, one of the areas of trust or one of the areas of mistrust that the public was stating was, we have discolored water. Well, there's many reasons why this water can come about. One of them could be of flushing the hydrants. It can be of a line break. So that is one of the main issues. Another issue is that there's water outages that are taking place, or there's repairs that are being done. We quickly use that push notification to notify the area that is impacted in that region.
And how long have you been using that particular application?
I want to say it's probably been maybe about 4 months that we began to utilize it after procurement and everything took place. Let's say approximately around 4 months, but I can't recall.
And are notifications made to anyone with a mobile number that you know of, or how does that?
The push notifications are made to anybody who enrolls. I believe that there is a process in terms of enrolling. We can't just send notifications out without permission from the phone person who owns it. So what has been taking place is basically the campaign that CRRUA has worked with the city of Sunland Park. They have their own communication specialist, and in our communication with the city, we have made it very clear they can assist to be able to provide awareness to the public. So when the city has, for example, homeowner association town hall meetings, it is brought to the attention of the members of the town hall that there is an app that incorporates water and wastewater for CRRUA, and also informs the public of council meetings or updates to road repairs for the city side. So those are all areas that we utilize. In terms of council meetings, our website, we inform the public. We've also put it out on the newspaper and in the Spanish newspaper, primarily. Chama Real Media News is what we utilize in the local area, and we notify them of the phone app as well.
And do you know how many people have signed up to use them?
I don't have that number in front of me.
So going back to the 58 deficiencies, when would you work with any NMED staff in the process of addressing these deficiencies?
I made it a point that when this took place, that one of my areas that I wanted to improve on was the lack of communication that was there before. And I think that's something that you've heard from the testimony from NMED that was here. But I can honestly say, if anybody goes through my correspondence of emails with the NMED local compliance office, in this case, Mr. Tim Willie, there's hundreds of communications between text messages, phone calls, and emails going out to Mr. Willie. I did hear Ms. Brandy speak about that she was not aware of certain situations. However, I find that very hard to believe, considering that in my communications with Mr. Tim Willie, he had notified me that anything that takes place with CRRUA, it has to be notified to his higher ups. In this case, Mr. Littleton, and even higher than that, it would have to go to Saturday. So I find it very hard to believe some of the testimony that was here indicating there's been no improvements of communication or no improvements to the system. I can say that there is, in my emails, there's plenty of communications that are taking place.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer.
That is taking place.
Hold on, Mr. Crosby. Mr. Al?
Mr. Crosby's testifying to facts, not in evidence. He's testifying that Mr. Willie passed things along when we don't know whether or not that's true. Mr. Willie hasn't put out any testimony stating whether or not that's true. So I'd ask you to strike all that from the record.
No.
So I think he was probably referring to Ms. Littleton's testimony, Ms. Carey.
And he's testifying what Mr. Willie conveyed to you.
Right, which is hearsay. So,
Well, I think
Yeah.
it's an exception to the hearsay rule because it's an admission by a party, essentially. You know, there's been plenty of testimony about how CRRUA doesn't communicate with NMED, and we're just giving testimony from CRRUA's point of view on it.
he's testifying about his credibility again. And you already heard Ms. Littleton's direct testimony about his credibility. And I think that overrides anything that he allegedly told Mr. Willie or did not tell Mr. Willie. And so I don't think that any of this is admissible. that
All right.
shall be stricken.
So I'm going to let Mr. Crosby defend his credibility here. So go ahead.
And he was in the middle of answer, so I don't know if you can pick up where you left off on your answer.
Yes, I was talking in regards to my communication with Mr. Willie in regards to communicating regarding the compliance. The main primary people that I speak to at NMED regarding the infrastructure items that are taking place at CRRUA's jurisdictional operations. I'm in constant communication with our Mr. Tim Willie, who is the compliance officer. Number two, I speak to Mr. Antonio Romero, who I first became aware of and got enrolled in with the area-wide optimization program known as the AWOP. And number three, I speak to Martin Torres regarding the compliance items. Now, if it does get to a level where I believe that Ms. Brandy Littleton, because I understood she testified that she oversees 400 items. So the way I am reflecting this as an administrator of the utility, I'm reflecting this as that Ms. Brandy Littleton is the chief in the sense of the office. She's the managing officer of her facility. So in this case, I'm directly communicating with the officer on the ground, who's Mr. Tim Willie. And I'm trusting that when he tells me that he is notifying his higher ups of everything that takes place, that I'm not having to always reach out to Ms. Littleton. So I believe that some of the information that she may have not heard is probably due to the fact that it did not get to her, but I was under the understanding that I was supposed to be communicating that time with our compliance officer, as well as also the technical experts at NMED, which would be Antonio Romero and Martin Torres.
That's different than what he had stated earlier. Earlier, he stated he found.
Are you issuing an objection? I mean, he's answered the question.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Carey.
Susan, if you let me finish.
Mr. Real.
He stated earlier, Madam Hearing Officer, that he found it very hard to believe that Mr. Willie had not told Ms. Littleton, because he was led to believe by Mr. Willie that he had told Ms. Littleton. Now he's testifying that he's talking to Mr. Willie, and that Mr. Willie is talking to his higher ups, who are Martin Torres and no, there's another name. But anyway, there again, there's no evidence that he ever spoke with Ms. Littleton other than at the sanitary survey. And I would ask again that all that be stricken from the record.
All right, that's
It's all
overruled.
hearsay.
Would certainly welcome your argument later about the testimony on the record. Go ahead, Ms. Carey.
Going back to the 58 deficiencies, are any still outstanding?
Yes, there are two outstanding deficiencies, and those two would be the upgrades to the arsenic treatment facilities, and they require two items. It requires a SCADA, but prior to the SCADA, there is an electrical panel that is needed to be upgraded in order for SCADA to be communicating and be integrated to the entire system. In this case, the three CRRUA systems that we have are formerly known as Tonka. The second item will give you the cost of that. It's going to be approximately around $200,000 for those upgrades. The second item that's on the sanitary survey that is still not complete is due to erosion mitigation, which is at the Santa Teresa Sutton Park, or they call it the Tia Madre, Sutton Park groundwater tank. It's going to be approximately around $600,000 from early estimates to make those repairs to that second deficiency.
And do you, despite the cost, does CRRUA intend to comply with these deficiencies?
Yes, we've already made efforts and coordinated efforts to take care of those deficiencies. And one of those areas that we're going to be taking care of it, we did get the Doña Ana County board to approve, the commission board to approve for assistance. As you know, that there is a dissolution of CRRUA that is taking place. Early estimates is that by 2026, CRRUA will be fully dissolved. And so we're working with both entities at this time, working with the city of Sunland Park and working with Doña Ana County to making sure that during the transition, that part of it is also including the necessary critical upgrades to the utility systems that are needed. So the second item that is on there, we did take out a New Mexico Environmental Department grant, RIP loan fund. They call it Rural Infrastructure Project Grant Loan. We did not have the funding to secure that portion, but the city of Sunland Park did assist us. However, that funding is being held right now because of a separate situation that took place that will allow a little bit of time to explain, in that there is an elevated tank project that is currently taking place. It's a 1 million gallon elevated tank that is taking place in Santa Teresa. And there was an overbid of that system. So we quickly had to rush to secure the overbid, or we were about to lose $10 million in funding for that tank. So in working with other entities that are in the area, in this case, the Border Authority, they came over to a public hearing at CRRUA because they were a part of the initial, middle person between the grant, between ARPA funds, and it had to be delivered to a state agency, then which could be handled to a local agency. So long story short is that we were about to lose a tank. The city of Sunland Park helped us to put a placeholder in the New Mexico RIP loan grant, and we notified the NMED grant officer who's overseeing it, is if we could, once funds were not spent out for the elevated tank, that we would use those funds to take care of the compliance items that were remaining. They did agree. Our initial notion was that we were going to be able to pull that money because we were going to get more money from Border Authority. That never took place. So right now that money is still being held just in case there's cost overruns on the elevated tank.
And so that $1 million would be used to pay for the erosion mitigation data system.
Yes, that was the intended plan. We had around 600,000 that was allotted for the erosion, and the other portion to help assist with the upgrades to the SCADA system. However, continuing education, continuing and trying to find a way not to wait for that to take place, or the opportunity, those funds that may be lost because there can always be cost overruns. We had to come up with a plan B. So that's when we started reaching out to, I would call it our parent companies in this case, because we're formed by a joint powers agreement between two governing entities. So we reached out to the county in this case, and the county did approve. We do have the funds to go ahead and assist you at no cost of return or no loan given to us. It's just go take care of it.
For both of the issues?
For the upgrades to the SCADA system.
And so do you have a time frame that you believe the SCADA system up and running?
The time frame is going to be based on consumption. Reason being is that in order to effectively do the upgrade, the Sunland Park arsenic treatment facility system will have to lose electrical power. So when we found this out in working with our engineers, with Brightdale facility ops, and understanding that the ramifications of shutting off the system would cause us to not be treating. But after further review with the manufacturer and with Brightdale facility ops, they have proposed a way to shut down the electrical components at the Sunland Park arsenic treatment facility and still be able to maintain treatment working through manual systems. However, going to the extreme extent, we're always planning for mitigation in the sense of if something goes wrong, there's a heavy lift to shut off an electrical system and run it manually. So I made sure that we were in communication with NMED to notify, in this case, our local compliance office, to notify them of the situation that could potentially take place, and our preparation measures of notifying the public immediately if we had to shut that system down. So that those are the extreme events that we're taking right now to making sure that we are preparing for a shutdown. The second item that's important to say is that during summertime, we're using a lot of water at this time. So when we do shut the system off, we want to make sure that we shut it off at the best time, and that is during winter time. So my anticipation is to, once we get procurement and funding out of the way, which we've secured, not procurement side, but we're going to go ahead and do the necessary upgrade that are needed sometime around the winter time.
So in addressing the 56 deficiencies that have already been corrected, were costs incurred to address those deficient?
Yes, they were heavy costs, served when I took over. And once I got an assessment of the situation, I got an assessment in terms of what are the critical areas that we need to first address when it comes to the infrastructure. And those critical areas, I got together with our engineering on calls in conjunction with Bridell Facility Ops to overview our system as a whole, because we're not only looking in this case as in CRRUA, we also are responsible for the wastewater treatment and also our industrial pretreatment program. So it is not just in this case water, but it's also a very wide range. We're looking at our system from a holistic view in terms of compliance measures. And when I started, I believe there was approximately a little over $5.4 million that were left in reserves. This fiscal year, when I opened up, my financial staff member who works under me has notified me that we are opening up around $1 million in terms of reserve funds, which is below the recommended level of 1/8 of our budget. So we're operating right now at very dangerous levels that if there is a significant event, we would either have to go out and take extreme measures to get loans from other entities immediate to get the funding available. And when it comes to health, safety, and welfare, you don't have time to wait for procurement items to take place. You need to order quick and you need to have the money in hand. And being at $1 million is a very dangerous level to be operating at for a water utility.
And so is it fair to say that the cost of complying with the deficiencies that have been addressed, those costs primarily came to the reserves?
The cost of dealing with the 2023 survey items came directly, the majority of it came from our reserve funds to take care of large capital improvements that were needed and had been deferred over the years. And it wasn't, and I agree with NMED in this case, is that it didn't take the 2023 sanitary survey to say that there was deficiencies in the system. It was systemic over years. And my evaluation over the system, it's probably, in some cases, depending on whether it's water or wastewater items, I have 20 years of deferred maintenance that have taken place. We run an $80 million infrastructure combined with water and wastewater. So $1 million in operational budget is a drop in the bucket in terms of, I can go and spend that out in one fix right now, but we have to be strategic because that's all the money that I have left.
So were you present for the testimony of Deputy Secretary Roderick about CRRUA's apparent lack of grants through the drinking water program?
Yes, I did hear his testimony regarding his thought in terms of where CRRUA was not reaching out for funds.
And were you present for his testimony that acquiring grants is a good way to show that a water system is addressing operational?
Yes, it is a good way to making sure that a utility system is addressing its utility needs, but being that grants that are available through NMED, through the federal government, wherever those grants may be, there are many of them that have either a loan component or a matching component to it. One of the areas that we have that is hampering our ability to move quickly is that our rate structure for our utility billing is way off. And what I mean by that is that DFA has notified CRRUA that unless rate increases have taken place, our ability to secure future grants and loans would be removed. However, with that being said, we did have a rate increase. That rate increase took place, I believe, in 2023. However, that rate increase was supposed to take place in 2019. It never took place. Don't understand the reason other than to look at some information that was told to me that was COVID took place, and so the rate increases never occurred. But as I took over and began to review the documentation of our financial structure, that's when I began to realize, hey, this had been missed and we need to immediately go and implement it. However, looking at that 2019 rate increase, what it did not encompass was a very important item, and that is it was just a generalized rate increase It did not take into account what we have today. Today, we have what we did a cost of service analysis over our entire utility system. See, prior to 2019, the last rate increase that took place was in 2009. There is nothing here that you can purchase from 2009 to 2019. And what I mean by that is we had one of the lowest rates in the entire state. For 3,000 gallons of consumption, you were looking at 3,000 gallons, and which included your connection, it was $15 for your water infrastructure. Now, if you imagine, there's been there's been 4 arsenic treatment facilities at approximation of $4 to $5 million a piece, but yet there has been no adjustments to take care of those facilities of that infrastructure that you've added. So yes, truth is that we are basically paying for a system where we are not bringing enough funds to take care of that system. And there has been several financial tools that we have put in place to begin to address those, but it takes time to address those, and we have been moving at a fast, accelerated rate to put those financial institutions in place.
And so would you include, knowing some of the limitations you have in applying for grants, would you put obtaining grants into that basket of actions you can take to try to improve the financial well-being of CRRUA?
If you can please repeat the question.
So you were talking about the need for CRRUA, that you really don't have the money to do what you need to do at CRRUA.
Yes.
And so would acquiring grants help with that particular issue?
Acquiring for grants would help out with the issue, but we have the one Achilles heel, and that is our ability to go out for more grants and loans. We are limited to the types of grants that we can receive. And what I mean by that is the grants that we have to go after are those grants that have 100% forgiveness, or they're full grants, emergency grants that have applied for, like the NMED, like the NatBank, and I can't remember the acronym, but NatBank is a banking institution that gets funding from both federal funding from EPA. And so we reach out to grants and we look for those particular type of grants where there is no required payback. And the reason why I go after those grants is because right now, I know that I don't have the funding to throw up the match, because the match is going to be pulling from the rest of the reserves that I have to take care of the needed critical infrastructure or for emergency repairs.
So does CRRUA currently have any grants?
We have several grants available. Yes, ma'am. We have grants from Clean Water at SRF. We have one grant number 133, which deals with the North Wastewater Collection System. And that was it initially started off around $4 million with that grant. That is to deal with the aging infrastructure and to put appropriate sizing of our collection system to the wastewater plant. What ended up happening is that we lost due to the breakup of the JPA. There was other funding that has been lost, approximately $12 million of funding that we were notified of award. We lost due to the breakup of the JPA. And so we quickly had to go out and take out another emergency loan increase through Clean Water SRF 133 to notify them that funding was lost and that we had to go for an increase. We were lucky enough that in this case, I don't know if it was NMFA or DFA, went ahead and permitted that increase so that we can at least finish the phase 1. There was a total of 3 phases. We had to at least finish phase 1 of that. I can go on in terms of grants if you want me to go to, but in general, Clean Water SRF funding, we have a total of 2 that are taking place. Drinking Water SRF funding, we have applied for reconstruction of well 8A and well 31. We have applied, as I mentioned, to the New Mexico RIP Loan Fund grant. And we have applied to NatBank funding for $8.4 million for the rehabilitation of the Sunland Park wastewater treatment plant. We have worked in conjunction with the city of Sunland Park to also apply for an extension of a major water line that comes from Anapata subdivision all the way to Anapata Road, which is approximately $2 million. through NADBANK, which we're going to be applying to. There is also funding from the Water Trust Board that we recently applied to for the Water Trust Board for two constructions of 2 wells. In addition to that, we have also applied through capital outlay. Unfortunately, the funds that have come through capital outlay this past year were minimal. We had around $500,000 that was given to us through capital outlay. The prior year, we received $0 through capital outlay. We did receive funds from Congressman, through State Rep Lada. We received approximately around $5 million, which we are utilizing. In addition to that, we also applied to congressional direct spending through Senator Heinrich's office and through U.S. Congressman Gabe Vasquez. We did get awarded $4 million, but with the dissolution of CRRUA, those $4 million were removed because I was notified through their staff that it was no longer considered a viable project.
And besides all of those that you mentioned, you also have funding through the Colonia's infrastructure program.
That is another funding source that we utilize. We have a total of 3 right now through Colonias. The first one is being the preliminary engineering report of the Sutherland Park wastewater treatment plant. The second one is the plan and design of the vacuum lift station, where there is an environmental situation that has taken place due to ill-designed infrastructure that has been there for years. And so we finally got that money for the plan and design. We're now glad to say that, what happened was, with the dissolution of CRRUA, we were notified of the award for the construction funding to take care of the vacuum lift station. Shortly after the dissolution of CRRUA, those funds were removed as part of the total of around $12 million that was removed from CRRUA's award. And partly the reason is that some of those grants take 20-year paybacks, and we're only going to be in existence for no more than 4 years through the JPA. In this case, from communications, probably less than a year between the county and the city. So there was no way that we can do that. So what we did is we reached out back to those funding agencies where we had lost the money. In this case, we reached back to NADBANK, we reached back to Colonia's funding, and we reached back out to the drinking water SRF funding. So what we did enacted is that we quickly enacted a memorandum of agreement to the entities that are the parent companies of CRRUA. And in that, we have a memorandum of understanding that any grants, in this case, I'm talking about the city of Sutherland Park at this point, where a resolution was, memorandum of agreement was passed by the CRRUA board and by the city of Sutherland Park, that any grant that we apply to, that the city of Sutherland Park will be financially responsible. So we notified Colonias, and they returned back the $2.8 million that we lost. So that is a success story. Now we're going through the same process through drinking water SRF, where the Doñana County Board has passed a similar resolution or a memorandum of agreement stating that they would take over financial responsibilities in the event of it, because we are being dissolved. But it's on an individual basis, and we're going to be, now that we received that, now there is notification that we can now send over to the granting agency.
And you've named a bunch of entities. Do you know basically the number of current grants that you have?
I don't have the number on top of my head. I just know the grants by number.
And do you know what the approximate existing total grant you have available to you, or will have available to you?
An approximate number is probably 18 to 20 million in grant funding that we have. And then I can't remember how much we're in the process for in terms of competing for the other loans and grants that we have put out.
So, besides the work that will be conducted through grants, and besides addressing the deficiencies identified in the sanitary.
May I turn it off?
Some of this is probably 45. We can take a break. Okay. Well, this will lead into to kind of a string of questions. So,
All right.
okay.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break. It's 3:14. We'll come back at 3:30. And just one thing, would you confirm, Mr. Crosby, that when you said SRF, you meant State Revolving Fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Water State Revolving Fund.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. For 8 to 10:30. Yeah.
Something.
We are back after a short break. On that break, we discussed the time to resume the hearing because it appears we will not be completed by 5 p.m. and we need to begin vacating this room. We're going to resume the hearing virtually. Luis will send us all a link. We're going to begin at 8 a.m. And we're able to go until 10:30 without disruption. So let's go back to Ms. Carey's direct.
Thank you. Mr. Crosby, I'd like to switch now to a few questions about AWA, the area-wide optimization. Were you here for the testimony of Mr. Lopez? He talked a bit about the AWA program.
Yes, I was.
And did NMED ask if CRRUA was interested in volunteering to join that program?
The AWAP program first came to my attention during water and wastewater training that was conducted. And in this case, we were, I think it's a short school. That's when it first got brought to my attention. And it got brought to my attention by Antonio Romero, who's a technical operator for NMED Local Compliance Office. And as I began to find out about the area-wide optimization program, one of my communications that I've always been constantly in communication is that if there is anything that you see in our area, the objective for me is to making sure that we have a working relationship with NMED, the local compliance office, because working together, we have, and I can go over these items. There's been many great contributions to the system that the area-wide optimization program has done for CRRUA. And at that time, Mr. Antonio Romero still had not gone through the training through EPA. And so he had notified me that as soon as he was done with his training, he would be able to provide more feedback. And as soon as he provided a date for CRRUA and our operational staff and also our consultant, in this case, Mr. Lopez, we went over to the local compliance office at NMED where the meeting was held to take care of the area-wide optimization program. And what it entails in the objective of the area-wide optimization program is to take care of matters before they get out of hand. And a perfect case in point of this was during the dates, I can't recall off the top of my head, when we had our exceedance of the MCL at the industrial plant. Yes, it did take 2 weeks, for a little over 2 to 3 weeks for us to get that under control. However, we did not go out of compliance. There was no violation issued under EPA and safe water drinking or NMED standards. What this clearly showed on the area-wide optimization program is that we are catching matters before they get out of hand. And that is the objective of it. I find it very hard to believe that NMED is pushing this notion that somehow it was a failure of us not being able to report. And granted, there is no time frame for when we should be reporting. However, the signal that is being sent out to the rest of the utility systems is that be honest with us, be honest with us. Let's go ahead and have communication and collaboration. But as soon as you mess up, even though there's no violation, we're going to slam you. That's the notion that I'm getting. That's the feeling that I'm getting after the fact. But I know that this is not coming from the local compliance office. As my communications, I know directly where this is coming from. This is coming from the testimony that you just heard a couple of days ago from Mr. Roderick and from the Mr. Joe Martinez regarding our history. I don't blame them, because if you look at the history that CRRUA has had from 2016, you can clearly say that there is systems in compliance, out of compliance. So yes, there is a trust factor, but their response is that we are being reactionary. My argument to that is that what other option do you have other than to react? There is no other option. The other option is to do nothing. I think we've been reacting in good faith and appropriate times, and to do our best to stay out of the violations, and also to take all preventative measures that are needed in order to stay in compliance.
And when you went to the AWOP training, and can you tell me when that occurred with NMED?
I can't recall at the top of my head. It was probably early in 2024, sometime in early 2024 that we went, as soon as Mr. Antonio Romero, or maybe even January 2025, I can't recall. But I do know, and the data can show in terms of when when CRRUA has its first reports on the AWOP program. So if you can look back, maybe a little bit before is when we got enrolled in it, before we understood the process of the process of the Excel sheet and what needed to be reported.
And what did that training with NMED entail?
What it entailed the objective of the AWOP program, and that is to work together in collaboration with utilities. And what I mean by that is a local compliance office working in collaboration with utilities like CRRUA, who did have past history experiences of non-compliance, to be able to react before things get out of hand. And that's why I gave the example of what I had just stated earlier, is that it is to give a snapshot window, and a window of within what we consider as a compliance, which is the RAA, and to be able to react before you go 2 or 3 quarters out of compliance. So that's the main objective. In this case, I think you're seeing a perfect result of what the AWOP program was intended to do.
And so as part of that AWOP program, just conveying information to the local compliance office as soon as you get it, is that part of the AWOP program?
Yes, it is a collaboration between the local compliance office and the utilities to be able to catch inefficiencies. In this case, it originally started in the wastewater treatment area, but they found great progress and in terms of what that was doing. So the EPA, from my understanding from Antonio Romero, EPA had a training regarding the AWOP program, and that's when the water utility systems or water bureau began to utilize that system and start incorporating it too. So as soon as I found out about the voluntary program, I told Antonio quickly, hey, please sign me up. We want to be a part of this.
Do you know if any other utilities are part of the AWOP program? Any other water utilities?
It has not been brought to my attention that other utilities are involved in the AWOP program.
And clearly, if you're part of the AWOP program, it puts CRRUA in a position to engage with the local compliance office on a regular basis. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is the intention, to making sure that you continue to foster collaboration between the utilities for areas that deal around compliance and also regulations.
And just so I understand it a little better, like when you're looking at the incident that happened in May with the exceedance, how did CRRUA engage with the local compliance office through the AWOP program in addressing that issue?
To my recollection, when we notified the NMED local compliance office, is we notified them of the exceedance that took place. And the second item is we told them of the adjustments that we were making. I do want to go back, because I did see that it was brought to the attention of Mr. Lopez and previous people who have sat here to provide testimony regarding the statement that I provided out to give out regarding the adjustments that were being made. And in that process, we stated that SOPs were being done, and that we quickly reacted to take control of the situation to reduce the MCL. And that was a mistake on my part, a mistake that I will not repeat again, because I should have waited for an actual test to be going out in terms of a certified sample, not relying on test strips, because test strips can have a degree of error. However, so yes, there was a mistake. However, there was no obligation for me to even notify the public. B, there was no violation initiated. But C, I wanted to make sure that the public was aware that there was an exceedance. However, I did not break any violation, and I quickly notified the public.
And are you talking about a particular press release from CRRUA?
Yes, it was a press release regarding when the MCL was first found out, that it exceeded 10 parts per billion.
And has CRRUA reached out to NMED regarding board training to help assist CRRUA's board members understand its roles and responsibilities?
Yes, that is one item that I implemented in speaking with the new board. There was a renewal of the JPA not too long ago. And also in that renewal, there was also going to be a technical board that was overseeing CRRUA versus the previous board, which was all elected officials. In this case, there is 2 elected officials, one from the county and one from the city. However, the rest of the board members at CRRUA have a technical background of some sort, whether it be with industrial pretreatment, whether it be with engineering, or whether it be with water and wastewater services or former operator. And in that process, one of the items that I notified, in this case, our vice chair and our chair, is that in the trainings that I went to, is that one of the important items was that we should have board roles and responsibilities, because it was one of the Achilles heels that in my observation of the previous way the board was run, is that there was no training that was being conducted. And what I mean by training is, what is the responsibility of notification to the public? What I mean by training is, what are the appropriate procedures of the board to know about an emergency response plan? What is our role in the emergency response plan? These were all important elements that we did not have. So one of the things that I implemented and requested to the board is that there must be at least 12 training hours by the board for them to stay on the board in order to, within the first 2 years. And so one of the key elements of the actual board roles and responsibilities was first for myself to take that course, but then after that, there was information on the NMED website that if we wanted to do an in-person training, that I would have to reach out, and I can't remember her name, but it's in Santa Fe. I believe her name is Karen. I think she's probably already retired by now, because she stated she was going to be retiring. And I says, look, I really do like your program. However, there's some missing factors that I think that could provide opportunity for utilities like CRRUA. Board roles and responsibilities is not a one-size-fits-all type of training. And when I gave her the examples, when we had our outbreak, we had 8 different stories or 7 different stories going out, because one board member was saying this, another board member was saying this. And so that was one of the, it threw the public into a tilt, and it says, well, what's the correct story? So we had to make sure that in the board roles and responsibilities that there was a clear understanding that there should be a clear line of communication going out and who it should be by. So those are just some of the examples. Other areas that the board was not previously aware of was New Mexico Water Watch. That is, how is your utility system doing? Are they in compliance? Are they out of compliance? How do you go to Water Watch? Water Watch is not an easy, is not a user-friendly interface for people who are non-technical. It took me a long time to begin to understand the understanding. If it wasn't for the local compliance office doing individual trainings with me and me calling them, how do I find this? How do I find that? I would have been lost. So that was one clear item in terms of what is their role regarding standards and regulations for both EPA and NMED.
And did NMED provide that training to the board? Did a training session occur?
Yes, NMED did provide the training for the CRRUA board members. We also invited the members from Doña Ana County as well as from the city of Southern Park.
And did CRRUA undergo any other trainings from NMED?
CRRUA did undergo other trainings for NMED. One of those trainings was the emergency response plan. As you can tell, that in the emergency response plan, in my evaluation, and also in the evaluation that NMED did, is that our emergency response plan was outdated. And in fact, it wasn't utilized in regards to the response. And one of the things that we did do is the first step in that emergency response plan training is I reached out to Mr. Antonio Romero to be able to see if he could please provide information to CRRUA board members as well as to the adjacent operational staff, in this case, Doña Ana County, who also runs a wastewater facility. So I made sure that not just CRRUA should be taking advantage of these emergency response plans, but also the other surrounding entities. Because one thing that we learned in our emergency response plan, utilities the size of CRRUA cannot respond on their own. They need communication and coordination with other utilities. So that was the main objective of the emergency response plan, is to invite those that were around us to be able to respond to an emergency. As we quickly learned during the pH outbreak, is that had we been alone, it would have been a disaster. We were very fortunate that the Doña Ana County did have an emergency response team available. And we were very fortunate that we had extra personnel staff with the city of Southern Park and their police and fire services that were there to assist.
And did CRRUA or did NMED conduct this training for CRRUA?
Yes, NMED did conduct a training, and it was the training was conducted by Antonio Romero, who works out of the NMED local compliance office.
And did you hear Brandy Littleton's testimony that she was not aware that NMED had conducted an ERP training?
Yes, I did hear her information, and frankly, it was quite shocking that she didn't know. Being my conversations with Mr. Tim Willie, is that I was under the impression is that anything that comes, or I was notified by Mr. Willie, is that anything that is taking place because of the situation that CRRUA is in, is that it has to get pushed to his higher ups.
Madam Hearing Officer, didn't we already have this conversation?
I thought we did.
Well, I have a specific question.
Okay,
Actually, if I may approach.
good. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Did you have the exhibit?
Yes. Wait,
Let
just a minute.
Let
Just
me
a
just ask some foundational questions.
But just a minute, let me review it if you don't mind, Susan.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Sure.
I'm having trouble understanding what this is.
Well, I was going to ask some foundational questions.
All right, go ahead and ask the foundational question.
So, Mr. Crosby, I'm just going to ask you some questions before getting into the little bit of the substance with us about this document. So, are you looking at CRRUA Rebuttal Exhibit 5?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And can you explain what this document is?
This document is a calendar invite to the emergency response plan workshop that we work together in conjunction with NMED and CRRUA for water and wastewater responses. This invite was sent to a group of NMED local compliance office, as well as with Doña Ana County, as well as with the city of Sunland Park, because the objective is that in the emergency response plan known as ERP is that we have to react as a community. And in that process,
Mr. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to still establish a little more foundation before we get into the substance of it.
Well, just a minute. Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to object. First of all, he said that this was sent out to an entire group of people, but all I can see on here is Randy Littleton and Juan Carlos Crosby at DoñaAnaCounty.org. I don't see anybody else's name on here. I don't know where this document came from, what it is, and more importantly, it's completely irrelevant to whether or not to the matter that's being heard here today.
Well,
It's a measure that was taken after the fact.
Okay,
And-
so hold on. I see the date is May 5th. And I know that that's the same week that we had some other things going on.
But you can see Miss Littleton didn't reply until June 6th that this is even.
Okay, so I'm not excluding it right now. We have heard one question about it. We're going to keep going a little ways. Go ahead, Ms.
But
Carey.
can she clarify that he said this was sent out to a group of people, but it's just.
Oh, okay, if that helps, Ms. Carey, go ahead.
so is this a calendar invitation that you sent?
yes, and it is an invite. And to address the question, sometimes when I do send a calendar invite, sometimes I remember, shoot, I forgot to invite so-and-so. So what I do is I include a forward. So what you're seeing is a forward, and this is my personal, this is my work email because Doña Ana County at that time was our fiscal agent. So that's why you see the domain name Doña Ana County, but that is my email at work at that time. Now my new email is Juan Crosby at the City of Sunland Park. And I invited, in part of the emergency response plan, I did invite Miss Littleton, and the intent.
But let me just finish establishing. So it was a calendar invitation that you sent.
Yes,
And does this indicate who you sent this forwarded invitation to?
yes, I sent it to Randy Littleton,
And what day did you send it to her?
May 5th.
And did she respond to this calendar invite?
She did respond, and you can clearly see in the bottom that the response was no.
And she declined.
Yes, it's a decline.
And so I'd like to admit this to rebut a question that was asked of Littleton for direct testimony.
Okay, Ms. Rowley.
First of all, Madam Hearing Officer, Ms. Littleton didn't talk about the emergency response plan in her testimony at all. Secondly, this is irrelevant. It doesn't relate to the penalty assessed or any basis for reduction that's being requested by CRRUA. I'm not sure I understand how this is relevant in any way. And I'm going to say again, I have no idea. There's no way for us to verify where this came from. I mean, this looks like a screenshot from a telephone, maybe on some document. I mean, on some device we don't know anything about. This isn't admissible in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, Ms. Carey, would you like to draw Mr. Crosby out a little further?
Can you explain, does this exhibit show a screenshot?
I'm sorry, come again?
Does this exhibit show a screenshot?
Yes, this is from my email.
And you took the screenshot?
Yes, I did take the screenshot.
it's from your email.
It is from
It's-
my email.
It's
Yes,
a screenshot of your email.
yes, ma'am.
And it's the email, your email is your Doña Ana County email, which was your previous email.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send this invitation to Brandy Littleton?
I did send it, and part of the reason why is because in the 2023 Senate,
Let me ask a follow-up question. The reason we're asking to admit this exhibit is, it's a credibility issue. To question the credibility of testimony that Ms. Littleton had during the hearing about, and specifically, she testified that, she was not aware that NMED conducted an ERP training.
Okay. Any other question? Well, I mean, you'll be able to cross-examine Mr. Crosby.
Well, but again, you don't need this in order to establish that, if that's what she testified to. But the other thing is, what date was this screenshot taken?
I don't know why that's relevant. It's you could, you have.
It's authentication. I don't even know what this came from. This could be made up for all I know. I mean,
Mr. Crosby testified where it came from.
no, he didn't. He said it's from his email. This looks like it came from a phone.
Yeah,
Right.
and he said it's a screenshot.
Yeah, and
that
what
to-
date was it taken?
Mr. Crosby, what date did you take the screenshot?
I took the screenshot, I think the first day into the hearing, because when I heard testimony,
But
and
just
that Miss Brandy, I'm not finished speaking.
Right, but
I'm not finished
you're
speaking.
testifying.
I'm not
you
finished
can't testify
speaking.
yet.
I'm not finished speaking.
You can't
Mr.
testify.
Rayan,
I'm not finished speaking.
Mr. Rayan,
He's
please finish your answer, Mr. Crosby.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. My integrity was attacked, number one. Okay, and I clearly decided that I've been nothing but truthful to the New Mexico Local Compliance Office. And I have gone through extreme efforts to protect that integrity and to protect that trust. And when testimony was provided here stating that she was not aware of what was taking place, because I understand she has a lot of utilities to oversee. But in my understanding, I've been doing my best when it comes to important items in regarding to the 2023 sanitary survey. One of the items that was on there is that CRRUA does not have enough training, enough staff training. And so what I was trying to convey during these trainings, I know that she probably wasn't going to attend, but I had the intent of this email that I sent, calendar invite that I sent, was to show her, here are the efforts that we are taking to show that we are not only just trying to take care of the utility here, but we're trying to take care of a situation that many utilities are going through. And the main intent was to just make sure that she was aware.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rayan,
So when did you took this the date of the first day of the hearing?
I took this, my answering questions already from him, like being cross-examined by him.
he's asking you a question that goes to whether this exhibit should be admitted. That's all.
Okay, so this was a screenshot taken after I heard from Ms. Littleton that she was not aware of the emergency response plan. And I went back to my emails to see if did I in fact invite her. And yes, I did invite her. I knew she wasn't going to attend because she is very busy. But the intent was to show, hey, she did know about this. She did know that we were having a training.
When did your email switch to Sunland Park?
It switched to the Sunland Park probably during fiscal agent. When did we switch over? And maybe a month ago.
So that was before the screenshot was taken, right?
Yes, but I still
So you still have access to a Doña Ana County email?
absolutely I do, and I'll continue to have access for 1 year.
For 1 year, you'll have access to your Doña Ana County email?
I will have access, yes, for record keeping, and on top of that, all the emails that I have for appropriate record keeping and open information will be transferred over. So I will continue to have access to the emails that CRRUA had prior dating me to the previous directors.
Okay, and you still utilize this email?
I don't utilize the email unless it's by accident. And what I mean by that is sometimes I have both accounts attached because both of them are still open. So sometimes if I'm on the wrong account, I can accidentally send an email from my county email.
Okay, and one more question. or I'm not going to ask you this question, Ms. Crosby. I'm going to use this as an objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This says emergency response plan workshop, water and wastewater. So it doesn't say training anywhere. It says workshop, which to me is the meeting where you discuss things. And everybody who works in a governmental entity, they have workshops all the time. They're not trainings. And so I'm just going to object, Madam Hearing Officer. You make the decision, but this, I'm just going to object to relevancy and to the fact that we have no way of knowing what, where we can't see the device. We don't know where this came from. And so, I mean, you make the decision, but I'm going to object on relevancy. And finally, one last thing, again, she didn't testify about the emergency response plan in her testimony. So I don't know how they're using it to rebut her testimony.
Oh,
She did testify to that.
But
hold on,
no,
No, she didn't.
hold on, Mr. Crosby. So
I
at
took her
this
to-
moment, hold on, Mr. Al. I am not going to take the time to look through my notes of Ms. Littleton's testimony, but I'll accept this into the record, review my notes and transcript to see if in fact this is rebuttal and address it in my hearing officer report.
thank you.
And
Okay.
the objections noted. for the
Your
record.
objection is on the record,
Thank you.
Ms. Carey.
So Mr. Crosby, to address one issue that Mr. Ryle brought up. So what was the emergency response plan workshop?
It is known that when you have workshops, it can be called a workshop, but in all intended purposes, it is a presenter going over a training. In this case, what is the emergency response plan? What is the purpose of the emergency response plan? Getting involved in the technicality is trying to seem dismissive that this was a training, but in fact was a training. So
And did you attend the training?
yes, I attended the training.
And who else from NMED was at that training?
The only person that I remember that attended from NMED was Mr. Antonio Romero for the emergency response plan workshop.
And you were present during Brandy Littleton's testimony, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And did you hear Ms. Littleton testify that she was not aware that NMED had conducted an emergency response plan?
That's what I recall.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. I think that mischaracterizes Ms. Littleton's testimony. She may have said she wasn't aware of any training that they had conducted, but I don't think she specifically referenced the emergency response plan.
All right, thank you for
Thank
that, Mr. Rayal. We don't have a transcript to revisit at this moment, but I will. Go ahead, Ms. Carey.
And Mr. Crosby, did you personally inform Ms. Littleton about this workshop or training?
I did not personally inform her because she is very busy. She does oversee a large utility area. However, I did have the courtesy to send over the calendar invite.
And did she respond to this calendar invitation?
Yeah, yes, the response came through a form of on an email. You respond either yes or no on the calendar, and that's why you can clearly see that there is a no response, and at the very top, it's a decline.
And were you present at the testimony of Deputy Secretary Roderick when he informed CRRUA, when he testified that CRRUA showed no willingness to do what's right?
Yes, I did hear that testimony.
And I'd like to, if I may approach, please. Crosby.
Susan, can I have a minute again? Please?
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Susan.
So, Mr. Crosby, initially, I'm just going to ask you a series of questions to lay the foundation.
Yes, ma'am.
And so are you looking at CRRUA Rebuttal Exhibit 4?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what this document is?
This document is a correspondence preparation work that we are taking to.
Let me just, maybe I'll be a little more specific. Is this correspondence in the form of an email?
Yes, this correspondence is a form of the email.
And can you tell me the date of this email?
May 8th, 2025.
And who was the email to and from?
The email was from May 8th of 2025 at 3:12 p.m. The email was from Antonio Romero, who is the technical service coordinator at NMED, and the email was sent over to myself, Mr. Eric Lopez with Rydell's Facility Ops, and CRRUA's operations manager, Filiberto Aguirre.
And you're looking at the portion of the email that's on page 2 of this exhibit, is that correct?
Yes, I'm on page 2 of the exhibit.
And is it fair to say that this is basically a chain email that started with the communication Thursday, May 8th at 3:12 p.m. and then there were several more follow-up emails, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you receive this email?
Yes, I did receive the email.
And who else was a recipient on the email?
The other recipients on the email were Mr. Eric Lopez with Rydell Facility Ops and CRRUA's operational manager, Filiberto Aguirre.
And did you see this email? Did it appear on your computer?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing it?
Yes.
And is this a true and correct copy of the email that you saw on your computer?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move to admit this.
Objections?
Yeah, this is being used to rebut testimony by Deputy Secretary Roderick. I don't see him anywhere on here. And one more thing I'd like to point out is when Mr. Romero sent this email, he didn't have the results of the May 6th or the May 7th tests. And so I'm not sure this email would read the same. And so I just think that it's not appropriate for any reason at all.
All right, so Ms. Carey?
Thank you. I may proceed.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
do you
no,
want me to address
what
it?
is your
It's objective.
response?
I'm going to ask a series of questions that address the issues that you raise regarding the timing of this email. And I do think it goes to rebut the testimony of Mr. Roderick, who was speaking as the Deputy Secretary of the Environment Department.
These aren't Ms. Roderick's.
Hold on. Finish your sentence, Ms. Carey.
Excuse me.
Finish your sentence.
Yeah, Mr. Roderick was testifying as the Deputy Secretary that CRRUA showed no willingness to do what's right. And they, had to wait until they're caught to do something. And we're presenting this, we would like to present this evidence to show that perhaps there were other views about CRRUA's ability to work with NMED
Okay,
and the agency.
sorry, thank you. So admitting it, your objection is noted, and Mr. Real, you'll have a chance to both cross-examine and make your arguments about the results of the May 7th testing coming in right after this, presumably.
So so does Mr. Romero work in NMED's local compliance?
Yes, he does. He does work in their local compliance office. He's a technical services coordinator.
Object to foundation.
What do you mean, foundation?
Okay. Do you know Mr. Romero?
Yeah, how does he know Mr. Romero?
Okay, go ahead.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you know Mr. Romero?
Yes, I do know Mr. Romero.
And you know what Mr. Romero's job is?
Yes, he is a technical services coordinator for the local compliance office in Las Cruces.
And how do you know that?
I know him from him coming down first, as I mentioned earlier in my comment, doing the 2023 sanitary survey, where he came in, introduced himself, and that's where we began to. That's where I began to understand who are the different departments within the Water Bureau, so that we can seek assistance for the utility when it comes to technical guidance and best practices.
And what is the date of this?
The date of the email from Mr. Antonio Romero over to Mr. Lopez and Filiberto and myself is May 8th, 2025 at 3:12 p.m.
And have you heard testimony today about the April 23, 2025 voluntary test, arsenic test that CRRUA conducted?
Yes, I did hear testimony.
And do you know what day CRRUA received the results of that?
I don't recall the actual date, but I am familiar with the exceedance that did take place from the operational control sample as well as with the quarterly sample.
And you know the date that NMED received the results of the April 23rd test results?
I don't recall the date, however, it was very short thereafter, after we prepared the statement, the memo, and also notified NMED of the MCL exceedance.
And I'd like to approach the witness, please. For which are the NMED's objections and responses to respondents' first request for admission. Can you look at request for admission number 10, please?
Yes, request for admission number 10. Did you want me to read?
Could you read that, please?
Admit that the result of a voluntary test sample conducted at the industrial park arsenic treatment plant on April 23rd of 2025 and reference in paragraph 26 of NMED's second amended administrative compliance order and assessment of civil penalty was reported by respondent to NMED's local compliance office via email to Martin Torres, Antonio Romero, Brandy Littleton, and Tim Willie in May 2nd of 2025.
And looking at the bottom, is there a checkbox after the request for admission?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
The checkbox is on the aisle of admitting.
So that, and do you understand that is NMED admitting, or is Ms. Littleton?
Yes.
And the email we're talking about is from Mr. Romero, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the email is dated May 8th, is that correct?
That is correct.
So this email was sent after he received notice of the test results, the April 23rd, 2025 testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
So I'd like you to read the email starting with, well, the first paragraph. I am following up.
Madam Hearing Officer, in the interest of time, the email speaks for itself. You've admitted it. We don't need to read it into the record.
Oh, you mean CRRUA Rebuttal Exhibit 4?
Yeah.
I'd like him to read the email. It will take 1 minute to read it. All right,
Speaks for itself.
I'm not sure why it's necessary for him to read it. We're looking at it.
Well, I would like to highlight certain things that Mr. Romero conveyed in this email.
Okay,
Okay, so I can ask specific questions.
all right.
Okay, I'm looking at this email. Did he state that he is following up with you all? My attempt is to keep the CRRUA system file with the reports for compliance to show the great effort and work that you are all doing. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean to you? What does that sentence mean to you?
What that sentence means to me that there is constant.
For speculation.
He can answer that. Overruled. Go ahead.
What that means to me is that there is active coordination and communication regarding specifically the arsenic, reports for the AWOP program that we are submitting to NMED.
And the second paragraph of the email, what's generally being conveyed in that paragraph?
Where is saying being that said, or
Yeah, the paragraph starting with being that said, what information is he conveying to you in that email?
what he's conveying to us is that we are enrolled in the volunteer program of the AWOP, and he's also conveying for us to please send the results, which Mr. Lopez did, so that he could have the so he was able to input the data necessary for the AWOP program.
And does he conclude his email by stating that I commend you all on the great effort, work, and resiliency you are all doing?
Yes, he did.
And what does it mean to you to learn that Mr. Romero commended you on your great effort, work, and resiliency with the work you're doing?
No objection, Madam Hearing Officer.
Overruled.
What this means to me is clearly communication between the local compliance office, in this case, Mr. Antonio Romero, that the utility system is compliant and communicating our efforts regarding the arsenic and also conveying the information that is necessary for the area-wide optimization program. And as you can tell from the end result is that we quickly resolved the situation not to get out of compliance or have an issue, have a violation issue. I think this also speaks to the communication that we have with the local compliance office, which I heard from the previous testimony that was provided over here, that information was not provided to Brandy Littleton, or that she wasn't aware of these situations that were taking place. And it's quite understandable why she wouldn't. You know, she is the chief of she is a chief, basically, is what I look at it when I'm looking at compliance, or I'm correlating to a law enforcement division. If somebody's coming to testify over a situation that took place, it's not the chief that's going to sit in a hearing. It's going to be that arresting officer that's going to be there. In this case, in correlation to our arresting officer, would be Mr. Tim Willie or Mr. Antonio Romero, because they deal with the utility on a day-to-day operation when we have situations. So I'm not saying that Miss Brandy Littleton was lying. What I am saying is that she may have not gotten all the information, or all the information may not have been relayed to her to adequately and confidently speak up here and say, I knew what was taking place. Of course not, because she has people that are working for her to take care of that item.
And in light of that, how would you read Mr. Romero's email in light of Deputy Secretary Roderick's testimony that CRRUA shows no willingness to do what's right?
You know, once again, no disrespect to Mr. Roderick.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Once again, no disrespect to Mr. Roderick. I don't think that he was lying. However, I don't think that this type of information in the ground level, in the trenches, in the day-to-day operation is going to be conveyed to him. And that's why I believe there was misinformation that was spoken regarding CRRUA not applying to grants and to funding that was available. Secondly, this other item regarding the communication with the local compliance office and not communicating appropriately with the local compliance office. I think this goes to speak is that the utility system that I have administrative oversight for is doing its best to be able to communicate at the local compliance level who has oversight in order to stay in compliance. Not only that, we are exceeding by making sure that we are volunteering for programs that are not yet available to other utilities. We don't want this thing to ever take place again of what took place with the elevated pH. It was a bad situation. We had mistrust and there was division within the utility. My approach to this is to make sure that other utility systems learn from what took place at CRRUA and that they follow the steps that we are taking in order to achieve it. And the reason that I can confidently speak to that is because one thing that has not been mentioned in this whole thing that everyone has stayed quiet about is that EPA, Federal Compliance Office, who oversees oversight over the Safe Water Drinking Act, came in not too long ago in 2025, did an evaluation and clearly spoke to me and says, this is not the reports that we received. We received reports that you guys were unwilling to work with the compliance office. We received reports that you were not following compliance. And when they came in, yes, they did find a list of certain items that were found. However, it was not a list of items that were violations. It was more, I would say, cosmetic items where there was erosion or fence lining or screening that needed to be put up. They were not violations. The other thing that also I believe that was misspoken, which is a detriment to the credit of what we have been doing here, is when testimony was provided. I believe, I can't remember, it was by Mr. Littleton, I'm sorry, by Ms. Littleton or by Mr. Roderick, when they were stating that the ERG report indicated that no SOPs were done. SOPs were done when they came in. Yes, I can hear the argument from the prosecution side telling, well, they were barely done. But when you're going through a crisis, your immediate response is to first take care of health, safety, and welfare. That was a decision that I made in conjunction with my Dell facility ops to get those arsenic treatment plants up and running. Then we can deal with the paperwork. What good is it to have SOPs in place when your arsenic system is down? There's no use for it then.
So, Mr. Crosby, I'd like to now switch to some financial issues involving CRRUA. I mean, I know we've touched on that a little bit, but I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions. As executive director, are you familiar with the current financial CRRUA?
Yes, I'm aware of the financial conditions at CRRUA.
And can you generally explain what those conditions are today?
Based on the information that I received from our opening fiscal year, we have $1 million in reserve expenses to spend out, which is below the 1/8 level that is recommended. So we are operating at a very extreme low threshold of what a utility system should be operating with. But given the circumstances, my objective is to not stop until this system is up and running at an optimal level. And yes, we are working on the items to get there. However, it does take time to get a cost of service study completed. It does take time to get all boards to approve rate increase. So that's how I answer that.
Is CRRUA taking any actions to try to stabilize finance with CRRUA?
Yes, we are taking actions to be able to stabilize the actions of CRRUA. And one of the early evaluations that I looked at was first the actual rates. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go over it again regarding how low our rates were, one of the lowest in the states. So one of the things that we enacted is to begin the cost of service study. It's approximately taking a year because it's an invasive analysis over all of our expenses, from infrastructure to operating expense to future growth to future demand of development in the region. That cost of service is the first pillar to stabilize, because now we have a clear understanding that our expenses for our utility are exceeding what is coming in. So that is number one. We have to get that stabilized. The second item that I evaluated was development agreements. Development agreements were not in place. We've worked with Gars and Associates, who is a former city of Las Cruces city manager, and also a former engineer for the city of Las Cruces. So we enlisted his assistance, and we have made several development agreements to stabilize the growth that is in the region, because not only does CRRUA have to look at the infrastructure that is existing, but it also has to stabilize the future growth. we're tasked on two sides. In other words, you have two heads to slay, basically, is what we're approaching. So development agreements was another area that we increased. So that way we can have the appropriate infrastructure in place and not have development impact and put that cost on the backs of the utility. So the development agreement was really the other item in terms of expansion and being able to sustain and stabilize the expansion. The third area that we have on there is that once the cost of services study is done, we will utilize in conjunction our bonding capacity. Now, that quickly changed when the JPA was dissolved. We lost our ability to go out for bonding because we are going to be dissolved in less than a year. Intelligence is the ability to adjust. And so what we have to do is then we had to work with our new fiscal agent and also where we were working at. We serve primarily, I would say a little over 90% of the infrastructure that we serve is served out of the city of Sutherland Park in terms of the residential development. So with that being said, is that we've teamed up with the city of Sutherland Park to assist to be able to go out for bonding capacity because now they have announced that they will be taking over their infrastructure. So bonding capacity, this is us forward thinking now that we have to be able to maximize the cost of service study with our bonding capacity so that we can make an immediate injection of cash to take care of the previous deferred maintenance that is across the utility system. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking at probably over 20 years of deferred maintenance. And that bonding capacity is going to be approximately on the low end, probably about $15 million on the high end, maybe about $30 million. And that is going to be utilized to take care of immediate items that are in the infrastructure because there is no way around this. But to be wise with the money that you have, we will now have the capability to maximize that bonding capacity with other grants so that we can not utilize all the bonding capacity in one direct hit. We will use it to supplement and to be, needless to say, is to grow the money that we have utilizing our bonding capacity. Those are the financial systems that we need to be in place to stabilize the deficiencies that have plagued the water system from way before.
And in utilizing development agreements, would that include assessing impact fees?
Yes, impact fees is another associated item involved with development. And that answers to the direct question is that we are not taking funds out of the existing infrastructure. And when you issue impact fees, there is a process, sometimes takes 2 to 3 years to fully implement it. We teamed up with the city of Sutherland Park. Yes, we did get dissolved, so that's scratched out of the way, but that doesn't stop us from adjusting. So we adjusted with the impact fees, which we've teamed up with the city of Sutherland Park. They have hired a firm to go out for impact fees for public works, for streets, and including water and wastewater. So they included that into the system. And those items would take care of future growth because the water utility system, yes, it is tasked with being able to provide safe drinking water and also wastewater. But also there is a component that many people tend to forget is that once the toilets stop flushing, economic development stops. And it is also the due responsibility of the water utility to making sure that they're planning for the future so that they can not only just stabilize the water and wastewater, but they can stabilize the economic region that they're serving.
And you've already testified today that CRRUA used its reserves for system improvements. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And could you look at CRRUA exhibits 21, 23, which is a PDF version of the spreadsheet? Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And I'm just going to ask you some foundational questions on this document first. Move to admit it. So are you familiar with this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain what this document is?
This document shows.
We don't object to the mission of this document.
You don't? Oh, okay, great. I move to admit this exhibit. And
Admit it.
And I was going to try to lay a foundation as well for the backup documents, which are also marked CRRUA exhibits 21, 23. Would you like me to go through the foundation?
No, we don't object.
Okay, so I'd like to move to admit those as well.
They're admitted as well. They're in this thick red rope.
So going back to the spreadsheet, can you explain this document, what it includes, who prepared it, and for what purposes?
Yes. This document is showing expenses that CRRUA has incurred or is in the process of incurring if we're going through procurement process. And secondly, it also designates the name of the contractor that is being utilized. In this case, CRRUA, which is the designer of the tank, and also the manufacturer of the tank that we have for the arsenic treatment facilities for 2 out of the 4, and now the 3rd, which we have done upgrades, and with one last remaining upgrade being the electrical panel, so that we can have we can get that up to, I would call it it's a correct word. Trying to think of the correct word where a system, in order for a company to accept it, it has to meet their specs, and I can't remember the word.
Up to code?
Not up to code, but it has to be
Calibrated?
No, I'll think of it later, but basically is that one of the systems that is on there is a lane system, which CRRUA has mentioned to us that, hey, this cannot be our factory, doesn't meet our factory specs. So we need to make the modifications necessary so it can be considered one of now our factory items. I can't think of the word right now, but it also goes on to mention INC services, which is a big mechanical contractor that we use, J&K Services for electrical services that we use. Those are the main items that are on there. And then you also see the descriptions and the cost. And I just wanted to point out that some of these items have not yet been completed. Some of these items are in the process as we are fixing many items at a very rapid rate. When we do pick and choose which ones are getting done first based on necessity.
And is it correct to say that the spreadsheet shows expenses relating to water and wastewater improvements?
Yes.
And does this spreadsheet show all of the expenses that CRRUA has incurred?
No, due to time right now, we're going through a audit, as we do go through an audit every year at this time. And so I've limited staff. So what I asked my staff to do is get a snapshot of a window off of items that I could quickly think of, which I wanted them to get. But as you can clearly see that we opened up at we're a little over $5 million in our reserves, and we've dwindled it down to around 1 million in our reserves. So this does not show an accurate, however, it does show a significant emphasis to the items that I thought that were vital to report. However, there's other items that are not in here due to time that I did not have.
And did you prepare the spreadsheet?
No, I did not prepare the spreadsheet. However, I did have the assistant executive director assist with it, as well as my office manager.
And was that done under your supervision?
Yes.
And the 605 or so documents that we've produced, how do those documents relate to the spreadsheet?
Those documents relate to the spreadsheet as evidence in terms of purchase orders that were issued, invoices that came in, quotes that came in, so we can be able to prove the expenses that were made to the utility system for both water and wastewater services.
Is it fair to describe them as being backup documents for the spreadsheet?
Yes, that's the intended purpose, to serve as backup. That way, it can be stated that, hey, this document, where did you get it from? Intended proof for that is to show evidence that we have in fact been rapidly spending funds to making sure that we get the utility back up and running to an optimal level.
And the spreadsheet was originally in the form of an Excel spreadsheet, correct?
Yes, it was correct. And that was part of our planning in terms of phasing out when we wanted to take care of the certain situations.
And what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that we have to be able to strategically put into phases which project based on limited time, based on limited resources and also limited contractors that are available. Some of the items that are being upgraded, and for example, in the arsenic treatment facility, is that we are very conscious of who is going in there. We don't just want any contractor that we're not aware of. We want to make sure that that contractor is vetted and that we have developed trust and that we have gone through the correct procurement process and RFP to making sure that we have thoroughly vetted who is coming into the utility system.
And does keeping a running Excel spreadsheet help you do that?
It does help us do that in terms of expenses. It helps the assistant executive director who assists a lot with the financial side of the organization. And that's why we have the running Excel sheet.
And I would just like to state for the record that Council for NMED asked for this to be produced in the form of an Excel spreadsheet, which was provided to you. So you have testified about the rate study that CRRUA has conducted. And you said there was a recent rate increase for CRRUA customers. When did that rate increase occur?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was sometime in 2023 that the rate increase was put in, and that was because a previous board had enacted that the rate increase should go into effect. However, during the COVID time in 2020, that rate increase was never done. However, after COVID, it wasn't until maybe I think sometime in 2022 or 2023 that the board released that, and so we were able to go ahead and I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here. They released shutoffs. That's a different situation. We were not allowed to do shutoffs. One thing that hampered our ability for payment, because for a period of almost 3 years, shutoffs were not allowed. So we did incur a large expense because appropriate funds were not coming in. It's another area that I forgot to mention. But going back to your initial question, and I forgot the question.
I asked you when the rate increase was put in.
Sometime in 2023.
Well, if I provided the date of July 1st, 2024, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would. I apologize. In 2024.
And is that the date the rate increase went into effect?
Yes, it went into effect in 2024.
But those were rates that were determined in 2019, correct?
Those are rates that were determined in 19. What we did is we added the rate increase plus CPI. A CPI.
And do you anticipate another rate increase for CRRUA?
Yes, we do anticipate another rate increase for CRRUA based on the study that was conducted by Jacobs Engineering and their accounting team. We now know the rate that would have to be increased, and we will be having on the 18th of September, I'm sorry, the 18th of September, we will be having a workshop training with the boards of the Doñana County, City of Sunland Park, as well as with the CRRUA board to inform them of the methodology that was utilized by the accounting, and that way we can field any questions they may have regarding the rate increase.
So if you could, I believe you have CRRUA Exhibit 20 in front of you. And can you identify this document, please?
This is a comprehensive performance evaluation that was done at CRRUA at the 4 treatment facilities that was done by ERG and encompassed also the financial and human resource operational overview of the utility by Ms. Cherry, engineer, who was hired by NMED, where CRRUA volunteered to take part in this performance evaluation.
I'd like to move to admit this, or I can set a foundation for what's your preference.
We have no problem with it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
When it's admitted.
And what's your understanding of what the purpose of this report was?
The purpose of this report is when Mr. Roderick came over and notified us of I'm sorry, it was the local compliance office. I think in this case it was Martin, Romero, who had, Martin Torres, who had notified me of this comprehensive evaluation that was coming down. And if we wanted to volunteer of this evaluation, and they had indicated what areas they would be covering. And as my approach from the very beginning, we should be able to communicate and should be able to utilize all the resources that are available to assist in the situation that took place at CRRUA. And this is just one example of the, I believe that the correspondence and the commitment that NMED has had with CRRUA in terms of assisting with the compliance.
And the pages aren't numbered, but if you could go to page 15 and a section that's marked administration, you can, it'd be the 15th page.
Performance assessment, were we?
It's a,
Oh,
it's the page on the top says number one factor, and then administration financial.
Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Crosby has a highlighted copy that we don't have.
Yeah, I can give you a highlight. This was a copy that we had highlighted just internally, and that's the one I made as an exhibit after I
That's not the one you provided to us.
I can provide you one with the highlighting.
Well, what was the purpose of the highlighting?
The highlight. Or
Purpose was to highlight. Yeah, but don't you have a clean copy for the witness so that, I mean, this wasn't what we agreed to have admitted.
We have a clean copy that we can provide to the witness. Even the date.
It's page 15.
That one also has page numbers.
Thank you.
That one also has page numbers.
Oh, that was, yeah.
That's the one you gave us.
Hey, I'm on page 15.
Are you on page 15?
Yes, ma'am.
And so and are you looking at a section marked administration?
I'm under, yes, administration, under number 4.
Yeah. And does the ERG report state that CRRUA's rates have not kept pace with the full cost to properly staff, operate, maintain the water system, and that insufficient revenue has resulted in the inability to properly staff the utility, retain properly certified and trained staff, purchase needed equipment, and encourage treatment performance that goes beyond the regulatory requirements?
Yes, I did see that, and that was part of the evaluation that was conducted by Ms. Cherry when we turned over financial information over to her.
And would you agree with that assessment made by ERG?
I do agree with the assessment that ERG concluded with, as well as with the cost of service study that also concluded with the same finding.
Right, their recommendation that CRRUA conduct a rate study to better evaluate all O&M costs and determine the cost of service, and consider a rate structure that allows for creating a reserve account since the current reserves were being depleted for critical infrastructure upgrades. Do you agree with that recommendation?
I do agree with the recommendation.
And have you started complying with that recommendation?
We have not begun complying with the recommendation because there are still needed critical infrastructure items that are needed. And it's my commitment and my duty to making sure that we continue to push I don't see that if we run into a situation with financial situations, we will have to find the other money through some other avenue or some other source.
But this recommendation goes to conducting a rate study.
Yes,
And do you agree with that recommendation?
yes, I do.
And have you started working on that rate study?
Yes, the rate study has been completed, and we will be presenting to the appropriate boards as part of the cost of service notification to the governing entities as well as to the public.
So do you believe that CRRUA's rate study will address the recommendations of ERG?
Yes, several of the recommendations that came out from this study.
And are you aware that NMED believes a penalty of $252,000 should be imposed in this case?
If you can repeat the question.
Are you aware that NMED believes that a penalty of $252,000?
I am aware of the penalty.
And if that penalty is assessed, how would CRRUA pay for it?
CRRUA would pay out of the ratepayers. There's no other. We don't collect taxes. We don't have property taxes as a utility. This will clearly come from the ratepayers. We implement the $250,000 or any fee comes directly from the ratepayers.
But you've testified that you have reserves, correct?
We do have reserves. However, those reserves are to be utilized for emergency circumstances. A penalty of $250,000, in my opinion, is not an emergency circumstance that deals with health, safety, and welfare. It would be more beneficial, in my opinion, it would be more beneficial to utilize other mechanisms and tools that have been used in the past by utility administrations or utility oversight compliance. Is yes, go ahead and penalize the $250,000. But there is a known need that has been done by not just NMED's study, but also by this third-party study that was conducted by ERG, a third-party evaluation, clearly showing the chronic load funding that has been with this utility system. A much more beneficial approach to utilize past practice that has been done is to go ahead and for the utility to go ahead and earmark a location, or for the compliance agency to earmark a location and say, look, we're going to penalize you $250,000, but guess what? You're going to use that $250,000 to go fix that particular item that you need to get done. That is another approach and an open-minded solution to be able to take care of utility system instead of to hit the ratepayers, because we are already going to be hitting one of the poorest or more economically challenged regions in the entire state of New Mexico with a penalty. On top of that, we are compounding that with an increase that we know that we have to provide because of the inefficiencies that have taken place. On top of that, we want to hit them with another $250,000. In my early estimates, it's going to be around an additional another $3 to $4 per resident for an entire year on top of the rates, on top of the increase that they're already going to see. So in my opinion, no, it is not a good penalty to pay unless it's in some other format.
Were you present for the testimony of Joe Martinez when he testified that in order to assess a party's ability to pay, that NMED would require 3 years of tax returns?
Yes, I did hear that.
And as a government entity, is CRRUA required to file a federal tax return?
Not to my knowledge, no, that we're not.
And since you've been at CRRUA, has a federal tax return been filed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And have you been audited since you've been executive director?
Every year we get audited by Hinkle and Finley, and it gets sent over to DFA for approval.
And has the auditor ever requested that you provide a federal tax return?
No.
So based on this, is it possible for CRRUA to meet the requirement of providing 3 years of tax returns in order to have an ability to pay assessment made?
I know that we as we stated before, that there is no knowledge of me providing tax returns, so no, that is not a correct statement.
And why would CRRUA like the hearing officer to consider CRRUA's ability to pay and analyzing the?
If you can repeat the question.
Why would CRRUA like the hearing officer to consider an ability to pay reduction and analyzing the penalty?
I would like the hearing officer to know our current situation, and I'm doing my best ability to give a window that has not been spoken about, partly because it's not the local compliance's responsibility to look at every single aspect of the utility. But my testimony is here is to give a testimony of to what this utility has gone through and to give a history of what has been going through. Yes, there has been, I don't blame the environmental department for saying that they don't trust us. How could you with a track record like that? However, to go ahead and dismiss what has taken place from my point of administration and moving forward, and to try to shoot down my credibility, I take that offensive because I work hard at the integrity that I'm bringing forward. I do make mistakes, but I also admit to those mistakes. And we represent this. We represent the community that we serve, and we are one of the most economically challenged communities in the entire state of New Mexico, which we are already going to undergo a significant increase. And to compound that with another penalty, in my opinion, is not best practice for the. It's not a best practice to utilize from the compliance agency.
No further.
All right. We would turn now to cross-examination, but we need to be packing up in the next 7 minutes. That clock is wrong, as usual.
Okay, Madam Hearing Officer, I would just ask that we begin in the morning then. I mean, there's no reason to start and stop.
Okay, thank you. So we'll resume at 8 a.m. Mr. Lopez has already sent us all the link.
And Madam Hearing Officer,
Yes.
real quickly, we agreed to the admittance of the CPE report that was not highlighted, and the copy you have is highlighted.
It is.
So I'd like for you to replace that with an unhighlighted copy, please.
Happy to
And we
do
can,
it.
and we can get the one that Mr. Cosby used.
No, that's great. It's that way.
So we-
All right, we're going to go off the record. We're going off the
Thank you.
record.
And thank you, Jason.
This one.
Did you get on?
So your comments.